In the isolated expanse of Indonesia's Lesser Sunda Islands, where the modern era seems a distant murmur, the Komodo dragon, Varanus komodoensis, reigns as a living vestige of the Mesozoic era. This video will not only delve into the predatory lifestyle and ecological significance of these giant lizards, but also explore their social behaviors, physical capabilities, and the intricate dance between conservation efforts and the threats they face. Komodo dragons are not mere survivors. They are apex predators with an arsenal of adaptations. Their reputation for causing infections with their bite was long-standing, but it has been clarified that they possess venom glands. These glands produce toxins that lower blood pressure, cause massive bleeding, and induce shock, a strategy far more sophisticated than mere bacterial infection. Their hunting technique is a masterclass in patience and precision, where they might ambush prey or follow it patiently, waiting for the venom to weaken it. Komodo dragons are opportunistic feeders, consuming a wide array of prey. Their diet ranges from large mammals like deer and water buffalo, which they take down through teamwork or tracking, to smaller animals like rodents, birds, and even other Komodo dragons. This flexibility ensures they can survive in environments where food availability fluctuates. As the top predators on their islands, Komodo dragons play a pivotal role. Their predation on herbivores helps maintain a balance that prevents the landscape from being overgrazed. This control is crucial for the health of the island's vegetation, which in turn supports a diverse array of life. By consuming bones and other hard materials, they recycle nutrients back into the ecosystem, contributing to soil fertility. Their presence also influences the behavior of other species, creating a dynamic equilibrium within the food web. Contrary to their solitary image, Komodo dragons have a complex social structure. While primarily solitary, they do exhibit social behavior, especially around food or during mating seasons. Dominant males defend territories, and there's a clear hierarchy, often established through combat or displays of dominance. They use a variety of signals to communicate, from body postures to vocalizations, which help in avoiding conflicts and coordinating during feeding or mating. The existence of Komodo dragons is threatened by the IUCN labels them as vulnerable, primarily due to habitat loss, climate change, and poaching. As human activities encroach upon their habitat through farming, tourism development, or settlement, the dragon's living space is fragmented, leading to reduced territories and increased human-wildlife conflict. Their reproductive process is both fascinating and unique. Mating rituals involve male and female dragons engaging in physical interactions, after which females lay eggs in burrows. These eggs are left to incubate for months, with the female guarding the nest sporadically. One of their most remarkable features is the ability for females to produce offspring via parthenogenesis. This method allows them to clone themselves, providing a survival advantage in environments where males are scarce or absent. Komodo National Park not only provides a sanctuary, but also a research ground for understanding their behavior and needs. By promoting responsible tourism, there's economic motivation for locals to participate in conservation. This approach also educates visitors about the importance of conserving these unique creatures. Zoos around the world contribute to their conservation through breeding programs, with some dragons reintroduced to bolster wild populations. Continuous studies help in understanding their life cycle, health, and how to mitigate threats, including the effects of climate change on their habitat. The Komodo dragon stands as a testament to evolutionary prowess, yet their future is uncertain due to human-driven changes. Their ecological role, combined with their biological uniqueness, necessitates robust conservation strategies to ensure they continue to dominate their island ecosystems. What do you find most intriguing about the Komodo dragon's social interactions? How can we balance the growth of tourism with the conservation needs of the Komodo dragon? If you had the chance, what would you like to study or observe about Komodo dragons in their natural habitat? If this exploration into the life of the Komodo dragon has fascinated you, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more content that delves into the wonders of the natural world. Your engagement supports our mission to educate and inspire conservation efforts. In the vast, sun-baked expanses of Africa's savanna, where life teeters on the edge of endurance, the spotted hyena emerges not merely as a survivor, but as a testament to the resilience of nature. Often cast in the shadow of more celebrated predators like lions, hyenas are in fact master tacticians, social architects, and ecological engineers whose lives are rich with intrigue and significance. This exploration into their world aims to unravel the layers of complexity surrounding these creatures, shedding light on their misunderstood nature and the pivotal roles they play in maintaining the balance of their ecosystems. Hyena society is predominantly matriarchal, a fascinating dynamic in the animal kingdom. The lineage of power and influence runs through the females, with the matriarch, typically the oldest and most experienced female, holding the top rank. This structure isn't just about dominance. It's a system that promotes stability and reduces internal strife. The offspring of high-ranking females inherit their mother's status, ensuring that social order is maintained across generations. This matrilineal hierarchy influences every aspect of hyena life, from feeding rights to mating privileges, showcasing a sophisticated social order that rivals that of many primate societies. The cognitive capabilities of hyenas often go unnoticed due to misconceptions about their nature. They possess an advanced capacity for problem-solving, demonstrated in studies where they've navigated complex puzzles for rewards, indicating memory, understanding of cause and effect, and even cooperation. Their intelligence is not just theoretical, it's evident in their hunting strategies. Hyenas employ endurance over brute force, chasing prey until it's exhausted. What's more, they've been observed using environmental features like termite mounds or trees to corner prey, a testament to their strategic thinking. Hyenas are the unsung heroes of the savanna's ecosystem. Their role extends far beyond the scavenging typically highlighted in popular media. As apex predators, they control herbivore populations, which is critical to prevent overgrazing and maintain the health of the grasslands. Their diet, which includes bone crushing for marrow, means they recycle nutrients back into the soil, indirectly fostering plant growth and biodiversity. By cleaning up carrion, they also act as nature's sanitation workers, reducing the spread of disease. This dual role as both hunter and scavenger makes them invaluable ecosystem stabilizers. The interaction between hyenas and other predators, especially lions, is a nuanced dance of competition, conflict, and occasional cooperation. While they often compete for food, there are instances where hyenas, with their superior numbers and endurance, can claim lion kills or even form temporary alliances against common threats. This relationship showcases the dynamic balance of power in the savanna, where survival is not just about strength, but also about strategy and numbers. Hyenas thrive in environments that would challenge many other species. Their adaptability is seen in their ability to survive in both the arid, water-scarce deserts and the more temperate savannas. They can go without drinking water for extended periods, deriving much of their hydration from their food, an adaptation crucial in regions where water sources are scarce or seasonal. Their social structure further aids survival, with communal living offering benefits like shared parenting, collective defense, and the transmission of knowledge from one generation to the next. The hyena's vocalization is perhaps one of their most misunderstood traits. Their laugh is just one aspect of a rich communication system that includes whoops, growls, and other sounds used for various social interactions, from long-distance calls to express excitement or alarm. This vocal complexity allows for individual recognition, social bonding, and even the conveyance of information about food sources or threats. It's a cultural transmission where young learn not just survival skills, but also the social norms of their clan. Despite their ecological importance, hyenas face significant threats from human activities. Habitat loss, conflict with livestock farmers due to predation on domestic animals, and poaching for parts used in traditional medicine are reducing their numbers. Conservation efforts are multifaceted, involving habitat preservation, conflict mitigation through improved livestock protection methods, and educational programs to change public perception. Hyena tourism has also emerged as a way to highlight their role in nature, offering economic incentives for conservation. The life of a spotted hyena on the savanna is a testament to resilience, intelligence, and ecological importance. Their existence challenges our preconceived notions and invites us to appreciate the complexity of nature's designs. By understanding and valuing the role of hyenas, we can better advocate for their conservation, ensuring that these enigmatic creatures continue to thrive in their natural habitats. What do you think is the most overlooked aspect of hyena behavior or ecology? How could we improve the coexistence between humans and hyenas in areas where conflict is common? In what ways can education and media help in changing the negative perceptions of hyenas? Remember, if this deep dive into the lives of hyenas has captivated you, please like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon for more content that explores the wonders of our planet's wildlife. Your engagement helps us continue sharing stories from the wild, fostering a greater understanding and appreciation for all creatures great and small. In the vast open savannas of Africa, where grasslands stretch to meet the horizon, one creature has become synonymous with speed: the cheetah. With the ability to accelerate from 0 to 60 mph in a mere 3 seconds, the cheetah stands unrivaled as the fastest land animal. This video takes you on a journey through the biological wonders that enable such speed, the strategic hunting methods they employ, the myriad challenges they face in the wild, and the conservation efforts striving to ensure their survival. Let's uncover the intricate details of how evolution has crafted the ultimate sprinter. The cheetah's spine is more flexible than that of other cats, with vertebrae that can flex and extend, allowing for a unique running style. During a sprint, the cheetah's spine acts like a coiled spring, releasing energy with each stride, which can extend up to 7 meters. This flexibility enables them to cover more ground with each step, significantly increasing their speed. Dominantly fast twitch muscle fibers make up their leg muscles, particularly those of the back legs, which are crucial for the explosive acceleration. These fibers contract quickly, providing the power needed for rapid bursts of speed, but tire more quickly than slow twitch fibers, explaining why cheetahs can't maintain their top speed for long. Cheetahs have evolved with large nasal passages that serve almost like turbochargers, allowing for rapid intake of oxygen during a chase. Their adrenal glands are significantly larger than those of other cats, flooding their system with adrenaline for that crucial burst of speed. Their limbs are elongated with flexible joints, reducing ground contact time. Their claws, only partially retractable unlike other cats, provide extra traction, crucial for maintaining grip during high-speed turns and sudden stops. The long muscular tail of the cheetah acts as a rudder during high-speed chases, providing balance and helping in tight turns, much like the tail of an airplane. Before the chase, cheetahs rely on stealth, using the cover of tall grasses to get as close as possible to their prey. They target animals that are most likely to tire quickly, like gazelles, impalas, or hares. The moment a cheetah decides to attack, it uses an explosive start. Their initial burst of acceleration is not just about speed, but about gaining on their prey before it can fully react. Unlike other predators that might rely on endurance, cheetahs know they must bring down their prey quickly. They often aim to trip their quarry by hooking their claws into the prey's hind legs, a method that conserves energy. After a successful hunt, cheetahs face the risk of losing their meal to larger, more dominant predators. They must eat their catch quickly or move it to a safer location, illustrating the high-stakes nature of their existence. Cheetahs not only compete for food with other predators like lions, leopards, and hyenas, but also face direct threats. Larger cats might kill cheetah cubs to eliminate future competition. As human populations expand, habitats are fragmented, reducing the cheetah's ability to find sufficient prey and safe spaces to raise their young. Cheetahs often come into conflict with humans, particularly farmers, who may see them as threats to livestock, leading to retaliatory killings or the use of traps and snares. With shrinking habitats and isolated populations, inbreeding becomes a concern, reducing genetic diversity and potentially leading to weaker immune systems and lower reproductive success. Establishing and expanding protected areas where cheetahs can thrive without human interference. Wildlife corridors are also created to connect fragmented habitats, allowing for genetic exchange between populations. Efforts to capture, rehabilitate, and relocate cheetahs from conflict zones to areas where they have a better chance of survival. Reintroduction programs focus on returning cheetahs to areas where they have been locally extinct. Conservation success often hinges on local community support. Programs that compensate farmers for livestock losses or promote ecotourism provide economic incentives for coexistence with wildlife. Captive breeding programs aim to increase the population and maintain genetic diversity. Techniques like artificial insemination and gene banking are used to preserve genetic material for future reintroduction. Advanced research using GPS collars provides invaluable data on cheetah behavior, movement, and territory. This information guides conservation strategies, helping to mitigate threats and enhance habitat management. Raising awareness about cheetah conservation through education, documentaries, and advocacy campaigns can foster a global movement to protect these magnificent animals. The cheetah's ability to outrun everything is a marvel of natural engineering, yet their very existence is threatened by factors beyond their control. The conservation of cheetahs is not just about preserving speed, but about maintaining the balance of ecosystems where they are top predators. Understanding and supporting conservation efforts are vital steps in ensuring that future generations can witness the awe-inspiring sight of a cheetah in full sprint across the African plains. What aspect of cheetah conservation do you find most compelling or surprising? How can technology or community-based initiatives further enhance these efforts? Share your thoughts and ideas in the comments below. Please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more deep dives into the world of wildlife. Let's join hands in the effort to conserve the cheetah and the biodiversity of our planet. Lions are known as the kings of the savannah, but even these majestic predators have limits when it comes to their prey. So, how do they tackle the challenge of bringing down one of the largest animals on land? It's rare, but lions do occasionally team up to hunt, and in extraordinary cases they target even elephants. In this video, we're going to explore how lions use their exceptional teamwork, strategy, and sheer bravery to take down these massive creatures. Let's dive into the fascinating world of lion teamwork and see how they take on an elephant-sized challenge. The lion pride is a well-oiled machine of cooperation and division of labor. Unlike solitary predators like tigers or leopards, lions rely heavily on teamwork to capture prey. In most hunts, the pride works together in a highly coordinated way, each lion playing a specific role. For example, some lions act as ambushers, quietly stalking the prey, while others are the drivers, moving in to force the prey into a trap or a certain direction. The larger and stronger lions may take on the final takedown, while the more agile ones can herd or corner the prey. But when it comes to hunting an elephant, the stakes are much higher. This is not a common prey for lions, and it requires a level of coordination and bravery that's nearly unmatched in the animal kingdom. When do lions hunt elephants? Hunting an elephant is no small feat. So why do lions sometimes target such massive prey? Most of the time, lions go after antelope, zebra, buffalo, and wildebeest. But elephants are incredibly strong and dangerous animals, so why risk it? The answer lies in opportunity and desperation. In some cases, lions will go after young, vulnerable elephants, especially if the herd is caught off guard, or if the young elephant is separated from its family. Older, weakened, or sick elephants may also become targets. These animals are slower, weaker, or less able to defend themselves from a coordinated lion attack. Additionally, if food is scarce and other prey is harder to find, the pride might take the risk. In the wild, survival sometimes means taking bold and dangerous chances. The strategy: how lions work together to hunt elephants. Taking down an elephant requires more than just brute force. Lions have to use their intelligence, patience, and careful planning to outmaneuver such a massive animal. So how do they do it? Let's break it down. The first strategy is isolation. Lions will attempt to separate a young elephant or a weak, isolated individual from the rest of the herd. Elephants are highly social creatures, and without the protection of the herd, a lone elephant is much more vulnerable to attack. This can be a long and arduous process, but the lions are persistent. Once the elephant is isolated, the pride will work together to keep it distracted. Some lions will harass the elephant, darting in and out of range, trying to exhaust it by forcing it to move. This is a critical part of the strategy. The lions want the elephant to tire itself out, making it easier to bring down. Unlike chasing a smaller prey animal that might succumb quickly to exhaustion, the lion's goal with an elephant is to wear it down physically and emotionally. The pride will use their speed and agility to dodge and confuse the elephant, while also avoiding direct confrontations with the powerful tusks and trunk. When the elephant is finally worn down and vulnerable, the pride may attempt a final coordinated strike. This often involves the larger, stronger males of the pride, who will go for the elephant's neck, legs, or soft underbelly. The other lions continue to work in a supporting role, distracting and harassing the elephant to keep it from defending itself effectively. At this point, the lion's teamwork truly shines. They use their agility, sharp claws, and jaws to grip and hold the elephant down, often working in tandem to overpower it. This stage of the hunt is highly dangerous, and the lions must be quick and decisive. While male lions are often considered the leaders of the pride, it's the lionesses that usually do most of the hunting. In the case of hunting something as enormous and dangerous as an elephant, it's usually the females who take the lead. Lionesses are typically the ones who use their speed, coordination, and stealth to get close to the prey and execute the plan. Male lions, on the other hand, may play a more supporting role, either intimidating the elephant or helping with the final takedown. While males are larger and stronger, lionesses are the true experts in coordinated group hunting. Hunting elephants is incredibly risky. Lions face the threat of injury or even death if the elephant fights back with its powerful tusks or strong trunk. The fight can last for hours, and the lions are putting their lives on the line with each move. Even when they're successful, they may have to defend their kill from other predators, like hyenas or vultures, who will quickly try to steal the carcass. Moreover, hunting elephants requires a huge amount of energy. If the pride fails, it may leave them weak and vulnerable to other predators in the area. So why do lions risk it? The answer is simple: the reward is enormous. An elephant can feed the pride for days, sometimes weeks, and provide nutrition for the young cubs to grow strong. When lions do manage to bring down an elephant, it's a sight that's truly remarkable. In rare instances, researchers or camera crews have been fortunate enough to capture this unbelievable spectacle on film. These moments are not only breathtaking, but also reveal the incredible tenacity and teamwork that lions display in their natural habitat. Slow-motion footage of lions in action, darting in, avoiding tusks, and working together to weaken the elephant, is a testament to the power of cooperation in the animal kingdom. It's a reminder that in nature, nothing is impossible when you have teamwork on your side. Why does teamwork matter? Lions, like many animals, thrive in groups. Their social structure is built around cooperation, and their survival depends on their ability to work together. When it comes to hunting, teamwork isn't just a luxury, it's a necessity. The strength of the pride lies in its collective effort, and this is never more evident than when they tackle an elephant. It's fascinating to think that an animal as powerful as an elephant can be brought down by a group of lions working in unison. This is nature at its most incredible, showing the power of strategy, coordination, and collective effort. Lions hunting elephants might be a rare event, but it's a stunning example of the complexity and intelligence of these magnificent predators. Through teamwork, strategy, and calculated risks, lions have learned how to take on prey much larger than themselves. It's a testament to their adaptability and resilience in the wild. What do you think about the rare but daring hunts of lions? Have you ever seen one in action? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's celebrate the brilliant teamwork of these incredible big cats. Crocodiles are one of the oldest and most efficient predators in the world. Their lethal jaws and stealthy movements make them a terror in the waters. But did you know they have another surprising weapon that helps them during hunts? It's not just their powerful bite or their stealthy approach, it's their eyes. Crocodiles have a fascinating and unique adaptation that allows them to use their eyes as weapons in the wild, helping them not only protect their most vital organs, but also maintain sharp vision while hunting underwater. Let's dive into how crocodiles use their eyes as a critical part of their hunting strategy. Before we talk about how crocodiles use their eyes in hunting, it's important to understand the unique structure of their eyes. A crocodile's eye is specially adapted for life both in and out of water. While most animals rely on their eyes for basic vision, crocodiles have evolved a sophisticated system that serves a variety of purposes, from hunting to self-defense. One of the most crucial features of a crocodile's eye is the nictitating membrane, which acts as a third eyelid. This membrane is transparent and can be drawn over the eye when the crocodile is underwater. The nictitating membrane allows the crocodile to protect its eyes from debris or any other harm, while still maintaining some degree of visibility. It's like wearing protective goggles underwater but without losing sight of prey. Crocodiles also possess incredibly strong muscular eyelids, which they use to protect their eyes while attacking. These eyelids are powerful enough to shut out potential threats, but flexible enough to open up when the time is right. This helps crocodiles maintain visual clarity while ensuring their eyes are shielded from injury during intense moments, like when they're grappling with prey underwater. Crocodiles are ambush predators, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Their eyes play an essential role in these hunts, especially since they often occur underwater where visibility is limited. The combination of their nictitating membrane and muscular eyelids makes crocodiles incredibly efficient hunters. But how does this work in practice? Crocodiles are masters of stealth. They can approach their prey slowly and silently, keeping their body almost completely submerged, while their eyes and nostrils are the only visible parts above water. This is critical because it allows them to remain undetected by prey, even if they're lurking just below the surface. With their eyes shielded by the nictitating membrane, crocodiles can safely observe the environment around them without revealing their position. Crocodiles often wait for hours, if not days, for the perfect opportunity to strike. Their eyes allow them to lock onto prey from a distance, tracking its movements and calculating the perfect time to lunge. When the moment comes, their muscular eyelids help protect their eyes from any forceful collisions or injuries as they explode out of the water with their jaws wide open. Crocodiles are well known for their excellent vision, which is crucial for both hunting and survival. Their eyes have evolved to give them an advantage in a variety of environments, from murky swamps to open waters. One of the most important aspects of a crocodile's eye is its ability to see well in low-light conditions. Crocodiles can hunt at night, relying on their enhanced night vision to track prey. Their eyes have a layer of tissue called the tapetum lucidum, which reflects light that passes through the retina, helping them see in near darkness. This gives them an edge over many prey animals, who may struggle to see in the dark, giving the crocodile a better chance to ambush its target. Crocodiles have eyes positioned on top of their head, which gives them a wide field of vision. This is an advantage when it comes to spotting potential threats or prey, especially when submerged. The placement of their eyes allows them to remain almost fully hidden underwater, while still having a clear view of everything above the surface. When a crocodile attacks, the action happens fast, and the need to protect its eyes becomes crucial. Crocodiles may often grapple with their prey, and during these intense moments, the risk of injury to the eyes is high. But thanks to the crocodile's muscular eyelids, they can shield their vision even in the chaos of a hunt. Let's break down what happens during the attack. Once a crocodile has seized its prey, it's common for them to perform the death roll, a violent spinning motion that helps the crocodile disorient and drown its prey. During this chaotic maneuver, the crocodile is rolling rapidly in all directions, which could easily expose its eyes to injury. However, their eyelids provide a layer of protection during this wild struggle, helping to keep their eyes safe and functional while maintaining an aggressive hold on their prey. While the crocodile is engaged in the fight, its ability to keep its eyes shielded and protected means it can continue to keep an eye on the prey, positioning itself for the final kill without worrying about its own vision. This makes the attack even more efficient and deadly. So why did crocodiles evolve such specialized eye protection? The answer lies in millions of years of survival. Crocodiles have existed for over 200 million years, evolving in environments where they were frequently engaged in violent fights, whether with prey or other predators. The need to protect their eyes in these dangerous situations became essential. By developing muscular eyelids, a nictitating membrane, and advanced vision, crocodiles have evolved to be better hunters, able to maintain their advantage even in challenging environments. The crocodile's eyes are much more than just organs of sight. They're integral tools for survival. From using their nictitating membrane to shielding their eyes during the death roll, crocodiles have developed a combination of physical adaptations that allow them to maintain a predatory edge in their watery world. Their eyes not only help them spot prey, but also protect them during violent hunts, ensuring they can keep seeing while others might falter. What do you think about these incredible adaptations? Have you ever witnessed a crocodile's hunting tactics firsthand? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more fascinating insights into the wild. The haunting sound of a wolf's howl is one of nature's most iconic and chilling phenomena. It resonates across forests and mountains, leaving an air of mystery. But have you ever wondered why wolves howl, especially before they set out to hunt? Is it just communication, a rallying cry for the pack, or does it serve an even deeper purpose? Today we're delving into the fascinating world of wolves and their enigmatic howls to uncover why these apex predators make such a dramatic declaration before the chase begins. First, let's address the basics. Why do wolves howl in the first place? Wolves are highly social animals, relying on intricate communication to survive and thrive as a pack. Their howls are not just noise, they're a sophisticated language that conveys vital information. Wolves howl to communicate their location to other pack members. When preparing for a hunt, this serves as a way to gather the group, ensuring no one is left behind. Think of it as a natural roll call before embarking on an important mission. A pre-hunt howl isn't just about logistics, it's also a morale booster. The unified sound reinforces pack unity, reminding every wolf of its place in the group. This social bonding is essential for wolves, who rely on teamwork to take down prey much larger and faster than themselves. Sometimes, a pre-hunt howl isn't meant for the pack at all. It's a message to outsiders. By howling, wolves announce their presence, warning rival packs to stay clear of their hunting grounds. This reduces the risk of dangerous confrontations and ensures the pack can focus on the hunt without distractions. Now let's zoom in on the specific connection between howling and hunting. Why howl before the hunt, instead of saving their energy or remaining silent to avoid alerting prey? The answer lies in the intricate dynamics of wolf behavior. Wolves are expert hunters, known for their ability to strategize. When a pack howls together, it may be a way to synchronize their movements. Each howl carries subtle cues about the wolves' positions, readiness, and direction. By listening to one another, the pack can form a cohesive plan before the action begins. Imagine being in a wolf pack. You're scattered across a dense forest, and howling acts as your rallying point, ensuring everyone knows where to meet and what role to play. Some scientists believe that howling before a hunt serves as a way to assess the pack's energy and readiness. If the howls are strong, loud, and confident, it signals that the pack is primed for action. If the howls are weaker or disjointed, it might indicate fatigue or disorganization, potentially postponing the hunt. Here's where things get interesting. Wolves may use their howls to intimidate potential prey. By creating a powerful, unified sound, they can create panic among a herd of deer or elk, making it easier to single out weak or vulnerable individuals. This psychological tactic can give the wolves an edge before they even begin the chase. Have you ever heard multiple wolves howling in unison? It's not just random noise, it's a carefully orchestrated symphony. Each wolf howls at a slightly different pitch, creating a phenomenon called vocal splitting. This makes the pack sound much larger than it actually is, a clever trick to intimidate both prey and rivals. This auditory illusion can confuse prey animals, making it harder for them to gauge how many wolves are nearby or where the danger is coming from. For the wolves, this confusion can create an opening to strike. One of the most famous wolf hunting grounds is Yellowstone National Park, where researchers have observed this behavior in action. Packs like the Junction Butte wolves have been seen howling before hunts, gathering their members from across the park's sprawling terrain. In one documented case, a pack used a series of pre-hunt howls to coordinate their attack on a herd of elk. Observers noted that the wolves' howls seemed to cause unease among the elk, who began to scatter before the wolves even arrived. The result? A chaotic herd, making it easier for the wolves to single out a vulnerable target. Why did this behavior evolve in the first place? To understand, we need to consider the challenges wolves face in the wild. Prey animals are often faster, stronger, or more numerous than wolves. To succeed, wolves had to develop advanced hunting strategies, including the use of vocal communication. Hunting alone is rarely successful for wolves, especially when targeting large prey like bison or moose. By howling to coordinate their efforts, wolves can increase their odds of success. This teamwork-first approach has been a cornerstone of their survival for thousands of years. Whether hunting in the dense forests of North America or the open tundra of Eurasia, wolves have adapted their howling strategies to suit their environment. In open landscapes, their howls can travel for miles, allowing them to coordinate hunts over vast distances. In forests, the echoes of their howls help them pinpoint each other's locations more precisely. Of course, no behavior in the animal kingdom is without risk. By howling, wolves also run the risk of alerting prey or attracting rival packs. So why take the chance? The benefits of howling, improved coordination, stronger social bonds, and the intimidation of prey often outweigh the potential downsides. Moreover, wolves have learned to minimize these risks by howling at strategic times, such as under the cover of darkness or when prey is already on edge. Wolves' pre-hunt howls are a fascinating blend of strategy, communication, and instinct. They're not just random cries in the night. They're carefully calibrated messages that help the pack succeed in the harsh, unforgiving wild. So the next time you hear a wolf howl, think about the intricate teamwork and planning that might be happening behind that eerie sound. It's a testament to the intelligence and adaptability of these remarkable predators. What's your take on this behavior? Have you ever heard a wolf's howl in person? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more incredible wildlife insights. Tigers are the apex predators of the jungle, known for their stealth, power, and cunning. But did you know they're also exceptional swimmers? While most big cats shy away from water, tigers embrace it as an extension of their hunting strategy. Today, we're diving into how these striped predators use water to their advantage, both for survival and as a tool for ambush. Unlike lions or leopards, tigers are surprisingly comfortable in water. Whether it's wading through rivers, swimming across lakes, or lounging in pools, they have a unique relationship with aquatic environments. But why would a land predator like a tiger bother with water? The answer lies in their adaptability and the unique challenges of their environment. Tigers are masters of stealth, and water provides a perfect medium for sneaking up on prey. The rippling surface masks their movements, allowing them to close in without making a sound. Prey animals grazing near water bodies are often caught off guard by a tiger's sudden appearance. Imagine a sambar deer drinking by the riverbank, oblivious to the sleek orange form gliding through the water. With a sudden surge, the tiger explodes out of the water, leaving the deer no chance to escape. Hunting in tropical and subtropical regions can be exhausting, especially for an animal as large and muscular as a tiger. Water serves as a natural coolant, helping the tiger regulate its body temperature during extended chases or prolonged stalking sessions. This behavior not only helps them conserve energy, but also makes them more effective hunters in hot climates. Tigers often claim territories with abundant water sources, not just for drinking but also for hunting opportunities. Prey animals like deer, wild boar and buffalo frequently visit water bodies, making these areas prime hunting grounds. By using water as part of their hunting strategy, tigers maximize their chances of a successful kill. Tigers aren't just good swimmers, they're built for it. A tiger's powerful muscles, particularly in its shoulders and hind legs, give it the strength to propel through water with ease. Their sleek, muscular bodies minimize resistance in water, allowing them to swim efficiently over long distances. While a tiger's fur might seem dense, it actually repels water to some extent, keeping their skin relatively dry even after a swim. These physical adaptations enable tigers to swim up to 6 kilometers, 3.7 miles at a time, an impressive feat for such a large animal. The Sundarbans, a vast mangrove forest in India and Bangladesh, is home to a unique population of tigers that frequently swim between islands. Here, they use water not only as a hunting tool, but also as a way to navigate their swampy habitat. These tigers are known to ambush fishing boats and occasionally swim after prey animals fleeing through rivers. In India's Ranthambore National Park, tigers have been observed swimming across lakes to approach prey resting on islands. The water allows them to bypass dense undergrowth and launch a surprise attack from an unexpected angle. Documentaries have captured moments where tigers glide silently through water, emerging with explosive power to take down prey like wild boar. These scenes highlight their incredible patience and precision. Why do tigers swim when most big cats avoid water? Unlike lions, which evolved in drier savannas, tigers adapted to the forests and wetlands of Asia. Their reliance on water likely developed as a response to their environment, where rivers and lakes are integral parts of the landscape. Swimming also helps tigers escape threats, such as rival predators or human disturbances. It's not uncommon for tigers to use water as a safe route to avoid conflict or relocate their territory. While hunting is a significant reason for their love of water, tigers also swim for other purposes. In the heat of the day, tigers often relax in water to cool down. This behavior has earned them the nickname water-loving cats. Young tigers in particular are playful in water, splashing and chasing each other. This playful behavior helps them build the skills they'll need as adult hunters. Unfortunately, the habitats that tigers rely on, including rivers and wetlands, are under threat due to climate change, deforestation, and human encroachment. As sea levels rise and water sources dry up, tigers may lose some of their most effective hunting grounds. Conservation efforts are crucial to preserving these magnificent predators and their unique behaviors, ensuring future generations can marvel at their aquatic skills. Tigers are not just land-based hunters. They've mastered the art of swimming to expand their hunting strategies and adapt to their environment. Their ability to use water as a tool for stealth, cooling, and ambush showcases their remarkable intelligence and adaptability. Next time you see a tiger lounging in a pool or gliding through a river, remember, it's not just a beautiful sight, it's a testament to their evolutionary brilliance. What do you think of these water-loving big cats? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more fascinating wildlife stories. The Arctic is a frozen expanse where survival demands cunning, patience, and unparalleled skill. At the heart of this icy theater is the polar bear, a top predator whose very survival hinges on its relationship with sea ice. But how exactly do these majestic creatures use the ice to hunt seals, their primary source of food? And what happens when that ice begins to vanish? Let's dive into the fascinating and precarious world of polar bear hunting strategies. The Arctic is home to some of the harshest conditions on Earth, yet it supports a delicate ecosystem where polar bears are apex predators. At the center of their hunting strategy is sea ice, a platform that allows them to hunt seals, which make up the bulk of their diet. But why sea ice? Polar bears are powerful swimmers, but chasing seals in open water is inefficient and exhausting. Sea ice acts as their hunting ground, giving them a critical advantage over their prey. Polar bears are masters of patience and stealth, two traits that are essential for hunting seals. Their most effective hunting method revolves around seal breathing holes, small openings in the ice where seals come up for air. Polar bears use their incredible sense of smell to locate these breathing holes, often detecting seals from over a kilometer away. Once they identify a promising hole, they position themselves downwind, reducing the chance of the seal detecting their presence. Patience is key. A polar bear can wait for hours, sometimes even days, near a breathing hole, barely moving to avoid spooking its prey. When a seal finally surfaces, the bear strikes with lightning-fast precision, using its massive paws and powerful jaws to capture the seal before it can escape. In addition to staking out breathing holes, polar bears also employ ambush tactics on the edges of ice floes. They quietly slide into the water, using the ice as cover, and swim beneath the surface to surprise seals resting on the ice. Polar bears are perfectly adapted for life on the ice. Their white fur provides camouflage, their large paws act like snowshoes to distribute weight evenly, and their sharp claws give them a firm grip on slippery surfaces. But it's their incredible swimming and diving abilities that truly set them apart. A polar bear can swim for hours in freezing water and dive up to 3 meters deep, giving them an edge when stalking seals near ice edges. Sea ice isn't just a hunting platform, it's the foundation of a polar bear's entire way of life. The seasonal ebb and flow of ice dictate when and where they can hunt. During the spring and summer months, sea ice is at its peak, and polar bears take full advantage. They roam vast distances across the ice, targeting seals that are abundant during this time. As winter sets in, polar bears retreat to areas where sea ice is still accessible. During this time, their hunting opportunities diminish, and they rely on the fat reserves built up during the hunting season to survive. Here's where the story takes a sobering turn. The Arctic is warming at twice the global average, causing sea ice to shrink at an alarming rate. This loss of ice has devastating consequences for polar bears and their ability to hunt. With less ice, polar bears are forced to swim longer distances between hunting grounds, expending more energy and increasing the risk of drowning. Fewer ice platforms mean fewer opportunities to hunt seals. Polar bears are increasingly resorting to scavenging or hunting alternative prey like birds and fish, which don't provide the same nutritional value as seals. As polar bears expend more energy searching for food, they have less energy to hunt effectively, creating a vicious cycle that threatens their survival. Polar bears are resilient creatures, but the rapid loss of sea ice presents challenges that even these apex predators may not overcome. Conservationists are racing against time to protect polar bear habitats and reduce the impact of climate change. Some scientists are studying how polar bears might adapt to a changing Arctic, perhaps by spending more time on land or hunting alternative prey. However, these adaptations come with their own set of challenges, as land-based prey is scarce in the Arctic. Documentaries and wildlife cameras have captured breathtaking footage of polar bears in action. From the tense moments of a bear waiting by a breathing hole to the dramatic chase on ice floes, these glimpses into their world reveal the incredible skill and determination required to survive in such an unforgiving environment. Polar bears are the ultimate ice hunters, using their intelligence, patience, and physical prowess to thrive in one of the planet's harshest ecosystems. But as sea ice continues to disappear, their way of life hangs in the balance. Understanding and protecting these magnificent creatures is more important than ever. So, the next time you hear about the Arctic, remember the polar bear and its fight to survive in a world that's rapidly changing beneath its paws. What do you think about these incredible adaptations? Share your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insights into the natural world. For decades, the Komodo dragon's bite was shrouded in mystery. Was it bacteria? Venom? A lethal cocktail of both? For years, scientists believed that the Komodo dragon's bite was deadly because of the sheer amount of bacteria found in its saliva. After all, these reptiles eat carrion and live in environments teeming with microbes. The idea was that when a Komodo dragon bit its prey, bacteria would infect the wound, causing sepsis and slowly killing the victim. This theory painted the Komodo dragon as nature's version of a dirty fighter, relying on filth to finish the job. But recent discoveries reveal that the reality is far more fascinating. In 2009, researchers made a groundbreaking discovery. Komodo dragons actually have venom glands in their lower jaws. These glands produce a toxic cocktail that aids in taking down prey. The venom contains proteins that cause lowered blood pressure, weakening the prey and causing rapid blood loss. Anticoagulants, preventing blood from clotting, ensuring the victim continues to bleed profusely. Muscle paralysis, making it harder for the prey to fight back or flee. The combination of these effects ensures that once a Komodo dragon lands a bite, it's only a matter of time before its victim succumbs. The Komodo dragon's hunting style is a masterclass in patience and precision. Komodo dragons are stealthy hunters. They rely on their camouflage and low-to-the-ground stance to get as close as possible to unsuspecting prey. With a sudden burst of speed, they lunge, delivering a powerful bite. If the prey manages to escape the initial attack, the Komodo dragon doesn't panic. Thanks to an exceptional sense of smell, it can track a wounded animal for miles, following the trail of blood until the prey collapses. This persistence showcases their incredible adaptability and efficiency as predators. While venom is the primary weapon, bacteria still play a supporting role. Komodo dragons have over 50 strains of bacteria in their saliva, many of which are harmful. When they bite their prey, these bacteria can infect the wound, potentially causing complications if the victim somehow survives the venom. The combination of venom and bacteria ensures a two-pronged attack. Even if the venom doesn't immediately incapacitate the prey, the bacteria serve as a backup, increasing the likelihood of a successful hunt. The Komodo dragon's venomous bite is the result of millions of years of evolution, shaped by the challenges of its environment. Komodo dragons live on isolated Indonesian islands, where prey can be scarce. Their venom and tracking abilities give them an edge, allowing them to take down larger animals like deer, wild boar, and even water buffalo. At lengths of up to 10 feet and weights over 150 pounds, Komodo dragons are massive. Their venomous bite allows them to conserve energy by incapacitating prey quickly, rather than engaging in prolonged battles. One of the most dramatic examples of the Komodo dragon's hunting strategy involves water buffalo. After delivering a venomous bite, the dragon often waits hours, or even days, for the massive animal to weaken and collapse. Smaller prey like deer and boar often succumb to the bite much faster. The Komodo dragon's powerful jaws and razor-sharp teeth can cause massive trauma, making escape nearly impossible. Despite their fearsome reputation, Komodo dragons face significant threats. As humans encroach on their natural habitat, the Komodo dragon's hunting grounds are shrinking. Thankfully, conservation programs are in place to protect these incredible reptiles. The Komodo National Park in Indonesia serves as a sanctuary, ensuring that future generations can witness these living dragons in their natural habitat. The Komodo dragon's bite is a testament to nature's ingenuity. What was once thought to be a dirty trick turns out to be a sophisticated biological weapon, honed by evolution to perfection. Whether it's venom, bacteria, or sheer persistence, the Komodo dragon remains one of the most formidable predators on the planet. Would you face off with a Komodo dragon in the wild? Share your thoughts in the comments and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more jaw-dropping insights into the animal kingdom. Jaguars are like the James Bonds of the jungle, suave, deadly, and always one step ahead of their prey. But what makes them truly unique among big cats is their relationship with water. While most felines treat water like it's lava, jaguars treat it like their personal playground. They're not just comfortable near water. They thrive in it, turning rivers, lakes, and swamps into their ultimate hunting grounds. Imagine a jaguar lurking in the shadows of a dense jungle, its golden coat dappled with sunlight filtering through the trees. This majestic predator has evolved to be a master of stealth, but when the opportunity arises, it doesn't hesitate to venture into the water. Why? Because water isn't just a feature of their habitat, it's a secret weapon. Jaguars know that prey often comes to drink or cool off by the water's edge, and they've developed the patience of a Zen master to wait for just the right moment to strike. They'll crouch low, muscles taut, eyes locked on their target, and then, BAM! A lightning-fast leap, and it's game over for whatever poor animal thought it was safe. But jaguars don't just stick to ambushing from the riverbank, they go all in, literally. Unlike lions or leopards, jaguars are excellent swimmers. They glide through the water with surprising grace, their powerful limbs propelling them silently as they close in on their prey. It's a scene straight out of a nature documentary, a jaguar swimming with purpose, eyes just above the surface like a reptilian predator, completely in its element. Their ability to move through water so efficiently gives them a massive advantage, especially when hunting aquatic creatures like fish, turtles, or even caimans. Yes, you heard that right, caimans. Jaguars are one of the few predators bold enough to take on these toothy, armored reptiles. With their incredible bite force, among the strongest of any big cat, they can crush a caiman's skull with ease, turning the tables on one of the Amazon's most fearsome predators. And it's not just about brute force. Jaguars are incredibly strategic hunters. They know that water amplifies their stealth. The ripples, the reflections, the murky depths, all of it works to mask their approach. It's like they've read the playbook on aquatic warfare. And their hunting style isn't limited to one method. Sometimes they'll snatch a fish right out of the water with a swift paw swipe. Other times they'll lie in wait for larger prey, like capybaras or deer, to wade in too deep. Jaguars are adaptable, opportunistic, and not afraid to get wet. This relationship with water isn't just about hunting, it's also a way for jaguars to cool off. Let's not forget that they live in some of the most sweltering environments on Earth. Taking a swim isn't just practical, it's refreshing. But even when they're cooling off, they're still predators at heart. A casual dip could quickly turn into a hunting session if the right opportunity presents itself. It's this blend of relaxation and readiness that makes them such fascinating creatures. What's even more impressive is how jaguars have adapted to their watery world. Their stocky, muscular build makes them powerful swimmers, and their short, dense fur helps them dry off quickly. Their camouflage is perfectly suited for a life of ambush hunting, whether they're hiding in the jungle or blending into the reflections on the water's surface. Every aspect of their biology is fine-tuned for survival in this challenging, dynamic environment. And here's a fun fact. While jaguars are solitary hunters, they're also incredibly efficient. They don't need a pride or pack to take down prey because they're so skilled and versatile. This independence adds to their mystique. Watching a jaguar hunt is like witnessing a solo mission from an action hero. There's suspense, precision, and a payoff that leaves you in awe of nature's design. So, why do jaguars love the water? Because it's the perfect stage for their incredible hunting skills. They've taken what most animals see as a barrier and turned it into an advantage. It's yet another reason why jaguars are some of the most fascinating predators on the planet. Now, let me ask you this. If you had to choose between being a jaguar's prey or trying to outswim one in a river, which would you pick? Tough call, right? Let us know in the comments. And hey, while you're here, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We've got so many more wild and wonderful animal stories to share, and trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Polar bears, the mighty rulers of the Arctic, are more than just powerful hunters. They're also master architects. In one of nature's harshest environments, where survival often means adapting to freezing winds and relentless snowstorms, these bears have found an ingenious solution: snow dens. But why would an apex predator, already at the top of its game, need to burrow into the icy ground? Imagine being in the Arctic, where temperatures can plummet to levels that would make a deep freezer feel cozy. For polar bears, especially females preparing to give birth, finding a safe, warm space is critical. This is where the snow dens come into play. Female polar bears begin by scouting out the perfect spot, a drift or bank of snow deep enough to insulate against the biting cold. Using their massive claws, they dig into the snow, creating a hollow chamber with a small entrance. To us, it might look like a glorified snow cave, but to a polar bear, it's a life-saving masterpiece. These dens serve a dual purpose. First, they provide protection. The Arctic is not just cold, it's a battlefield of brutal winds and occasional predators. A well-constructed den shields polar bears from the worst of the weather, acting like a natural igloo. Snow, as counterintuitive as it may seem, is an excellent insulator. The temperature inside the den can be significantly warmer than the outside, sometimes even reaching just below freezing, downright tropical by polar bear standards. This warmth is particularly crucial for pregnant females, who will spend several months in their dens giving birth and nursing their cubs. Speaking of cubs, polar bear dens are essentially nurseries. After a female gives birth, usually to 1 or 2 tiny cubs, the den becomes a cozy haven where they can grow and gain strength. Newborn polar bear cubs are shockingly small, about the size of a guinea pig, and completely dependent on their mother. The den provides the perfect environment for them to stay warm and safe, while their mum produces the fat-rich milk they need to grow quickly. For weeks, the family will remain in this snug hideout, emerging only when the cubs are strong enough to brave the Arctic world. But it's not just about cub rearing. Snow dens are also a strategy for conserving energy. In the Arctic, food can be scarce, and polar bears need to make every calorie count. By taking refuge in a snow den, bears can reduce heat loss and lower their energy expenditure. It's a clever survival tactic in a land where finding the next meal isn't guaranteed. Interestingly, not all polar bears dig dens. Adult males, for instance, don't usually bother. They're built to endure the cold and are more focused on roaming the ice in search of seals. However, even they might occasionally use natural snow shelters to escape particularly nasty weather. For females, though, especially expectant mothers, dens are essential. Without them, the survival rate of their cubs would plummet, and the already vulnerable polar bear population could face even greater challenges. Now here's a sobering twist to the story. Climate change is melting the Arctic ice at an alarming rate and altering snowfall patterns, which directly impacts the availability of suitable denning sites. As snow cover diminishes, female polar bears are struggling to find safe places to create their dens. This is yet another challenge for a species already battling shrinking ice flows and declining prey availability. Watching these magnificent animals adapt to their changing environment is both inspiring and heartbreaking. So the next time you see a polar bear lounging in the snow, remember, they're not just cute and cuddly-looking giants, they're survival experts. Their ability to turn a mound of snow into a protective sanctuary is a testament to nature's incredible ingenuity. These dens are more than just shelters. They're a critical part of the polar bear's story of resilience and adaptation in one of the toughest places on Earth. And here's a question for you. If you had to build a snow den for survival, do you think you could make it work? Or would you just end up with a pile of snow and frozen fingers? Let us know in the comments. And while you're here, hit that subscribe button for more amazing wildlife stories and facts that will make you see nature in a whole new way. Electric eels are nature's living power plants, capable of delivering shocks strong enough to stun prey, fend off predators, or even explore their surroundings. But how do they generate electricity, and why do they use it to hunt? Despite their name, electric eels aren't true eels. They're a type of knife fish. Found in the murky waters of the Amazon and Orinoco rivers, these fascinating creatures can grow up to 8 feet long and deliver shocks of up to 860 volts. But their power isn't just for show, it's a carefully honed tool for survival. Electric eels generate electricity through specialized cells called electrocytes. Here's how it works. Their body contains rows of electrocytes stacked like tiny batteries. When the eel decides to strike, these cells release ions that create an electrical current. Electric eels can produce both low and high voltage discharges. Low voltage, used for navigation and detecting prey in murky water. High voltage, delivered in bursts to stun or kill prey or for defense. Electric eels are apex predators in their environment, thanks to their electrifying hunting technique. In the dark, muddy waters where they live, visibility is poor. Electric eels rely on echolocation, sending out weak electrical pulses to detect objects and movements. This sensory ability helps them locate prey hiding in sediment or vegetation. Once prey is identified, the eel shifts gears to high voltage mode. A quick burst of electricity causes the prey's muscles to spasm, paralyzing it momentarily. This makes it easy for the eel to swoop in and swallow the immobilized target whole. Electric eels can emit a series of rapid discharges, called a tetanus attack, to keep their prey stunned for longer periods, ensuring they don't escape. Electricity isn't just for hunting, it's a multi-purpose survival tool. When threatened, electric eels unleash powerful shocks to ward off predators like caimans or large fish. Even humans can experience the strength of their zap, which can cause severe pain or even temporary paralysis. Low-voltage pulses act like sonar, allowing the eel to navigate its environment and detect obstacles. Electric eels have perfected this hunting strategy because of the unique challenges of their environment. With limited visibility, traditional hunting methods like sight or speed aren't effective. Electricity allows them to locate and incapacitate prey without relying on vision. Their electrical discharges work on a wide range of prey, from small fish to amphibians and even invertebrates. Unlike predators that rely on chasing prey, electric eels can use their electrical abilities to neutralize prey from a distance, saving energy. The eel's electrical power comes from an evolutionary marvel in its anatomy. Electric eels have 3 main electric organs: the main organ, hunter's organ, and Sachs organ. Together they make up about 80% of the eel's body length. Main organ and hunter's organ produce high voltage discharges for hunting and defense. Sachs organ produces low voltage pulses for navigation and communication. The eel's body is insulated with a fatty layer to prevent self-electrocution. Electric eels play a crucial role in their ecosystem. By hunting small fish and invertebrates, they help regulate population sizes, maintaining balance in their aquatic habitats. Despite being powerful predators, they also fall prey to larger animals, such as river dolphins and large caimans, which can withstand their electrical shocks. Electric eels have inspired scientific research for centuries. The study of electric eels has helped scientists understand bioelectricity, influencing the development of medical devices like pacemakers. In some cultures, electric eels symbolize power and mystery, owing to their unique hunting abilities. As fascinating as they are, electric eels face challenges due to habitat destruction and water pollution. Protecting their environments is crucial to ensuring their survival and preserving the intricate balance of life in their ecosystems. Electric eels are a testament to nature's ingenuity. By turning electricity into a weapon, they've carved out a niche as one of the most unique hunters on the planet. Would you dare to swim in waters shared with these electrifying creatures? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more shocking wildlife stories. Siberian tigers, also known as Amur tigers, are the largest cats in the world, and their ability to survive in the unforgiving winters of the Russian Far East is nothing short of extraordinary. These apex predators roam a landscape where temperatures can plummet to a bone-chilling 40 degrees Celsius, and snow blankets the ground for months on end. Yet they thrive thanks to a suite of remarkable adaptations. So, how do these majestic animals brave the harsh winter? First, let's talk about their fur, an essential survival tool in a place where frostbite is a constant threat. Siberian tigers have the thickest and longest fur of any tiger species. Their dense coat, with a pale orange hue that blends into snowy forests, acts like nature's perfect winter coat. Beneath this fur is a thick layer of fat that helps insulate their body, keeping them warm even in the bitter cold. Their winter fur is so effective that it allows them to rest directly on the snow without losing too much body heat. Imagine lounging on an icy floor without shivering. That's the life of a Siberian tiger. Their paws are another incredible adaptation. Siberian tigers have large, padded paws that act like built-in snowshoes, distributing their weight evenly so they can walk gracefully over deep snow. This gives them an edge in a landscape where every step could sink a smaller predator. These snow-ready paws also come equipped with razor-sharp claws, perfect for gripping icy surfaces and capturing prey. Speaking of prey, hunting in winter is no easy feat. Prey animals like deer and boars are harder to find, and the snow-covered terrain makes stealth even more challenging. But Siberian tigers are masters of patience and strategy. They use their powerful muscles to silently stalk their quarry, often covering great distances in search of a meal. Once they've located their target, their powerful legs propel them through the snow in a burst of speed. One well-timed pounce can mean the difference between a full belly and another day of hunger. Their ability to survive long periods without food is another key to their winter survival. When prey is scarce, Siberian tigers can endure for days, even weeks, without a significant meal. This endurance is critical in a season where resources are limited and every calorie counts. And when they do catch prey, they make the most of it, consuming nearly every part of the animal to maximize their energy intake. But survival isn't just about staying warm and finding food. It's also about claiming territory. Siberian tigers roam vast territories, sometimes as large as 1,000 square kilometers, to ensure they have access to enough resources. They mark their territory using scent, scratches on trees, and even snow trails. These territorial markers serve as a warning to other tigers, minimizing conflicts and conserving their energy for survival tasks. The forests these tigers inhabit also play a critical role. The dense trees provide shelter from icy winds and camouflage for stalking prey. However, these forests are under threat from logging and climate change, which makes the tiger's life even harder. Despite these challenges, Siberian tigers have shown remarkable resilience, adapting to changes in their habitat while remaining top predators. Let's not forget the impact of conservation efforts. Thanks to anti-poaching measures and habitat protection, Siberian tiger populations have stabilized in recent years. The dedication of researchers and conservationists has allowed these magnificent animals to continue their snowy reign. So the next time you think about surviving the cold, consider the Siberian tiger's incredible adaptations. Their thick fur, snowshoe-like paws, hunting prowess, and unmatched endurance make them the ultimate winter warriors. These adaptations are not just fascinating, they're a testament to nature's ability to thrive in even the harshest conditions. And now, let's hear from you. What's your favorite Siberian tiger adaptation, and could you handle a day in their frosty world? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe for more incredible wildlife stories and jaw-dropping animal facts. Hit that bell icon so you don't miss a single adventure into the wonders of the natural world. African wild dogs, also known as painted wolves, are the ultimate team players of the animal kingdom. With their striking coats of mottled black, brown and white, they look like something straight out of a wildlife artist's palette. But their beauty isn't just skin deep. These dogs are renowned for their incredible pack hunting strategies that make them some of the most efficient predators on the African savanna. So why do African wild dogs hunt in packs, and what makes their approach so effective? Imagine this. A pack of wild dogs sets out on a hunt, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Each dog knows its role, and the pack communicates constantly with high-pitched chirps, whines, and yips. This vocal symphony keeps them coordinated as they move, ensuring no one is left behind or out of place. Cooperation is the secret source of their success, and unlike other big predators who might squabble over a meal, African wild dogs work together like a family on a mission. One of their standout tactics is endurance. These dogs are marathon runners, not sprinters. Instead of relying on a single ambush or burst of speed, they exhaust their prey through sheer persistence. Picture a herd of impalas grazing peacefully, unaware of the danger creeping closer. The wild dogs burst into action, chasing their target across vast stretches of land. The prey might be faster in short bursts, but the dogs have stamina on their side, relentlessly pursuing until the prey can't run any further. It's a battle of endurance, and the wild dogs almost always win. What's even more impressive is their ability to strategize mid-hunt. The pack splits up, with some members herding the prey toward others lying in wait. This pincer movement creates a no-escape situation for their quarry. It's like watching a live-action chess match, where each move is carefully calculated to trap the opponent. And when the prey finally succumbs, the dogs waste no time. They consume their meal quickly, knowing that other scavengers like hyenas or lions might try to steal it. Speaking of lions, how do African wild dogs compare to the savannah's other famous hunters? While lions rely on brute strength and stealth, wild dogs depend on teamwork and precision. A lion pride might target large prey like buffalo, but wild dogs are versatile, going after everything from gazelles to wildebeests. Their cooperative hunting style allows them to take down animals much larger than themselves, a feat that would be impossible for a lone hunter. Their social structure also plays a huge role in their hunting success. African wild dogs live in tight-knit packs of up to 20 members, led by an alpha pair. The bond within the pack is unbreakable, and they prioritize the well-being of the group over individual needs. After a hunt, the dominant pair eats first, but no one is left out. Even the pups and weaker members get their share, with adults regurgitating food for those unable to join the hunt. This communal care ensures the pack remains strong and united, ready for the next challenge. But hunting isn't just about filling their stomachs. It's also about survival in a harsh and competitive environment. With threats from larger predators like lions and hyenas, as well as human activity encroaching on their habitat, African wild dogs face constant challenges. Yet their pack mentality gives them an edge, allowing them to thrive where other species might struggle. Their communication skills extend beyond hunting too. When the pack reunites after a separation, they engage in a joyous greeting ceremony, complete with wagging tails, playful nips, and excited vocalizations. It's heartwarming and reminds us that even in the wild, family bonds matter. This unity is what makes them one of the most remarkable species on Earth. What do you think is the most impressive thing about their hunting tactics? Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more wild stories and fascinating animal facts. Hit that bell icon so you never miss an update from the world of nature. Grizzly bears, those majestic giants of the forest, have a fascinating ritual they undertake each year to prepare for the long, cold winter. Imagine living in an environment where food vanishes for months, and the only way to survive is by turning yourself into a hibernating powerhouse. Grizzly bears have mastered this art, undergoing incredible transformations before retreating into their cozy dens. It all begins with hyperphagia, a scientific term that basically means eat like there's no tomorrow. And for grizzlies, there really isn't, at least not a tomorrow with readily available food. During late summer and fall, these bears go into a feeding frenzy, consuming up to 20,000 calories a day. That's like eating 35 Big Macs daily. They gorge on berries, nuts, fish, and whatever else they can find, piling on the pounds to build a thick layer of fat. This fat isn't just a winter coat, it's their survival fuel, a stash of energy that will sustain them while they snooze through the snowy months. As they bulk up, grizzlies also scout for the perfect spot to hibernate. Their dens can be natural caves, hollowed-out trees, or burrows they dig themselves. Choosing the right location is a big deal. It has to be well insulated, hidden from predators, and safe from potential dangers like flooding or avalanches. The bears are meticulous architects, sometimes spending days digging and shaping their dens. Picture a grizzly bear with its massive claws carving out a snug winter retreat. It's like watching a giant teddy bear go into construction mode. But the preparation doesn't stop at eating and den building. Grizzly bears undergo remarkable physiological changes as hibernation approaches. Their heart rates drop from 40 beats per minute to as low as 8. Their metabolism slows dramatically, conserving energy while still keeping vital organs functioning. Here's the kicker. They don't eat, drink, urinate, or defecate during this entire period, which can last up to 7 months. Instead, their bodies recycle waste products into usable nutrients, a biological process so efficient it's almost futuristic. For pregnant female grizzlies, hibernation is even more remarkable. While the bear is in her den, her body nurtures developing cubs, which are born during the deep winter months. These tiny cubs, weighing just a pound at birth, nurse and grow in the warmth of the den until it's time to emerge in spring. It's a brilliant strategy. By the time they leave the den, the cubs are strong enough to face the outside world. But why do grizzlies hibernate at all? In the harsh winter climates they inhabit, food becomes scarce, and the energy required to find it isn't worth the effort. By slowing down their bodily functions and retreating into a dormant state, they can survive without eating for months. It's energy conservation at its finest, and it allows them to emerge in spring, ready to roam, hunt, and thrive once more. As the snow melts and the days grow longer, grizzly bears wake up from their slumber, groggy but alive. They emerge from their dens looking noticeably slimmer, with one thing on their mind: finding food to replenish their energy stores. It's a cycle of feast, rest, and renewal, perfectly adapted to the challenging environments they call home. So next time you're feeling the need to stock up on snacks for winter, take a cue from the grizzly bear, though maybe skip the hibernation part. What do you find most fascinating about their preparation process? Let us know in the comments below. And if you love learning about the amazing survival skills of animals, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell for more wild adventures. Tigers are often seen as the embodiment of elegance and power in the wild, moving with a stealth and grace that makes them the ultimate apex predator. But even these majestic cats aren't immune to moments of sheer clumsiness, like when they end up stuck in trees. Yes, the same animal that dominates jungles and grasslands can sometimes find itself awkwardly tangled in branches, looking more like a confused house cat than a fearsome predator. Let's unravel the mystery and hilarity behind why tigers occasionally turn into reluctant tree ornaments. While tigers are not natural climbers like leopards, they are still capable of scaling trees when the situation calls for it. Imagine a tiger chasing prey that bolts up a tree, or perhaps fleeing from a threat like humans, or even an elephant. Out of desperation or determination, the tiger may dig its powerful claws into the bark and make the climb. But here's the catch. Unlike leopards, who are built for tree life with retractable claws and a compact frame, tigers are heavy, muscular, and more suited to stalking on the ground. Once they're up in the branches, their bulky bodies can make maneuvering downward a lot more challenging. This awkwardness creates some downright comical situations. A tiger might find itself precariously balanced on a branch, trying to figure out how to descend without losing its dignity, or worse, its balance. If you've ever seen a domestic cat misjudge a jump, you can imagine the sight of a 300-pound tiger hesitating on a branch, looking equally baffled and annoyed. Some tigers have even been observed growling in frustration, as if blaming the tree for their predicament. One famous instance involved a tiger in India that climbed a tree to escape a group of humans and ended up spending hours awkwardly draped over a branch, much to the amusement of onlookers. Eventually, the big cat figured out a way down, but not before giving everyone a rare glimpse of its not-so-fearsome side. Moments like these remind us that even nature's top predators can have off days. So, why do tigers get stuck? It all boils down to anatomy and instinct. Tigers are not built for climbing, and once they're up, their weight and lack of tree climbing expertise can make the descent tricky. Unlike leopards, which can gracefully leap down with ease, tigers may struggle to find footing or feel confident enough to jump. Their instincts might also tell them to wait until they feel completely safe before attempting to climb down, because a misstep could lead to serious injury, something no predator can afford. These rare tree-climbing escapades are a sharp contrast to the tiger's usual stealth and elegance. On the ground, they are silent, calculated hunters, capable of stalking prey with incredible precision. In the trees, let's just say they're not quite as poised. But these moments of vulnerability and clumsiness make them all the more fascinating and relatable. Beyond the humor, these incidents also offer a glimpse into the tiger's adaptability. While climbing trees isn't their forte, their willingness to do so in pursuit of prey or safety shows their incredible resourcefulness. It's a reminder that even the most powerful animals must occasionally step outside their comfort zones to survive. Have you ever imagined a tiger acting like your clumsy house cat? Or seen footage of one of these big cats trying to navigate the branches? Share your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe for more stories that show the wild side of nature, both the awe-inspiring and the downright funny. Remember, even the king of the jungle has its moments of awkward glory. Lions are often portrayed as regal and fearsome, dominating the African savanna with their hunting prowess. But there's a quirky side to these majestic predators that might surprise you. Sometimes they play with their food. Yes, you read that right. It's not uncommon to see lions, especially cubs, pawing, tossing, or even chasing prey that they've already caught, or sometimes are about to catch. While it may look like a game of cat and mouse, there's more to this behavior than meets the eye. First, let's talk about the cubs. If you've ever watched young lions in action, you'll know they're bundles of energy, constantly pouncing, wrestling, and batting at anything that moves or doesn't move. This playful behavior isn't just adorable, it's crucial for their survival. Playing with prey helps young lions practice their hunting skills in a relatively low-stakes environment. They learn how to strike, hold down, and deliver a killing bite without the pressure of failure. It's like a predator's version of pretend play, where they fine-tune the instincts and techniques they'll need to become successful hunters. But it's not just the cubs who get playful. Adult lions have been known to engage in this behavior too. Why? Well, one theory is that it's a way to test their prey. A lion might swat at a still living animal to see if it's fully subdued, or if it might still pose a threat. Think of it as the big cat equivalent of poking something with a stick to make sure it's not going to jump back up. Another explanation has to do with the lion's nature. Despite their reputation as the kings and queens of the savannah, lions are still big cats at heart. Like their domestic relatives, they sometimes can't resist the urge to toy with something that moves. It's possible that this playful behavior is hardwired into their DNA, a leftover from their evolutionary past. Then there's the social angle. Lions are highly social animals, living in prides where teamwork and bonding are key. Playing with food might be a way for pride members to interact and reinforce their relationships. It can also help cubs and adults establish dominance hierarchies within the group. A lion that successfully claims a piece of prey and toys with it might be sending a message: "This is mine, and I'm in charge." Of course, not all scientists agree on why lions play with their food. Some think it could simply be a way to relieve stress or burn off excess energy after a successful hunt. Others suggest it might be about keeping their hunting reflexes sharp, even when they don't really need to use them. Whatever the reason, there's no denying that this behavior adds an extra layer of intrigue to these iconic predators. Watching a lion cub pounce on a piece of prey, only to get distracted by a butterfly and go bounding off in another direction, reminds us that even the fiercest animals have a playful side. And let's be honest, it's these unexpected moments that make lions even more fascinating. So the next time you see footage of a lion batting around a carcass or chasing after a particularly feisty meal, don't be too quick to judge. They might be learning, bonding, or just indulging in a bit of fun. After all, even the kings of the animal kingdom need to blow off some steam. What's your take on this playful behavior? Do you think it's instinct, strategy, or just a case of cats being cats? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more wild and wonderful animal stories. Bears, the ultimate symbols of forest strength and survival, are also some of nature's most entertaining performers. While they may strike fear into the hearts of prey, their clumsy and comical attempts to forage for berries often show a lighter, more relatable side of these mighty creatures. Yes, bears are not above making fools of themselves when it comes to reaching their favorite snack: juicy, sweet berries hanging just out of reach. Imagine a bear stumbling upon a cluster of ripe berries perched on a high bush or tree branch. Instinct kicks in. Those berries are packed with sugar and nutrients, the perfect energy source for an animal gearing up for winter hibernation. But there's a problem. They're tantalizingly out of reach. Rising onto its hind legs, the bear stretches up, swiping at the branches with its massive paws. Its movements are deliberate yet clumsy, often resembling an awkward shuffle as it shifts its weight from side to side, trying to maintain balance while reaching for its prize. Sometimes the performance escalates. Bears aren't natural acrobats, but desperation for those berries can turn them into wannabe gymnasts. They'll climb onto thin, swaying branches, causing the bush to shake violently under their weight. The result? A bear bouncing like it's on a nature-made trampoline. Other times they'll attempt to grip branches with their paws, only to lose their footing and tumble into a heap of fur, twigs, and frustration. Yet, despite the occasional fall, they rarely give up, getting back up, shaking off the leaves, and diving right back into the dance. Why are bears so committed to this sometimes embarrassing endeavor? The answer lies in their biology. During late summer and fall, bears enter a phase called hyperphagia, where their entire focus shifts to consuming as much food as possible. They need to build up fat reserves to survive the long winter months when they hibernate. And berries are one of the most energy-dense, readily available snacks in their habitat. Packed with natural sugars and nutrients, these small fruits play a big role in helping bears bulk up for the cold season. Missing out on a good berry patch could mean fewer calories stored for survival. Beyond the comedy, these berry hunting antics reveal just how resourceful and adaptable bears are. Their ability to stand on their hind legs and balance while reaching for food isn't just a party trick, it's an evolutionary advantage. This upright posture, combined with their incredibly dexterous paws, allows them to access food sources that other animals can't. And while their climbing skills may not be graceful, they're effective. Bears have been known to climb trees, bend branches, and even knock over small shrubs to get what they want. The berry dance isn't just a survival tactic, it's also a fascinating insight into the bear's personality. These creatures are curious, determined, and surprisingly playful. Watching a bear sway, swipe, and occasionally fall while foraging for berries is like seeing a glimpse of yourself trying to grab snacks from a high shelf without a stool. It's relatable, endearing, and a reminder that even the most powerful animals can have moments of awkwardness. This behavior also plays an important ecological role. Bears are natural seed dispersers, meaning that as they forage and eat, they help spread seeds across their territory. This contributes to the growth of new plants and supports the overall health of their ecosystem. So, while their antics may seem silly, they're actually performing a vital service to the forest around them. The next time you're exploring the wilderness and spot half-stripped berry bushes or a trail of crushed leaves, you might just be standing in the aftermath of a bear's impromptu performance. These animals may be powerful and awe-inspiring, but their berry hunting efforts show that they're also surprisingly relatable. Have you ever witnessed a bear in the wild or seen a video of their berry escapades? Let us know your favorite animal quirks in the comments. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more fun and fascinating wildlife stories. Remember, when life's challenges feel just out of reach, channel your inner bear. Dance, stretch, and don't give up until you grab the prize. Orcas, also known as killer whales, are often portrayed as majestic and powerful predators of the ocean. But sometimes these apex hunters show a surprising and playful side, engaging with boats in ways that can seem almost human. Have you ever seen an orca casually nudge a boat or even swim right alongside it? It's a behavior that leaves many of us scratching our heads, wondering why these intelligent creatures are so curious about human vessels. One of the most striking behaviors observed is the way orcas interact with boats. From ramming them gently to nudging and even surfing in their wakes, these actions often leave boaters both surprised and delighted. But why do orcas do this? The truth is, scientists aren't entirely sure. However, several theories have been proposed to explain this behavior, and they all highlight the complexity of orca intelligence and social structure. One theory is that orcas are simply playing. These animals are known for their high levels of social interaction and intelligence, which can sometimes be mistaken for playfulness. When they approach boats, it might be because they are curious about the strange objects in their habitat. Orcas have been observed pushing objects, like kelp or seaweed, along the water's surface, possibly as a form of play. The same could be true when they interact with boats. They might be investigating these large objects, trying to understand what they are and how they move. It's not unlike the way a child might play with a new toy, testing it, nudging it, or even giving it a gentle push. Another theory is that orcas are using boats to communicate or interact with one another. Orcas are known for their complex vocalizations, and it's possible that by engaging with boats, they are finding new ways to communicate or interact with their pods. The rhythmic noises of a boat's engine might mimic the sounds they use for communication, and by touching the boat, they could be reinforcing bonds within the pod or establishing territories. This interaction might also be a way for orcas to pass on information about food sources or to keep tabs on one another when separated by large areas of water. Some scientists believe that orcas could be using boats as a form of navigation or orientation. The movement of a boat and the wake it creates can be used as a reference point for orcas to understand their surroundings. By nudging a boat, orcas might be using the disturbance in the water to gain information about currents, tides, and other environmental factors. This theory is supported by the observation that orcas sometimes follow boats for hours, riding along the wake, almost as if they are learning from the boat's movement through the water. The dramatic visual of an orca playing with a boat is not just a thrilling spectacle, it's also a reminder of how little we still know about these creatures. Orcas are incredibly intelligent, with brains larger than our own. They have been observed using tools, teaching their young to hunt, and even mourning their dead. Interactions with boats might just be another example of their cognitive abilities, finding new ways to interact with their environment and the world around them. The footage of orcas engaging with boats can be truly mesmerizing. Imagine seeing one of these massive creatures swim right under a boat or playfully slap the hull with its tail. It's a reminder of the wonder and awe these animals inspire. If you've ever had an encounter with an orca, whether in the wild or on the water, we'd love to hear your story in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe for more insights into the fascinating world of marine life and the incredible creatures that call the ocean home. Bears are known for their incredible memories, especially when it comes to finding food. Imagine a massive grizzly bear lumbering through a dense forest, its massive paws padding quietly on the ground, all the while tracking down something it remembers from years past: a berry patch, a stream teeming with salmon, or a beehive dripping with honey. This isn't just a simple case of good luck. Bears have a remarkable ability to recall specific locations, and it's crucial for their survival. Why do they have such good memory for food sources? One of the most well-known examples of bear memory is their ability to return to the same feeding grounds year after year. Bears are known for their strong sense of smell, but what's less talked about is their equally impressive memory. They use a mental map that allows them to locate food sources with incredible precision. When a bear finds a particularly fruitful area, it doesn't just feast and leave, it remembers the location. This isn't just a matter of finding food, it's a survival strategy. For many bear species like black bears or grizzlies, locating these resources is crucial for survival, especially as winter approaches. Bears that can remember where to find salmon during runs or where berry patches ripen have a significant advantage when it comes to putting on enough weight to survive hibernation. But how do bears remember these locations? It's all in the brain. Bears have large hippocampi, a region in the brain associated with memory and spatial navigation. This allows them to encode memories of specific places and events, essentially creating a mental map of their territory. This map isn't just a vague notion. It's detailed, precise, and often linked to landmarks or seasonal changes. For example, a bear might remember that a certain berry patch ripens in late summer, or that a particular stream becomes swarming with salmon in the fall. These memories are retained over time, helping bears return to the same locations season after season. Interestingly, bears are not just relying on their sense of smell or vision. They use a combination of both, along with auditory cues and physical landmarks, to navigate their environment. This makes their memory for food sources not just about recall, but also about understanding the environment's seasonal changes. The ability to remember where a bear found food in previous years means it doesn't have to rely on chance encounters to find sustenance. Instead, it can actively seek out these locations, often traveling long distances to get there. This memory is vital for their survival, especially for species that are facing habitat loss or food scarcity due to human activity. Another fascinating aspect of bear memory is how they can adjust their behavior based on past experiences. For example, if a bear had a bad experience with a certain fishing hole, perhaps being chased off by a more dominant bear, it will remember and avoid that location in the future. This kind of learned behavior demonstrates a level of cognitive flexibility that's often overlooked in the animal kingdom. Bears are not just instinct-driven creatures, they can learn from past experiences and adapt their foraging strategies accordingly. This ability to learn from the past gives them an edge when navigating the complex ecosystems they inhabit. In addition to cognitive abilities, bears' memory for food sources also highlights the interconnectedness of ecosystems. Bears often disperse seeds from the fruits they eat, helping to regenerate plant populations. By remembering where they found food, they inadvertently contribute to the health of these ecosystems. This behavior not only benefits the bears, but also supports other wildlife and plant life. It's a perfect example of how one animal's memory for food sources can have far-reaching impacts on its environment. So, next time you see a bear heading towards a familiar fishing hole or berry patch, think about how much more is going on in its head than just following a scent trail. These animals are not just scavengers, they are savvy foragers with memories as sharp as their claws. If you've ever had an experience with an animal using its memory in a surprising way, like a pet remembering where its favorite treat is hidden, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe for more insights into the incredible world of wildlife and the amazing ways animals survive in their environments. Crocodiles, with their fearsome reputation and prehistoric appearance, are often perceived as cold, calculating predators. However, they occasionally exhibit behavior that surprises even the most seasoned wildlife observers. One such behavior is their interaction with floating logs or other objects in the water, a curious activity that has sparked numerous questions. Are these ancient reptiles practicing hunting techniques, asserting dominance, or simply entertaining themselves? At first glance, it may seem odd to associate crocodiles with anything remotely playful. These creatures have been around for millions of years, perfectly evolved for ambush hunting and survival. Yet, when a crocodile is seen nudging, spinning, or even appearing to toss a log, it challenges our understanding of their behavior. While they are masters of camouflage and aggression, these moments hint at a more complex side to their nature. One leading theory is that crocodiles interact with logs as a form of practice. As ambush predators, precision is their game. They rely on stealth, timing, and sheer power to catch their prey, whether it's an unsuspecting fish or a thirsty antelope at the water's edge. Floating objects like logs can mimic the movement of prey in water, providing a risk-free way for crocodiles to refine their striking techniques. Much like how a lion cub practices hunting through play, a crocodile's interaction with logs could be seen as honing skills essential for survival. By biting, nudging, or manipulating these objects, they may be training themselves for real-life scenarios. Another explanation ties this behavior to territoriality. Crocodiles are notoriously territorial, especially during mating seasons when competition for space and resources is at its peak. Moving or manipulating a log could be a subtle yet effective display of dominance, a way to signal to rivals that they are in charge of that particular stretch of water. In this context, the log becomes more than just driftwood. It's a prop in a reptilian power struggle. However, not all theories about this behavior are strictly practical. A growing body of research suggests that reptiles, including crocodiles, are capable of play. While this idea may seem counterintuitive, studies on reptilian behavior have documented playful activities in species ranging from monitor lizards to turtles. Crocodiles too have been observed engaging in what appears to be play-like behavior, such as sliding down muddy riverbanks, chasing after bubbles, or, yes, interacting with logs. When a crocodile spins a log in the water or pushes it around seemingly without purpose, it's hard not to wonder if they're doing it simply because they can. After all, even apex predators need a little fun. Then there's the camouflage angle. Crocodiles are masters of blending into their environment, often using debris to conceal their bodies as they lie in wait for unsuspecting prey. By moving or interacting with logs, they might be enhancing their camouflage, making themselves appear like just another piece of floating debris. This could help them get closer to prey animals without raising suspicion, turning an activity that looks playful into a clever hunting tactic. Lastly, floating logs can sometimes drift near areas where prey animals gather, such as riverbanks or watering holes. By engaging with these objects, crocodiles may also be testing the waters, literally and figuratively. The movement of the log might provide valuable information about currents, obstacles, or even potential hiding spots. In this way, the behavior could serve multiple functions: practice, play, and preparation. The next time you see a crocodile interacting with a log, remember that it's more than just a mindless predator. These ancient reptiles are complex creatures with behaviors that often defy easy explanation. Whether they're practicing for their next meal, asserting dominance, or indulging in a rare moment of play, their interactions with logs remind us that nature is full of surprises. Have you ever witnessed a crocodile doing something unexpected? Share your story in the comments below. And if you enjoy learning about the fascinating and unexpected sides of wildlife, don't forget to subscribe for more amazing animal stories. Crocodiles might be deadly hunters, but as it turns out, they also know how to keep life interesting. Wolves are often seen as the epitome of wild power and cunning, their presence in the forest signifying untamed strength. But despite their majestic reputation, these apex predators are not immune to the allure of something that makes their fur and noses wrinkle with disgust. Their strange, almost comical habit of rolling in stink has fascinated and baffled wildlife enthusiasts and researchers alike. Why do they do it? Is it just for kicks? Or is there something more to this smelly behavior? The most obvious explanation for this behavior is camouflage. Rolling in carrion, animal dung, or even decaying vegetation might be a wolf's way of masking its own scent. In the wild, being able to sneak up on prey undetected is crucial, and wolves are stealthy hunters, relying on their keen senses and ability to blend into their environment. By coating themselves in the scent of something foul, wolves could be throwing off the trail of predators or prey alike, making it harder for both to track them down. Imagine a wolf covered in the smell of a rotting deer carcass, its natural musk hidden beneath layers of decay. To a deer, the wolf might just smell like another patch of decomposing meat, blending seamlessly into the landscape. But the role of scent isn't just about evading predators or prey. For wolves, the pack is everything, and communication is key. When a wolf rolls in something stinky, it's not just for personal hygiene, it's about sharing information with the pack. The scent becomes a marker, a message broadcast to other members. "Hey, look what I found," it says, essentially letting the pack know about a potential food source or even a threat. This is particularly important in territories where resources are scarce. The stink isn't just a disgusting accessory, it's a social tool, allowing wolves to communicate across distances without making a sound. It's like sending a WhatsApp message in the wild, fast, efficient, and sometimes stomach-turning. Interestingly, this behavior is not just about practical survival, it's also about the wolf's playful side. Wolves are intelligent, social animals, and just like our pets at home, they have a tendency to do things simply because they're fun. Rolling in a pile of dung might seem gross to us, but for a wolf, it's a way to blow off steam, engage in play, and build social bonds with its packmates. This behavior could be likened to a child playing in a sandbox, exploring, learning, and engaging with their environment in a way that is uniquely theirs. It's a reminder that even the fiercest predators need to play, and for wolves, getting a little dirty is just part of the fun. There's also a deeper ecological perspective to consider. By rolling in these smells, wolves might also be marking their territory. The scent left behind acts as a signal to other wolves, letting them know the area is claimed. It's like a natural spray paint graffiti, only with more rotting flesh involved. This behavior helps to establish boundaries and maintain social order within the pack, which is crucial for survival in the wild. A wolf's territory is its livelihood, and by leaving behind a stinky trail, it's staking a claim in a landscape that can sometimes seem as vast and unfriendly as it is beautiful. So next time you see a wolf rolling in something that makes you turn away in disgust, remember, there's more going on than just a funny sight. It's a complex behavior, a mix of practical survival, social communication, and yes, a bit of playfulness. It's a reminder that in the animal kingdom, even the grittiest, dirtiest habits have a purpose. And if you've ever seen your own pets do something equally strange, like rolling in the mud after a bath, share your stories in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe for more incredible animal insights, because in the wild, every behavior tells a story. Think stripes are just for fashion? Think again. Tigers didn't get their iconic look from a jungle boutique. It's a masterpiece of evolution. Those bold black and orange patterns are more than just eye-catching. They're nature's ultimate multi-tool. Sure, you've heard the camouflage explanation before, but let's dive deeper because these stripes have a lot more going on. It's not just about hiding. These stripes are like a Swiss Army knife for survival. First off, let's talk about the stealth factor. You'd think bright orange would scream, "Here I am," to the jungle, but not so fast. In the dense forests where tigers roam, their stripes break up their outline, making them practically invisible in the dappled light of trees and tall grass. It's a trick of the eye called disruptive coloration, and it fools both prey and potential rivals. To deer or wild boar, a tiger moving through the underbrush looks less like a predator and more like shadows shifting in the wind, until it's too late, of course. Surprise! Dinner is served. But camouflage is just the tip of the iceberg. Tigers' stripes also play a role in communication. Think of them as the tiger's very own barcode, unique to each individual. When tigers cross paths, rare but it happens, those patterns help them identify one another. It's like having a custom name tag that says, "Hi, I'm Raja, stay off my turf." And for tiger moms, those stripes help cubs recognize their mother in the chaotic jungle, making sure they don't accidentally follow the wrong tail. Now let's get a little scientific. Some researchers believe those stripes might help regulate a tiger's body temperature. The dark stripes could absorb heat, while the lighter orange fur reflects it, creating a natural cooling system for these massive cats. It's like wearing a self-regulating outfit that works no matter the weather. Pretty genius, right? And here's a fun twist. Stripes might also work on a psychological level. Tigers are ambush hunters, which means they rely on intimidation as much as stealth. Those bold patterns can make them look bigger and more imposing, striking fear into the hearts of their prey. It's like an optical illusion designed to say, "Run now or regret it later." Oh, and let's not forget that stripes don't just blend in, they're also built to stand out when needed. For example, Tigers can flash their stripes to signal aggression or dominance to rivals.
It's their way of saying, "Back off, buddy. This jungle isn't big enough for the two of us."
And here's a little trivia bomb to blow your mind. Those stripes aren't just on their fur, they're on their skin too. Yep, even if you shaved a tiger, not that you should try, the stripes would still be there. It's like they were tattooed with the ultimate survival design. So, whether it's about camouflage, communication, or simply looking like the fiercest creature in the jungle, those stripes are way more than just a pretty pattern. Next time you see a tiger, remember, every stripe tells a story of evolution, adaptation, and raw power. If you think tigers' stripes are as cool as we do, hit that subscribe button. And tell us in the comments, if you could have one animal's survival feature, what would it be? Personally, we're all about the tiger stripes. Fierce, functional, and fabulous. Imagine being so hardcore that you could chill in the blazing sun, no pool in sight, and still not complain about needing a drink. That's the life of some crocodiles. These ancient reptiles have survival skills so extraordinary, they could probably win the ultimate wilderness reality show without even breaking a sweat. These tough creatures can survive weeks, sometimes even months without a drop of water. But how do they pull off this superpower while the rest of us struggle to get through a hot afternoon without an iced latte? Let's start with their incredible biology. Crocodiles are basically nature's survival machines. Their bodies are designed for endurance in ways that make even the most hardcore survivalists look like amateurs. When water becomes scarce, they don't panic. Instead, their metabolism slows down to an almost eerie level, reducing their energy consumption dramatically. It's like they've discovered the secret to putting their entire system on power-saving mode. Food? Optional. Movement? Minimal. They'll simply chill in a burrow or mud pit, conserving energy like a reptilian Zen master. This state of near hibernation, called aestivation, is their ace card for surviving the harshest of dry spells. And hydration? Oh, they've got that covered too. Unlike us sweaty humans, crocodiles don't lose water through their skin, which means they retain moisture like absolute pros. Their thick, scaly skin acts as a barrier, locking in precious fluids even under the harshest sun. When water is around, they drink just enough to keep their internal systems running smoothly, and then hold onto it like a miser with gold coins. It's a far cry from the 8 glasses a day rule we're stuck following. But here's where it gets even more fascinating. Their ability to adapt to dry conditions doesn't just stop with their bodies. Crocodiles are strategic when it comes to their environment. When water sources start drying up, they'll dig burrows to create their own cool, damp retreats. These underground hideouts act as a natural air conditioning system, keeping them comfortable while they wait for the rains to return. And if digging isn't an option, they'll simply bury themselves in mud and let it harden around them, creating a protective cocoon. It's like nature's version of a bunker, safe, secure, and ready for the apocalypse. Now you might think, okay, they survive, but what do they eat during these long, dry spells? The answer is as brutal as it is genius. They don't. Crocodiles can go for months without food, thanks to their super efficient digestion and low energy lifestyle. When resources are scarce, they'll draw on fat reserves stored in their tails, essentially living off their savings account. And when the rains finally arrive, they spring back into action, hunting anything that wanders too close to their watery domain. It's like they've been patiently waiting for their favorite buffet to reopen. But don't let their laid-back drought routine fool you. Crocodiles are still apex predators through and through. Their survival during dry periods isn't just about endurance, it's about timing and strategy. They'll often stake out areas where water might return, ensuring they're first in line when the feast begins. And when that moment comes, it's like watching an ancient predator reclaim its throne. They emerge from the mud, jaws wide and ready to remind everyone why they've been around since the age of dinosaurs. So, the next time you're lounging by the pool, sipping a cold drink, and feeling proud of surviving a summer heatwave, spare a thought for the crocodiles out there thriving in extreme conditions without breaking a sweat. They've perfected the art of patience, strategy, and resilience in ways that humans can only dream of. If you think these scaly survivalists are as fascinating as we do, hit that subscribe button and let us know in the comments. How long do you think you could last without water? Spoiler alert, the crocs have already won. Imagine you're miles away from your favorite restaurant, and yet somehow you can smell your favorite dish cooking. That's basically a shark when it comes to detecting blood in water, except their sensory skills are turned up to superhero levels. Sharks have one of the most finely tuned detection systems in the animal kingdom, and it's not just about their noses. It's a whole sensory orchestra working together to make them the ultimate hunters of the ocean. Let's start with the myth. No, sharks can't smell a single drop of blood from a mile away. That's Hollywood drama, but what they can do is still mind-blowing. Sharks have an incredibly acute sense of smell, and their nostrils, located on the underside of their snouts, are specifically designed to sniff out the tiniest trace of blood in the water. They can detect 1 part of blood in up to 1,000,000 parts of water, depending on the species. That's like picking up the scent of a single drop of perfume in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. But how does this work exactly? When blood or other organic material enters the water, it releases chemicals. Sharks' nostrils, which aren't connected to their breathing, sharks use gills for that, pick up these chemical signals and send them to their brains for analysis. Their brains are wired to recognize the scent of prey, and once they lock onto it, it's game on. And smell isn't even their only trick. Sharks also use a sixth sense called the ampullae of Lorenzini, which is as sci-fi as it sounds. These are tiny gel-filled pores on their snouts that can detect electrical signals in the water. Every living thing gives off a faint electrical field. Your heartbeat, your muscles moving, and sharks are experts at tuning in to these signals. It's like they have a built-in radar that lets them see prey, even if it's hidden or buried under sand. Combine that with their hypersensitive smell, and hiding from a shark becomes nearly impossible. But wait, there's more. Sharks also have lateral lines running along the sides of their bodies. These are filled with tiny sensors that pick up vibrations and pressure changes in the water. If a fish is wounded and thrashing around, the shark's lateral line will sense the movement before it even smells the blood. It's a deadly combination of skills that makes sharks the perfect underwater hunters. Now, before you get too freaked out, let's add some perspective. While sharks are incredible at detecting blood, they're not mindless eating machines. They're actually very picky about what they hunt. Blood alone doesn't scream food to a shark. It's the context that matters. If it's the blood of an injured fish or seal, that's interesting. But if it's, say, human blood, sharks might not even care. We're not their preferred prey, despite what the movies show. Sharks have honed these incredible senses over 400 million years of evolution. They've survived mass extinctions, changes in ocean chemistry, and even humans, which is no small feat. Their ability to detect blood, electricity, and movement isn't just a party trick. It's a finely tuned survival system that keeps them at the top of the food chain. So next time you hear about sharks being nature's ultimate predators, remember it's not just brute strength or sharp teeth. It's their incredible sensory system, working in perfect harmony, that makes them such formidable creatures. And let's be honest, if you could detect your favorite snack from miles away, wouldn't you? If you found this fascinating, give us a thumbs up and subscribe to learn more about the incredible world of predators. And here's a question for the comments. If you could borrow one shark superpower, would you choose their sense of smell, their sixth sense, or something else entirely? Let us know. Ever heard of wolves playing Santa Claus? Well, that's not too far from the truth. Wolves are known to bring gifts, yes, actual gifts, to their pack. But we're not talking about flowers or shiny rocks here. We're talking about food. A wolf dragging a chunk of meat back to the pack is like them saying, "Hey, I got takeout for everyone." And it's not just about sharing calories. It's about strengthening family ties, showing teamwork, and securing the future of their pack. Here's how it works. Wolves live in tightly knit family groups, and their survival depends on cooperation. Hunting as a team is their bread and butter, or rather, elk and deer. When a hunt is successful, the spoils aren't just eaten on the spot. If there are pups back at the den, the adults will carry food back to share. And it's not just parents doing this. Other pack members, like older siblings or even non-breeding adults, will chip in. It's the ultimate "it takes a village" scenario. But why go through the trouble of hauling meat all the way home when they could just feast and move on? For starters, wolf pups can't join the hunt until they're about 10 months old. That means for the first several months of their lives, they're completely dependent on the adults to bring food back to the den. Wolves have evolved this remarkable behavior to ensure the next generation has the best chance of survival. And it's not just about the kids. When wolves share food, it reinforces their social bonds. A pack that shares food is a pack that sticks together, and in the wild, unity is survival. Think of it as the wolf version of a family dinner. Everyone gets a bite, and the act of sharing strengthens the pack's sense of connection and trust. It's also a way for younger wolves to learn the ropes. Watching how the alpha or other experienced members distribute food teaches them about hierarchy, cooperation, and what's expected of them in the pack. Interestingly, some researchers think this behavior goes beyond pure survival. Wolves have been observed bringing food back even when it's not strictly necessary. When pups are weaned, or when everyone in the pack is already well fed? Could it be a form of gifting, a way to say, I care about you? Maybe. Wolves are highly intelligent and emotional animals, and their social interactions are far more complex than we once believed. What's even cooler, wolves have a backup plan for food delivery. When a fresh kill isn't practical to haul, they'll actually eat their fill and then regurgitate it back at the den. Gross? Sure. Effective? Absolutely. For wolf pups, regurgitated food is like their first taste of solid meals, a mushy, pre-chewed intro to the carnivore lifestyle. And let's not forget how all of this reflects their extraordinary teamwork. Unlike some big predators that are solitary and fiercely independent, wolves thrive on collaboration. Their hunting, food sharing, and caregiving all hinge on this deep sense of togetherness. It's a behavior that reminds us wolves aren't just fierce predators, they're also devoted family members. So the next time you hear someone call a wolf wild, remember, they've got a heart as big as their howls. Bringing gifts to their pack isn't just about feeding mouths, it's about feeding their bond, their future, and their unshakable unity. If you enjoyed learning about wolves' surprising generosity, hit that like button and subscribe for more fascinating insights into the animal kingdom. And here's something for the comments. If you could be part of a wolf pack for one day, what role would you play? Hunter, caretaker, or the lucky one getting all the gifts? Let us know! Eagles aren't just masters of hunting, they're the ultimate pilots of the skies, using nothing but invisible air currents to glide for hours without flapping a wing. Imagine you're on a long hike, tired, and someone hands you an escalator going up. That's pretty much what thermal currents are for eagles. Nature's free lift to the heavens. But how do they do it? Let's break it down. Thermal currents are rising columns of warm air created when the sun heats the earth unevenly. Think of them as invisible elevators scattered across the landscape. Eagles have figured out how to spot these thermals with almost supernatural precision. It's like they have a sixth sense for sniffing out these pockets of warm, rising air. Once they find one, they spread their massive wings, wingspans that can reach over 7 feet, and let the thermal do all the work. Here's where it gets cool. Instead of just going straight up and down like on a real elevator, eagles spiral upward inside the thermal. It's a graceful, slow-motion corkscrew that allows them to gain altitude while barely moving a muscle. The less energy they spend flapping, the more energy they have to spend on the things that matter, like spotting dinner or traveling long distances during migration. It's an efficiency hack straight from Mother Nature herself. And don't think eagles are just randomly floating around, enjoying the view. They're on the lookout. From hundreds, even thousands of feet in the air, they can scan vast stretches of land, searching for movement below. Whether it's a rabbit hopping across a field or fish glinting in a lake, eagles can spot their prey from incredible distances thanks to their ridiculously sharp eyesight. When the moment is right, they tuck their wings and dive, turning all that effortless soaring into a lightning-fast strike. Thermals aren't just handy for hunting, they're also crucial for long-distance travel. Eagles and other birds of prey rely on these currents during migrations, covering hundreds of miles without wasting much energy. By hopping from one thermal to the next, they can glide for hours, almost like surfers catching the perfect wave. Some species even follow specific routes, known as thermal highways, where they know these air currents will be plentiful. But how do they find these thermals? Scientists believe eagles use a combination of visual cues, like shimmering heat waves rising off the ground, and learned experience. Older, more experienced eagles probably know the best thermal spots in their territory, and younger eagles may learn by trial and error or by following the veterans. The physics behind thermals might sound complex, but to an eagle it's second nature. Once inside a thermal, they instinctively adjust their wing position and body posture to maximize lift and balance. Their broad, sturdy wings are designed to catch and ride these currents effortlessly. It's as if they were built for this exact purpose, which, evolutionarily speaking, they are. And let's not forget the sheer beauty of it all. Watching an eagle soar on a thermal is like seeing poetry in motion. Their silent grace, the way they effortlessly glide against the backdrop of a blue sky. It's no wonder eagles have become symbols of freedom and power in cultures worldwide. So next time you spot an eagle circling high above, know this: it's not just flying. It's performing a masterclass in aerodynamic efficiency. It's conserving energy, scouting its territory, and maybe even enjoying the ride. Eagles don't just own the skies, they dominate them, turning something as invisible as warm air into a tool for survival. If you were blown away, pun intended, by the science behind eagle flight, don't forget to subscribe for more incredible animal facts. And in the comments, tell us, If you could have one bird-like superpower, would you rather soar like an eagle or dive like a peregrine falcon? Let us know. Picture this. A crocodile sprawled out on a sunny riverbank, mouth open, looking like it's auditioning for the world's laziest sunbather. You might think it's just living the chill life, but there's a whole lot more going on beneath those tough, scaly hides. Crocodiles don't sunbathe just to relax. They've got some serious survival strategies baked into their sunbathing routine. For starters, crocodiles are ectothermic, meaning they rely on external sources to regulate their body temperature. They don't generate body heat like mammals do, so the sun becomes their go-to heat source. When a croc basks in the sun, it's basically recharging its biological batteries. Without this solar power session, they'd struggle to stay warm enough to move, hunt, or digest food. It's not laziness, it's efficiency. And speaking of digestion, a good sunbath does wonders for their mealtime prep. After devouring a hearty meal, think fish, birds, or unlucky wildebeest, crocodiles need warmth to fuel the enzymes that break down their food. Imagine trying to cook dinner without turning on the stove. No heat, no progress. By soaking up the sun, they're essentially turning their stomachs into biological ovens, making sure they extract every last bit of nutrition from their catch. But wait, there's more to this sunny behavior than just thermoregulation and digestion. Ever notice how crocs sunbathe with their jaws wide open? That's not just a power move, though it definitely looks intimidating. It's actually a way to cool off. Crocodiles can overheat if they stay in the sun too long, so opening their mouths acts like a natural air conditioner. It's their version of a cold drink on a hot day, except it looks way scarier. There's also a social element to all this basking. Crocodiles don't always sunbathe solo. Sometimes entire groups can be seen lounging together. While they're territorial creatures, basking areas are like neutral zones, a bit like sharing a favorite park bench. However, don't be fooled into thinking it's all friendly. Bigger, dominant crocs often claim the prime sunny spots, subtly reminding everyone who's boss. Interestingly, crocodiles are incredibly strategic about their sunbathing locations. They often pick spots where they can keep one eye on their surroundings, both for potential prey and lurking threats. Even when they look like they're in full relaxation mode, they're always alert, ready to bolt into the water at the first sign of trouble. Sunbathing is serious business, but survival comes first. And then there's the science of their skin. Crocodiles' tough, armored scales are excellent at absorbing and retaining heat. It's like they're wearing built-in solar panels. This adaptation is especially handy for species living in cooler climates or during chilly mornings when the sun is their lifeline to warmth. From an evolutionary standpoint, this behavior has been key to their survival. Crocodiles have been around for over 200 million years, outliving dinosaurs and countless other species. Clearly, their sunbathing strategy works. It's helped them stay at the top of the food chain while keeping their cold-blooded bodies in prime condition. So the next time you see a crocodile basking in the sun, remember, it's not just lounging around for fun. It's recharging, digesting, cooling, asserting dominance, and keeping an eye out, all at the same time. That's multitasking at its finest. If you enjoyed learning about the surprisingly complex lives of crocodiles, hit that subscribe button for more wild animal insights. And tell us in the comments, if you had to spend a day sunbathing with a croc, what would be your go-to sunscreen SPF? Let's hear your wild guesses. Ever seen a bear rubbing against a tree like it's auditioning for the next big forest dance-off? It's not just for giggles or a scratchy back, although let's face it, they do look hilariously relatable. Tree rubbing is actually a fascinating multi-purpose behavior that's crucial to a bear's survival and social life. For starters, bears use tree rubbing as a form of communication. When a bear rubs against a tree, it leaves behind its scent, thanks to glands located near its skin and fur. Think of it as nature's version of leaving a voicemail. Hey, this is my turf, stay off my berries. Other bears passing by can sniff out the message, figuring out who's been there and how recently. It's basically the bear equivalent of checking your social feed for updates. But it's not just about territory. Tree rubbing is also a way for bears to attract potential mates. By spreading their scent around, they're letting others know they're in the area and maybe in the mood for some bear romance. It's like swiping right on Tinder but with more bark and less Wi-Fi. Now, let's talk about the itch factor. Bears often rub against trees to scratch those hard-to-reach spots. Imagine having fur that thick and living outdoors all the time. It's a recipe for itchy situations. Parasites like ticks or mites can be a real problem, and a sturdy tree trunk offers the perfect relief. Plus, those slow, deliberate rubs, they're not just effective, they're a whole vibe. Interestingly, not just any tree will do. Bears are picky about their scratching posts. They often go for trees with rough bark or ones covered in sap, which helps spread their scent even further. Some trees even end up looking polished from years of bear visits, almost like they've been part of a forest-wide bear spa. Scientists have even caught bears standing on their hind legs to reach higher spots, making them look oddly human. Watching a 500-pound grizzly stretch out like it's in yoga class is equal parts hilarious and awe-inspiring. And if one bear finds a particularly good tree, others in the area are likely to check it out too. It's like the hottest spot in town. Word spreads fast in the bear world. But tree rubbing isn't just about showing off or scratching itches. It also serves practical purposes for survival. Some researchers believe it helps bears coat their fur with resin or sap, which may act as a natural insect repellent. Others think it's a way to build strength or flexibility, keeping them in tip-top shape for climbing or fighting. This behavior is especially common during the spring and early summer when bears are shedding their winter coats. The loose fur needs to come off, and what better way to do it than a good old-fashioned tree rub? It's like their version of spring cleaning, out with the old, in with the sleek summer look. Beyond the practical, tree rubbing gives us a rare glimpse into the personalities of bears. Some bears get super into it, twisting and turning like they're performing a private dance routine. Others are more casual, giving a few quick scratches before moving on. Each bear has its own style, and honestly, it's endlessly entertaining to watch. So next time you see footage of a bear rubbing against a tree, remember, it's not just cute. It's communication, self-care, and a little bit of swagger all rolled into one. If you enjoyed learning about the secret lives of bears, hit that subscribe button and let us know in the comments. If you were a bear, what tree would you pick for the ultimate scratch? When it comes to parenting, lionesses have mastered the ultimate teamwork strategy. And honestly, it's like the jungle's version of "It Takes a Village." Imagine this, a group of lionesses lounging together, casually keeping an eye on a pile of playful cubs. But this isn't just a cute scene. It's a calculated, survival-savvy approach to motherhood that makes lions one of the most fascinating animals in the wild. Lionesses don't just raise their own cubs, they form a sort of pride-wide daycare. If one lioness goes off hunting or needs a break, because even queens need downtime, another steps in to nurse, groom, or keep the cubs in check. Yes, they even share babysitting duties. This communal care system ensures that the cubs are almost never left alone, giving them a much better chance at survival. Here's the wild part. Lionesses in the same pride often give birth around the same time. This means their cubs grow up together, almost like siblings. They form tight-knit playgroups, learning how to pounce, wrestle, and roar their way into adulthood. Meanwhile, the lionesses bond through this shared parenting effort, which strengthens the entire pride. Think of it as the ultimate team-building exercise, with fur and claws. Why go through all this trouble? Well, life in the savannah isn't exactly a Disney movie. Survival is tough, and having extra caregivers increases the odds that at least some cubs will make it to adulthood. Cubs are vulnerable to predators like hyenas or even male lions from rival prides. By sticking together, lionesses create a united front, making it much harder for threats to succeed. But it's not just about protection. Sharing the workload also helps lionesses themselves. Hunting for the pride is exhausting work, and raising cubs is no picnic either. When responsibilities are shared, everyone gets more rest and is better equipped to handle the challenges of daily life. It's like a support group, but with fewer meetings and more roaring. Interestingly, lionesses don't play favorites when it comes to cubs. They'll nurse any cub in the pride, regardless of whose it is. This all-for-one, one-for-all mentality fosters an incredibly strong sense of community. And let's face it, when you're a cub, who cares whose milk it is as long as you get fed? As the cubs grow, they begin to learn the ways of the pride, watching and imitating their mothers and other adults. The older lionesses act as mentors, teaching them everything from hunting techniques to social skills. This collective wisdom gives the pride a huge advantage, ensuring the next generation is well prepared to carry on their legacy. And yes, this strategy even extends to dealing with male lions. When a pride gets a new male leader, which can be a pretty dramatic and dangerous event, the lionesses often band together to protect their cubs. If they can't physically defend them, they've at least ensured that the pride's young have had the best possible start in life, thanks to the shared effort of raising them. So next time you see a group of lionesses with their cubs, remember, it's not just adorable, it's an incredible survival strategy. It's cooperation, strength, and motherhood rolled into one. If you loved learning about this lion pride parenting style, hit that subscribe button and tell us in the comments, what's the most impressive thing you've learned about lions today? If laziness were a sport, lions would take home the gold medal every single time. These big cats can sleep for up to 20 hours a day. Yep, 2/3 of their lives are spent snoozing. But before you start calling them freeloaders of the savannah, let's break down why their seemingly lazy lifestyle is actually a survival superpower. Lions are not wasting their days binge-watching the savannah. They're energy efficiency experts. Hunting is hard work. Chasing down prey like wildebeest and zebras takes an enormous amount of energy. So, lions conserve every ounce of strength for those critical moments when they need to explode into action. It's like charging your phone to 100% before a long trip. You don't waste that precious battery on unnecessary apps. Speaking of hunting, most of the lionesses, the real breadwinners of the pride, do the heavy lifting when it comes to chasing prey. They rely on short, intense bursts of speed and strength, which means they burn a ton of energy in just a few minutes. To make up for it, they rest for hours, refueling their muscles and preparing for the next big hunt. And the males? They may not hunt as often, but their role as protectors of the pride is just as demanding. Keeping rival males at bay and securing their territory is no easy feat. It's exhausting work, so they join in on the nap marathon to stay ready for any threats. Now let's talk about the African heat. The savannah sun isn't just hot, it's brutal. To avoid overheating, lions spend the hottest parts of the day sprawled out in the shade, their bodies perfectly adapted to conserving energy in the blazing temperatures. It's their version of siesta time, but with a lot more snoring and drooling. Resting isn't just about saving energy, it's also about aiding digestion. After lions feast on a hard-earned kill, they enter food coma mode, letting their bodies process a massive meal. A lion can eat up to 15% of its body weight in one sitting. That's like a human downing 70 burgers in one go. No wonder they need some serious downtime afterward. Their sleeping habits also fit perfectly into their hunting schedule. Lions are nocturnal or crepuscular, meaning they're most active during the cooler hours of dusk and dawn. By conserving energy during the heat of the day, they maximize their efficiency when hunting conditions are best. But don't think of lions as total couch potatoes. When they are awake, they're fully alert and ready for action. Whether it's a hunt, a territorial standoff, or a playful moment with cubs, lions make the most of their waking hours. Interestingly, lion sleep isn't just about physical rest, it's also about social bonding. Lions often sleep in close contact with their pride, reinforcing their social connections. Cubs in particular snuggle up with their mothers and siblings, learning their place within the pride while enjoying some cozy downtime. From an evolutionary standpoint, sleeping a lot is a luxury that lions can afford as apex predators. With no natural enemies and a pride to protect them, they don't need to stay constantly on high alert like other animals. They've essentially earned the right to kick back and relax. So the next time you see a lion sprawled out under a tree, don't mistake it for laziness. Every nap, every snooze, and every epic sleep session is a calculated move in the survival game. They're not just kings of the jungle, they're masters of energy management, showing us that sometimes the best strategy for survival is simply knowing when to rest. Lions' manes are one of the most iconic features of the animal kingdom, instantly marking them as the kings of the savannah. But have you ever stopped to wonder how these majestic beasts maintain their regal locks in the wild? Is there a secret lion salon we don't know about? Spoiler, there isn't. But their mane care routine is still pretty fascinating. For starters, a lion's mane isn't just about looking fabulous, though it certainly helps. It's a symbol of health, age and dominance, a kind of lion Tinder profile, if you will. A big, dark, luscious mane screams, "I'm healthy, I'm strong, and I'm the boss around here." Lionesses swoon, rivals tremble, and wildlife photographers can't stop clicking. But maintaining that glorious fluff isn't as effortless as it looks. Contrary to popular belief, lions don't wake up with perfect manes like some kind of shampoo commercial. Mane maintenance requires effort, though not as much as you'd think. You might spot lions lazily grooming their manes by licking or nibbling on them. This helps remove dirt, debris, and the occasional unwelcome guest. Hello, parasites. Sometimes pride members pitch in for a little communal grooming, which is basically the lion equivalent of a family spa day. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want a little help managing all that hair? But here's where things get really interesting. The mane is also a shield. During fights, it protects the lion's neck and head from bites and claws, making it as practical as it is pretty. Of course, battles can take their toll on a lion's mane. A tuft missing here, a scar there. Think of it as a rugged bad boy look that only adds to their charm. Then there's the matter of weather. In cooler regions, lions tend to have thicker, fuller manes, like nature's built-in scarf. But in hotter climates, lions often sport lighter, shorter manes because, let's face it, nobody wants to wear a fur coat in the desert. Even lions have to prioritize comfort over fashion sometimes. Now, not every lion can grow a show-stopping mane. Genetics, health, and even diet play a role. Some lions might have manes that look more like an overgrown mullet than a crown of glory. But hey, they make it work. And while lionesses might prefer the Fabio of the lion world, they won't necessarily turn up their noses at a scruffy underdog who knows how to hold his ground. And what about lion cubs? These little fuzzballs are born without manes, and it takes over a year before they start growing their first patches of fluff. Watching a young male lion's mane grow in is like watching a teenager's first attempt at facial hair. Awkward, patchy, and hilarious. But give it time, and that scrappy little lion could grow into a mane worthy of the savannah's runway. So the next time you see a lion lounging in the sun with a mane that seems to glow, remember, it's not just for show. That mane tells a story of battles fought, territories won, and a life lived under the African skies. If you enjoyed learning about the secrets behind a lion's mane, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and join us for more wild tales from the animal kingdom. Because who doesn't want more manely content like this? See you in the next adventure. When the sun dips below the horizon, the African savanna transforms into a shadowy theater where survival is both an art and a battle. For lions, nightfall is prime time to put their hunting skills to the test. But how exactly do these apex predators turn the darkness to their advantage? Spoiler alert, it's all about teamwork, stealth, and some serious biological perks. First off, lions have a superpower, night vision. Thanks to a special layer in their eyes called the tapetum lucidum, they can see in the dark much better than their prey. This reflective layer bounces light back through the retina, giving lions a major edge when stalking in the moonlight. Imagine your cat's glowing eyes at night, but on a lion. Cool and terrifying, right? But it's not just their eyesight that makes lions masters of nocturnal hunting. Their hearing is next level too. A lion can detect the faint rustle of an antelope moving through tall grass, or the nervous shuffle of a zebra herd. Pair this with their ability to move almost silently, and you've got the ultimate night stalker. Lions don't just rely on individual skills though, their real power lies in teamwork. Night hunts are often a group effort, with lionesses working together to ambush prey. One might play the role of the flusher, scaring prey into a trap, while others wait patiently in the shadows to deliver the final blow. It's a well-orchestrated dance of death that makes even the best human tacticians look like amateurs. Interestingly, their strategy changes based on the prey and conditions. For larger animals like buffalo or wildebeest, the pride might use brute force and coordination to bring them down. For smaller or faster prey, stealth and speed are the name of the game. And if the hunt doesn't go as planned, no big deal. Lions are patient predators and are willing to wait for the perfect opportunity. Night hunts also help lions avoid the scorching daytime heat of their habitats. Chasing prey under the blazing sun isn't just exhausting, it's a waste of energy. Hunting under the cool cover of darkness conserves their strength and improves their chances of a successful kill. Plus, many prey animals are less vigilant at night, making them easier targets. But it's not always smooth sailing. The night is full of challenges too. Other predators, like hyenas, often lurk nearby, ready to steal a lion's hard-earned meal. This means lions not only have to hunt, but also defend their catch, a thrilling double act of dominance and survival. Watching lions hunt at night is like witnessing nature's ultimate stealth mission. From the eerie glow of their eyes to the silent, calculated movements, every moment is a reminder of why they're the kings of the savannah. Want more fascinating insights into the wild world of predators? Hit that subscribe button and join us on the next adventure through nature's most incredible stories. Who knows, you might just learn how to spot the kings of the night before they spot you. Lion cubs may look like they're just having a blast rolling around, swiping at each other with tiny paws. But there's a lot more going on beneath the surface of those playful battles. That chaotic, adorable wrestling match is actually nature's training camp, preparing these little furballs for the fierce life of an apex predator. Play fighting among lion cubs is survival school disguised as fun. Those pounces, tackles, and mock bites aren't just random. They're honing the skills these young lions will need for hunting, fighting, and navigating pride dynamics as adults. Think of it as a cub version of boot camp, with much fluffier participants. First and foremost, play fighting builds hunting skills. While the cubs are busy ambushing their siblings or leaping out of tall grass, they're practicing the stealth and agility they'll need to take down prey in the wild. Every swipe sharpens their reflexes, and every tussle helps them understand how to control their strength. It's not just about fun, it's about learning to survive in a world where dinner doesn't just walk onto your plate. These rough-and-tumble games also help establish social hierarchies within the pride. Lion cubs aren't born equals, and their playful squabbles often reveal who's boss, even among the youngest members. The most assertive cubs often take on leadership roles later in life, while the quieter ones learn how to navigate the pride's pecking order. This dynamic mirrors the social structure they'll encounter as adults, where dominance determines everything from mating rights to access to food. It's not all competition, though. Playfighting also teaches cooperation. Cubs learn to read each other's body language, respond to subtle cues, and build bonds with their siblings and pride mates. These interactions foster trust and teamwork, which are essential for coordinated hunting and pride survival. Interestingly, the lionesses of the pride play a crucial role in this process. While the adult males are often off patrolling territory or lounging, it's the lionesses who supervise and occasionally join in the cubs' play. They'll let the cubs gnaw on their tails or climb all over them, providing opportunities for the youngsters to test their strength against a much larger opponent. It's like sparring with a coach who knows when to go easy and when to push back. Even the lion's environment gets in on the action. The cub's playground, complete with rocks, bushes, and tall grass, becomes a simulated hunting ground. Here they learn to stalk imaginary prey, use natural cover for ambushes, and practice the patience that's critical for a successful hunt. There's also a physical development angle. Play fighting strengthens their muscles, improves coordination, and enhances endurance, all crucial for a predator that might need to chase down prey or fend off rivals in adulthood. It's like nature's version of a gym membership minus the treadmills. And while all this activity seems chaotic, it's carefully timed. Cubs spend their first few weeks hidden away with their mothers, and it's only when they're a few months old that they begin socializing with other pride members. By the time they start play fighting, they're entering a phase where learning and exploration are critical. Even adult lions benefit from the lessons learned during those early play sessions. The skills and social bonds developed as cubs carry over into adulthood, shaping their roles within the pride and improving their chances of survival. So the next time you see lion cubs tumbling over each other or delivering tiny roars that are more squeak than menace, remember, they're not just playing, they're preparing for the wild, honing the instincts, skills, and relationships that will define their future as kings and queens of the savannah. It's nature's way of ensuring that every cub has a fighting chance, literally. Lions forming coalitions might seem like an unusual act of teamwork in the animal kingdom, especially among males known for their solitary hunting or dominance. But these alliances are much more than just partnerships. They're survival strategies that ensure power, protection, and longevity in the wild. A coalition of male lions is nature's version of a strategic alliance. Whether it's brothers from the same pride or unrelated males banding together, these partnerships offer a unique blend of cooperation and competition. They're not just about sharing territory or resources, they're about securing dominance in a harsh, competitive environment. First and foremost, coalitions significantly increase the chances of taking over a pride. Male lions face immense challenges when attempting to dethrone resident males, but with allies by their side, the odds shift in their favor. Together they can overpower rivals, establish control over a pride, and gain access to mating rights, a crucial step in passing on their genes. It's a high-stakes game of power, and coalitions tilt the balance. Once in control, these coalitions become a formidable force in defending their territory. A single male lion might struggle to patrol and protect a large area, but a coalition can divide the workload, ensuring that intruders are swiftly dealt with. This teamwork not only secures resources like food and water, but also protects their offspring from rival males who might attempt to kill cubs to bring females back into estrus. Coalitions aren't just about brute force, they're also about social dynamics. Within the group, there's often a dominant male, but roles can shift depending on the situation. These bonds are built on mutual benefit, and while there's cooperation, there's also underlying competition. Even in an alliance, every lion is vying for his share of mating opportunities and influence within the group. Interestingly, coalitions also enhance hunting success. While male lions are often overshadowed by lionesses in terms of hunting prowess, working together allows them to tackle larger prey and ensure a consistent food supply. This collaborative effort benefits not only the coalition, but also the pride as a whole. Despite the apparent harmony, coalitions have their limits. Larger groups tend to be more successful, but they also come with increased competition for mating and leadership. Smaller coalitions or lone males might struggle to compete, highlighting the delicate balance of cooperation and rivalry in lion society. The environment plays a critical role in shaping these coalitions. In regions with abundant prey and fewer threats, male lions might operate more independently. But in harsher habitats, where resources are scarce and competition is fierce, coalitions become essential for survival and dominance. Even the way coalitions are formed is fascinating. Brothers from the same pride are more likely to stay together, creating alliances built on kinship. However, unrelated males sometimes join forces, showing that survival in the wild often requires setting aside differences for the greater good. So the next time you see a group of male lions patrolling their territory or sharing a kill, remember, they're not just companions. They're a coalition, a finely tuned machine of power, strategy, and survival. In the ever-challenging world of the savannah, these alliances are the key to their reign as kings of the wild. Picture this: a regal lion, the fearsome ruler of the savannah, the top predator, the king of beasts, suddenly decides it's time to abandon all dignity and bolts across the grasslands like a caffeinated kitten, tail whipping, paws skidding, and with an expression that screams, "I have no idea why I'm doing this, but it's amazing!" This, my friends, is the phenomenon we lovingly call the zoomies. Now you may be thinking, aren't lions supposed to conserve energy? Aren't they all about lounging majestically under acacia trees? Yes, that's true. But even lions, with all their gravitas, occasionally throw royal decorum out the window and just run around like they're auditioning for a savannah version of Fast and Furious. Let's break this down. The zoomies, or if we're being scientific, frenetic random activity periods, FRAPs, aren't just random bursts of chaos. For lion cubs, the zoomies are basically practice mode for their future as apex predators. Imagine a tiny lion cub chasing its tail, pouncing on invisible prey, and tumbling head over paws into its siblings. This isn't just adorable chaos, it's nature's version of boot camp. Every leap and sprint hones their reflexes, strengthens their muscles, and fine-tunes the stealth and agility they'll need to survive. Plus, they look ridiculously cute doing it. Adult lions, though. When they get the zoomies, it's a whole different vibe. Picture a fully grown male lion, majestic mane flowing, bounding around like he's just realized he has legs. Often this happens after a massive meal. Imagine eating an entire wildebeest and thinking, you know what I need? Cardio. It's like us humans deciding to run a marathon after Thanksgiving dinner, except lions somehow pull it off without looking like complete fools most of the time. Zoomies can also be a social bonding thing. When lions chase each other in these wild sprints, they're reinforcing pride dynamics and deepening relationships. It's their version of a team-building exercise, except instead of trust falls and corporate icebreakers, it's a high-speed game of tag with the occasional playful tackle. Bonus points if the smallest cub tries to take down the largest adult. It's like watching a toddler try to wrestle Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. And let's not forget environmental factors. Cooler evenings, a sudden rainstorm, or even the sheer joy of open space can trigger a lion's inner speed demon. It's as if they're saying, "The savannah is my racetrack and I am its Ferrari." Watching a lion zoom across the plains during sunset is like nature's blooper reel, equal parts majestic and hilariously relatable. Now you might wonder, do zoomies serve a deeper purpose, or are lions just being silly? Honestly, it's probably a bit of both. Sometimes zoomies are about staying fit and limber for the next hunt. Other times they're just about pure, unadulterated joy. Because even the kings and queens of the wild need to let their manes down and embrace the ridiculousness of life. So the next time you see a lion tearing across the savannah like it's late for a meeting, remember, even the most fearsome predators have their goofy moments. They're not just killers, they're creatures that find delight in the simplest things, just like us. Want to see more moments of majestic hilarity? Subscribe to our channel and join us for a closer look at the wild, wonderful, and occasionally ridiculous lives of nature's most fascinating creatures. Picture this: a lion, the so-called king of the jungle in all its regal glory. But wait, what's that? It's spinning in circles, furiously trying to catch its own tail. Suddenly, it looks less like a fearsome predator and more like your overly energetic house cat. Yes, even lions, with all their majesty, can't resist a good tail-chasing session. So why do these apex predators play with their own tails? Is it boredom? A practice for hunting? Or are they just embracing their inner goofball? Let's dive into the hilarious and surprisingly meaningful reasons behind this quirky behavior. For lion cubs, playing with their tails isn't just mindless fun, it's a crash course in hunting skills. Chasing, pouncing, and swiping at their wiggly appendage helps them hone their reflexes and agility. Think of it as a built-in training toy, always on hand or tail. By the time they're ready to hunt real prey, those skills will come in handy. It's like nature's version of a workout app, no subscription required. Lions spend a lot of time lounging around, with up to 20 hours a day dedicated to rest and relaxation. Sometimes, when the pride is napping and there's nothing else to do, their tail becomes the perfect source of amusement. It's a game that's always available, endlessly fascinating, and hilariously confusing when they realize it's attached to them. Lion cubs are notoriously curious. To a young cub, a tail isn't just a body part. It's a mysterious, moving creature that needs to be investigated, tackled, and subdued. Watching a cub stalk its own tail with the seriousness of a lion on the hunt is both adorable and a little ridiculous. Even adult lions occasionally play with their tails, especially during moments of excitement or stress. It's a way to blow off steam and perhaps reconnect with their inner cub. Within prides, cubs might even swat at the tails of adults, testing boundaries and building social bonds in the process. Of course, some adults have zero patience for tail games and will walk away with a huff. Relatable, right? Despite their reputation as fierce predators, lions have their goofy moments. Watching a lion play with its tail reminds us that even the most powerful creatures on Earth aren't immune to a bit of silliness. And honestly, who doesn't love a lion spinning in circles only to stop and look utterly confused? Imagine slow-motion shots of a lion cub sneaking up on its own tail, followed by a dramatic pounce and maybe even a tumble. Add captions like, "Me trying to catch my goals," or "When you realize the enemy is you." It's the perfect mix of humor and heartwarming wildlife content. So the next time you see a lion playing with its tail, remember, it's more than just a cute moment. It's a glimpse into their playful side, their hunting instincts, and their ability to turn even the simplest things into an adventure. Want to see more lion antics and learn about their fascinating lives? Hit that subscribe button! Stay tuned for more fun, insightful, and downright hilarious wildlife stories that bring you closer to the animal kingdom. When it comes to survival in the wild, lions rely on more than their powerful muscles and sharp teeth. They have an incredible secret weapon right under their noses. A lion's sense of smell is like their version of Wi-Fi, constantly connecting them to the information they need about their environment, whether it's prey, rivals, or romance. But what makes their olfactory game so strong, and how do they use it to rule the savannah? First, let's talk about the science. Lions have an olfactory bulb in their brain that's significantly more developed than ours. Translation: their sense of smell is up to 14 times stronger than a human's. They can sniff out prey from miles away, detect territorial intrusions, and even pick up pheromones from potential mates with incredible precision. One of the coolest tricks in their scent-detecting toolkit is the flamen response. Ever seen a lion curl back its upper lip and make a weird face? It's not pulling a funny pose for the camera, it's analyzing scents. This behavior helps lions draw scents into a special organ in their mouth, called the Jacobson's organ, which deciphers pheromones and other chemical signals. Think of it as a lion's way of reading the invisible messages left in the air or on the ground. This ability comes in handy for a variety of reasons. When hunting, a lion's nose can pick up the scent of prey long before they're visible. Whether it's the faint aroma of a grazing zebra or the musk of a wildebeest, lions use this scent information to plan their stealthy approach. Smell often acts as the first alert in a lion's hunt, setting the stage for their legendary ambush tactics. But it's not just about food. Smell plays a huge role in their social lives too. Lions use their sense of smell to recognize other pride members, locate mates, and even gauge the strength of rivals. Males will often sniff the scent markings left by other lions to determine whether a challenge is worth their time. After all, no king wants to pick a fight they can't win. Territorial marking is another fascinating aspect of lion olfaction. Lions rub their faces or spray urine on trees and bushes to leave scent marks, essentially putting up a big no trespassing sign for other lions. These chemical markers tell intruders, this land is taken and its owners aren't to be messed with. Interestingly, lions also use their noses to bond with their pride. They'll nuzzle, sniff, and even lick each other as part of their social interactions. It's a way of saying, we're family, while also keeping tabs on one another's health and well-being. And let's not forget the environment. The savannah is a vast, ever-changing landscape. and a lion's nose helps them navigate it like a pro. From tracking seasonal migrations to avoiding dangerous rivals, their sense of smell is an essential survival tool. So the next time you see a lion pulling that funny flamin' face, remember, it's not just being goofy. It's reading a scent-filled novel about the world around it, from dinner plans to territorial politics. Want to uncover more wild secrets about lions and other majestic predators? Subscribe now and join us for more jaw-dropping insights into the animal kingdom. Don't miss out on the wild ride. Lions are known for their majestic manes, fierce roars, and dominant presence. But there's a softer, more peculiar side to these apex predators that often goes unnoticed. Ever seen a lion casually nibbling on another lion's ear? It's like a scene straight out of a wild lion sitcom. Adorable, confusing, and surprisingly meaningful. At first glance, ear nibbling might look like a random quirk, but it's actually a part of a lion's intricate social life. Within a pride, lions rely on strong social bonds to survive and thrive. And nibbling on each other's ears is one of the ways they show affection and reinforce relationships. Think of it as a feline version of a friendly hug or a pat on the back, except with more teeth involved. One of the main reasons for this behavior is grooming. Lions don't have tiny brushes or combs for those hard-to-reach places, so they rely on their pride mates to help them out. Nibbling on an ear might be a way to clean it, removing dirt, debris, or pesky parasites. It's like saying, "Hey, I've got your back," or, in this case, your ears. But it's not just about hygiene. Ear nibbling also plays a role in strengthening the pride's social bonds. Lions are incredibly tactile animals, and physical touch is essential for maintaining their close-knit family dynamics. By nibbling on an ear, a lion is essentially saying, "We're cool, I trust you." It's a small but significant act that helps keep the peace and harmony within the pride. There's also a playful element to it. Much like kittens wrestling with their litter mates, lions engage in playful interactions as a way to relieve stress, practice social skills, and just have fun. Ear nibbling often happens during these light-hearted moments, especially between siblings or close pride members. It's like their version of an inside joke, silly, harmless, and full of affection. Interestingly, ear nibbling isn't limited to one age group. You'll see it among cubs, who are still learning how to interact with their pride mates, as well as among adult lions, who use it to reaffirm their bonds. Even dominant males, who are usually busy patrolling territory or asserting their status, will sometimes engage in this behavior with their pride mates. After all, even kings need a little TLC. Of course, not every nibble is welcome. If one lion gets too rough, the recipient might let out a growl or give a swat as if to say, "Hey, take it easy." But these moments are usually brief, and the pride quickly returns to its usual chill vibe. So, whether it's about grooming, bonding, or just a bit of playful fun, ear nibbling is a reminder that even the fiercest predators have a softer side. It's one of the many ways lions navigate the complexities of pride life, proving that teamwork and affection are just as important as strength and strategy in the wild. If you've enjoyed learning about this quirky lion behavior, subscribe to our channel for more fascinating insights into the animal kingdom. Trust us, there's never a dull moment in the wild. Imagine carrying a bowling ball around your waist while still trying to run the daily grind of hunting, protecting your territory, and keeping the peace within a boisterous family. That's the life of a pregnant lioness in the wild. Far from the luxury of taking it easy, lionesses have to juggle survival with the business of growing the next generation of apex predators. And let's face it, doing all this with a belly full of cubs is no small feat. Pregnancy for a lioness doesn't come with maternity leave. She's still out there stalking antelope and warthogs with the pride, though her hunting style might take on a more strategic flair. Imagine trying to pounce gracefully while your center of gravity keeps shifting. Her swipes might not have the usual finesse, but let's cut her some slack. She's hauling around future kings and queens. It's a tough gig, but her determination ensures she stays a vital part of the pride's food chain. As her belly grows, so does her need for rest. Lionesses are known for their lounging skills, and pregnancy cranks that up a notch. She'll often find herself seeking out the best shady spots, hidden away from nosy hyenas or rival prides. Think of it as her version of a day spa, minus the cucumber slices and with a touch of vigilance for lurking predators. And speaking of the pride, they're not entirely unsupportive. Other lionesses often step up, taking on more hunting duties and keeping an extra watchful eye on the territory. It's a bit of a pride childcare collective in the making. The expectant mother knows she's not entirely alone, even if she sometimes has to growl at a nosy sister who gets too close to her prime napping spot. Pregnancy also brings out some quirks. Ever seen a lioness looking utterly baffled as her belly shifts with the kicks of her unborn cubs? It's like nature's way of reminding her that she's not just napping for one anymore. These moments are oddly endearing, a glimpse of the tenderness behind her fearsome exterior. And then there's the hormonal roller coaster. A pregnant lioness might get a little crankier than usual. She's not afraid to let her pride mates know that personal space is now her top priority. But hey, who wouldn't feel that way when growing a pride's future rulers? From the moment she conceives to the day she retreats to give birth, a lioness's journey is nothing short of awe-inspiring. It's a delicate balance of strength, adaptability, and the occasional growly demand for some peace and quiet. And when those tiny cubs finally arrive, the pride rallies around, proving that even in the wild, it takes a village, or in this case, a pride, to raise a family. So next time you see a lioness sprawled out in the savannah, looking like she's mastered the art of relaxation, remember the sheer effort behind that moment. She's not just napping, she's ensuring the legacy of the savannah's most majestic predators. And if you found this glimpse into her life fascinating, hit that subscribe button and join us for more wild tales straight from nature's theater. There's a lion, majestic and powerful, sitting amidst the golden savannah, its piercing gaze locked onto absolutely nothing. No prey in sight, no rivals to intimidate, just an intense, otherworldly stare into the void. Is it pondering the meaning of life, planning its next hunt, or simply trying to remember where it left that wildebeest leg from last week? Let's be honest, when lions stare off into space, it's one of the funniest and most relatable things about them. Because who hasn't been caught in that same blank trance, zoning out mid-meeting, or contemplating the mysteries of the universe while waiting for toast to pop? But unlike us, lions pull it off with an air of drama that says, I could destroy you, but I'm choosing not to because I'm too deep in thought right now. So, what's really going on when lions stare at nothing? Let's explore a few theories. Lions are master multitaskers. While they look like they're in a trance, they're probably fine-tuning their senses. That still, focused gaze might be their way of listening for faint rustles in the grass, sniffing the breeze for prey, or scanning for threats on the horizon. They're like that friend at brunch who's smiling and nodding, but is definitely eavesdropping on the drama at the next table. Could lions actually be zoning out? Possibly. Lions spend up to 20 hours a day resting. Yes, 20 hours. With that much downtime, it's no surprise they might drift into a lion-sized daydream. Maybe they're imagining their next feast, reminiscing about a particularly good zebra chase, or just enjoying a rare moment of peace away from the cubs constantly biting their tails. As apex predators, lions don't do things by accident. Staring into the distance could be part of their strategy. Are they surveying their territory, calculating the best way to ambush a herd of antelope, or just plotting how to steal food from a neighboring pride? Lions are pros at the art of theft. Don't let their regal reputation fool you. Let's face it, even the fiercest predator might just be zoning out. We all need a break, right? That 1,000-yard stare could simply be a sign that the lion is rebooting its brain. After all, hunting, defending a pride, and keeping cubs in line is exhausting work. Sometimes a lion just needs a moment to do, well, absolutely nothing. There's also the possibility that lions are processing their surroundings in ways we don't fully understand. Animals have complex sensory perceptions. Maybe they're picking up on vibrations, distant sounds, or smells we humans can't detect. Or perhaps they're thinking profound thoughts like, why do zebras have stripes, and why do they taste so good? And then there's always the chance they're just messing with us. Lions are known for their intelligence and cunning. Who's to say they don't enjoy the occasional confuse the humans moment? Imagine this, a lion staring blankly into the distance, accompanied by captions like, when you forget what you walked into the room for, or me, waiting for my pizza delivery guy. Add some slow zoom-ins and dramatic music for comedic effect, and you've got viral content that's both funny and insightful. So the next time you see a lion in full Zen mode, staring at nothing in particular, give it some credit. Whether it's strategizing, daydreaming, or just taking a mental health break, it's a reminder that even the kings and queens of the savannah need downtime too. Curious about more quirky lion behaviors? Hit that subscribe button. Stick with us to uncover the hilarious, mysterious, and downright fascinating lives of lions and other wildlife. When a lioness is pregnant, it's like the whole pride gets the memo. Big changes are coming, prepare yourselves. Suddenly, it's not just her responsibility. Everyone steps up like they're on a mission to make the savannah's next generation thrive. Picture it. One lioness sprawled out under a tree, heavily pregnant, while the rest of the pride scrambles to keep things running smoothly. She's basically the queen bee, and everyone else is her loyal entourage. The funniest part? Lionesses often sync up their pregnancies. No, they're not comparing calendars. This is nature's genius at work. By having their cubs around the same time, they create a chaotic but effective cub-raising co-op. Imagine 6 or 7 little furballs tumbling around while their mums look on like exhausted but proud parents at a school play. The cubs don't even know which mum is theirs half the time, and honestly, the mums don't seem to care. They're all about that group parenting life. And then there's the babysitting situation. When one lioness needs a nap or a quick hunt, she just hands her cubs off to another pride member like, "Tag, you're it." You might catch a lioness sitting under a tree looking like she's regretting her life choices as a dozen cubs climb all over her tail. It's basically the wild version of a daycare center, complete with chaos, noise, and one poor soul left to wrangle the kids. Of course, this isn't all fun and games. The savannah is no joke, and cubs are prime targets for predators like hyenas and leopards. That's when the pride's teamwork really shines. When danger approaches, the lionesses turn into a fierce wall of muscle and claws, ready to defend their little ones. Watching them chase off a pack of hyenas is like seeing a superhero team in action. You can almost hear the theme music playing in the background. Even the males sometimes get involved. Though, let's be honest, their contribution is more like occasional babysitting and dramatic posturing. They'll swat a cub gently with a massive paw or let them climb all over their manes. For a brief moment, these mighty kings of the jungle look like the world's most patient dads. This whole communal setup doesn't just help the cubs survive, it strengthens the pride. The lionesses bond over their shared responsibilities, and the cubs learn how to navigate pride life early on. It's like the ultimate team-building exercise, but with more roaring and a lot more fur. So next time you see a pride of lions lounging under a tree, remember, it's not just a nap fest. It's a well-oiled machine of teamwork, cooperation, and yes, the occasional chaotic cub pileup. And if you love these behind-the-scenes looks at lion life, hit that subscribe button. Because where else are you going to get this level of drama, comedy, and adorable fluff? Lions may be kings and queens of the savannah, but even royalty has its final chapter. In the wild, their lives are a mix of strength, survival, and the ever-looming shadow of nature's harsh reality. When a lion's time comes, it's rarely gentle, and the reasons behind their deaths reveal a world where power and fragility coexist in dramatic fashion. Old age might seem like the most peaceful way for a lion to go, but it's not exactly a royal retirement. As lions age, their teeth wear down, making it harder to hunt or eat. Imagine trying to chew tough meat with blunt tools. It's not pretty. Without the ability to bring down prey, these majestic predators often succumb to starvation, a slow and somber end to a life once filled with strength and dominance. Then there's the matter of territorial disputes. Male lions in particular face brutal challenges when younger, stronger rivals come knocking. These battles are no playful wrestling matches. They're all-out wars where claws, teeth, and raw power decide the victor. For the losers, the injuries sustained often lead to infections or an inability to fend for themselves, hastening their demise. Predation might not be the first thing you'd associate with a lion's death. They're the apex predators, right? But cubs are particularly vulnerable. Hyenas, leopards, and even rival lions see them as easy targets, and the circle of life shows little mercy. A lioness guarding her cubs knows this all too well, fighting off threats with every ounce of her being. Disease also stalks the savannah. Lions aren't immune to illnesses, and outbreaks can decimate prides. Canine distemper virus, for instance, has been known to spread through lion populations carried by contact with infected wild dogs. These diseases are invisible predators, striking silently and indiscriminately. Environmental factors too play their role. During times of drought, prey becomes scarce, and waterholes dry up, leaving lions to struggle for survival. Hunger and dehydration weaken even the strongest of them, proving that nature doesn't play favorites. And let's not forget human impact. While poaching and habitat loss are tragic contributors to lion deaths, even conservation areas come with challenges. Conflicts with livestock herders or accidental encounters with snares set for other animals remind us that the line between survival and extinction is often drawn by human hands. But here's the thing. Every lion that falls contributes to the balance of the ecosystem. When a lion dies, scavengers like vultures, hyenas, and jackals move in, ensuring nothing goes to waste. It's nature's recycling program, where even in death, the lion continues to give life. It's a sobering truth, but also a testament to the resilience of the wild. Lions live fiercely, fight bravely, and leave a legacy that echoes through the savannah. If this glimpse into their lives and deaths has captured your curiosity, hit that subscribe button. Let's keep exploring the untamed beauty of the natural world together. Lions and humans forming bonds sounds like the stuff of fairy tales or viral YouTube videos. But it's a fascinating reality in certain rare and remarkable cases. Picture a lion bounding toward a human, not to attack, but to wrap them in what can only be described as a giant furry hug. Heartwarming? Absolutely. Risky? Oh, you bet. Let's dive into these extraordinary relationships, where roaring apex predators meet squishy two-legged primates and somehow form a connection. Take Christian the lion, for instance. This iconic big cat was famously bought from a London department store. Yes, you could buy lions in stores back in the 1970s. What a time to be alive. Raised by two young men in their flat, Christian became more of a flatmate than a predator, lounging on sofas and charming everyone he met. Eventually, he was reintroduced to the wild, but when his human friends visited years later, he recognized them instantly, greeting them with leaps, licks, and unmistakable affection. It's the kind of reunion that makes grown adults cry and raises questions about the depth of animal memory and emotion. Modern-day examples are often found in lion sanctuaries, where caretakers spend years gaining the trust of these magnificent animals. Building a bond with a lion isn't as simple as tossing it a steak and hoping for the best. It's about consistency, respect, and understanding their behavior. Some lions, especially those raised by humans, develop a surprising tolerance, even affection, for their caretakers. You might see heartwarming footage of a lion nuzzling a human or playing gently, but behind every tender moment is a deep understanding of the animal's body language and mood. Misread a flick of the tail or a low rumble, and that hug could quickly turn into something far less cuddly. The ethics of human-lion bonding, though, is a roaring debate. Sanctuaries and conservationists emphasize that while bonds can happen, these relationships must always prioritize the lion's well-being. A lion raised by humans often can't return to the wild, and encouraging close human-lion interactions outside of rescue or rehabilitation settings can lead to exploitation. It's a thin line between affection and anthropomorphism, seeing lions as oversized house cats rather than the apex predators they truly are. Still, the wonder of these connections can't be denied. They remind us of the shared threads that connect all living beings: curiosity, affection, and the ability to form relationships. Watching a lion and a human share a moment of trust and camaraderie is nothing short of magical, a glimpse into a world where barriers blur and mutual respect reigns. So, if you've ever dreamed of hugging a lion or wisely thought better of it, stick around. Hit that subscribe button for more wild stories, unforgettable bonds, and a whole lot of roaring good content. You don't want to miss what's coming next. When a lion falls, it's not just the end of an individual life. It sends shockwaves through the pride, altering everything from social dynamics to survival strategies. Imagine a carefully balanced game of chess where the king or queen is suddenly removed. What happens next is a fascinating, sometimes brutal ripple effect that reshapes the pride's future. The death of a dominant male is like leaving a castle undefended. Without his roar to warn off challengers, rival males are quick to invade, looking to seize the throne. These aren't friendly visitors. They're conquerors with one ruthless goal: to wipe out any trace of the previous male's lineage. This often leads to infanticide, where cubs under 2 years old face the grim reality of becoming collateral in a power struggle. It's nature's harsh reset button, ensuring the new male can sire his own offspring without competition. For the lionesses, the loss of their protector forces difficult decisions. Some might fiercely defend their cubs, risking their lives in the process. Others might abandon the young ones to save themselves, aligning with the new male for the pride's overall survival. It's a cruel twist of fate, but in the wild, survival trumps sentimentality. When a matriarchal lioness dies, it's not just a loss of leadership, it's a hole in the pride's very fabric. These seasoned females are the glue holding the group together, with their experience guiding hunts and teaching younger members survival skills. Without them, the pride faces chaos. Hunts become less coordinated, and younger lionesses must step up, often with mixed results. The learning curve in the savannah is steep, and mistakes can cost lives. The emotional impact of a lion's death isn't something we can measure in human terms, but lions are deeply social creatures. They groom, play, and bond with one another. The absence of a familiar face is felt, even if it's in a way we don't fully understand. Observers have noted lions pacing, lingering at the spot where a pride member fell, or displaying subdued behavior after a loss. Whether this is mourning or simply a response to disrupted dynamics, one thing is clear: the pride feels the absence. Death also opens doors for change. A new male's arrival can bring fresh genes into the pride, strengthening future generations. Young males who once deferred to their father may now compete to assert their dominance. The pride might splinter, with some members going rogue to form new groups. It's a dramatic reshuffling of the deck, all sparked by one absence. The death of a lion is a story of endings and beginnings, loss and resilience. It's a reminder of how interconnected their lives are, and how every roar, every hunt, and every bond shapes the pride's destiny. If this glimpse into the complex social world of lions has you hooked, hit subscribe. There's so much more to uncover about these majestic creatures and their untamed lives. Grizzly bear cubs and snow are the perfect recipe for adorable chaos. Picture this: tiny, fuzzy bundles of curiosity bounding through a winter wonderland, slipping, sliding, and pouncing on anything that moves or doesn't move. Snow isn't just a seasonal novelty for these little adventurers. It's their ultimate playground, gym and classroom rolled into one frosty package. For cubs experiencing snow for the first time, it's like discovering the world's fluffiest mystery. They'll leap into snowdrifts with reckless abandon, rolling around as if testing just how far they can sink. Sliding downhill, that's not just fun, it's physics in action. These playful antics are actually helping them develop coordination, balance, and the muscle strength they'll need to survive in the wild. Who needs a treadmill when you've got a snowbank? Then there's the sibling factor. Snow transforms into the ultimate arena for bear cub wrestling matches. Every tumble and tackle teaches them valuable lessons in social bonding and survival skills. The rough and tumble play mimics the struggles they might face as adults, whether it's sparring over territory or securing a prime fishing spot. Plus, it's a chance to pounce on unsuspecting siblings and assert dominance, because what's family without a little friendly rivalry? Mama Bear, meanwhile, is usually close by, keeping a watchful eye on her frosty hooligans. She knows this snowy playtime isn't just for fun, it's a crash course in resilience. As the cubs navigate ice patches and dig through snow for hidden treasures, they're honing their instincts for future foraging. That adorable scene of a cub pawing at a frozen log? It's training for the day they'll dig out roots or uncover hibernating insects. But let's not forget the simple joy factor. Snow is just fun, and it's not just the cubs. Even adult bears have been caught sliding down slopes or tossing snow around like overgrown toddlers. This playful behavior reminds us that even the fiercest creatures have a soft, whimsical side. It's as if they're telling us, life's too short not to enjoy a good snow day. Watching grizzly bear cubs embrace the winter wonderland is pure, heart-melting entertainment, but it's also a glimpse into their development and survival strategies. So if you've enjoyed this dive into the snowy shenanigans of bear cubs, don't hibernate on us. Hit subscribe. We've got plenty more wildlife wonders to share that'll make you laugh, learn, and fall in love with nature all over again. Lions and humans as best friends, it sounds like a heartwarming tale straight out of a movie. Who wouldn't love the idea of walking side by side with the king of the jungle, like some modern-day lion whisperer? But the reality of such a bond is far more complex, and honestly, a bit dangerous. Lions may seem majestic and even affectionate at times, but deep down they're wild animals whose instincts and behaviors don't exactly align with human notions of friendship. Let's break it down. Lions are apex predators. Everything about them, from their razor-sharp claws to their finely tuned hunting instincts, is built for survival. Within their prides, they form social bonds, but those bonds aren't rooted in affection like we'd see in human friendships. Instead, they're strategic. These relationships help lions hunt, protect their territory, and raise cubs. Their interactions are all about maintaining order and ensuring survival in a harsh environment. Human friendships, on the other hand, revolve around emotional connections, trust, and shared experiences. For lions, these concepts don't exist in the same way. Even lions raised in captivity, hand-fed from birth by humans, don't lose their wild instincts. You might see videos of lions playing or snuggling with their caretakers, and while it's endearing, it's also misleading. These interactions are based on familiarity, not friendship. A lion raised by humans might seem tame, but its instincts can take over at any moment. A quick movement, an unfamiliar smell, or a sudden sound can trigger predatory behavior. And when an animal weighs 400 pounds and has the strength to crush bones, even a playful swipe can be lethal. Lions don't turn on people out of spite or betrayal.
They're simply acting on instincts honed by millions of years of evolution.
Let's talk about the lion whisperers of the world. Take Kevin Richardson, for example. His bond with lions is undeniably fascinating and often romanticized, but even he acknowledges the risks. Despite decades of experience and an unparalleled understanding of lion behavior, he's been injured multiple times. He's the first to admit that these animals are unpredictable, and his relationships are built on respect and constant vigilance, not some mystical connection. For most people, trying to replicate this is not just dangerous, it's impossible. There's also an ethical dimension to consider. Many lion cub petting facilities and so-called sanctuaries exploit these majestic creatures for profit, raising them in captivity under the guise of conservation. Cubs are often taken from their mothers too early, denying them the chance to learn natural behaviors. Once they outgrow their cute and cuddly phase, they face grim futures. Some end up in canned hunting operations, while others live out their days in poor conditions. True conservation focuses on keeping lions in the wild, not treating them like oversized house cats. The death of Cecil the lion in 2015 serves as a powerful reminder of the consequences of human interference in the lives of lions. Cecil was a beloved figure in Zimbabwe, known for his majestic mane and his role in his pride. His death at the hands of a trophy hunter not only disrupted his pride, but also sparked a global conversation about the ethics of interacting with and exploiting wild animals. It's a stark example of how human actions can have far-reaching consequences for these creatures. The bottom line? Lions aren't meant to be our friends. They're wild animals, and that's exactly what makes them so awe-inspiring. Instead of trying to form bonds with them, we can show our admiration by protecting their habitats, supporting ethical conservation efforts, and learning to appreciate their true nature from a safe distance. So the next time you're tempted to imagine a lion as your furry bestie, remember that their strength, independence, and wild spirit are what make them the kings and queens of the animal kingdom. And if you're as fascinated by lions as we are, hit that subscribe button for more deep dives into the wild world of these incredible creatures. Lions, once rulers of vast landscapes from Africa to Asia, are now confined to a fraction of their former range, and the numbers aren't looking great. So how many lions are actually left in the wild today? The answer depends on who you ask, but the most commonly cited estimate hovers between 20,000 and 39,000 individuals. And if that sounds like a lot, consider this. Just a century ago, there were over 200,000 lions roaming the planet. That means we've lost about 90% of the global lion population in just a few generations. Most wild lions today are found in Africa, with countries like Tanzania, South Africa, Botswana, and Kenya holding the largest populations. But even within these strongholds, lions are in trouble. Habitat loss is one of the biggest killers. Forests and savannas are being bulldozed for farms, cities, and roads, leaving lions squeezed into smaller and smaller spaces. And when lions run out of room, they start running into humans, which rarely ends well for either side. Then there's poaching, not just for traditional medicine and trophy hunting, but also as collateral damage in the illegal bushmeat trade. Lions often get caught in snares set for antelope, or they're poisoned by farmers trying to protect their livestock. In some areas, retaliatory killings are devastating populations. If a lion kills a cow, entire prides may be wiped out in revenge. The situation is even worse for Asiatic lions, a subspecies that once roamed from the Middle East to India. Today, they're down to a single population in India's Gir forest, with only about 600 individuals left. Conservation efforts have kept them from going extinct, but with all of them living in one place, they're dangerously vulnerable to disease, habitat destruction, or a natural disaster. So is there any good news? Actually, yes. Some conservation programs are working. In places like Botswana and Namibia, community-driven conservation efforts have helped stabilize lion numbers. National parks and protected reserves are giving lions safe spaces to roam, and anti-poaching patrols have made a real impact in some regions. Countries like Kenya have even experimented with compensating farmers for livestock losses to reduce retaliatory killings. But despite these efforts, lions are still declining. In fact, experts warn that without serious intervention, lions could be extinct in the wild within a few decades. They're already gone from over 90% of their historical range, and they're now considered vulnerable on the IUCN Red List, with some populations listed as critically endangered. The reality is, counting lions isn't easy. They don't exactly line up for a census. Most estimates come from camera traps, tracking studies, and local surveys, but lions are elusive, and the numbers are always changing. That's why conservationists emphasize trends more than exact numbers. and the trend isn't looking good. Lions might still be the kings of the jungle, but without urgent action, their reign could come to an end. The question isn't just how many lions are left, it's how many will be left in the future. Bears might seem like rare, elusive creatures, but in America, they're surprisingly common, depending on where you look. Across the country, an estimated 600,000 black bears, 55,000 grizzly bears, and about 4,000 polar bears roam the forests, mountains, and icy tundras. That's nearly 660,000 bears in total, but their distribution is anything but even. Black bears are by far the most widespread, found in 40 out of 50 states. From the deep forests of Maine to the swamps of Florida and even the mountains of California, these adaptable Bruins are masters of survival. Some states like Alaska, Montana, and North Carolina have tens of thousands of black bears, while others, like Ohio or Indiana, only have a handful. And if you think you'll never see one, think again. Black bears are becoming more comfortable around humans, leading to more backyard visits, dumpster dives, and unexpected suburban encounters. Then there are the grizzlies, the heavyweight bruisers of the American West. While once roaming from Mexico to Canada, they're now mostly limited to Alaska, Montana, Wyoming, and parts of Idaho and Washington. Yellowstone and Glacier National Park remain their strongholds, with around 2,000 grizzlies in the lower 48 states. But if you really want to see them, head to Alaska, where a staggering 30,000 grizzlies roam freely, nearly half of the world's total grizzly bear population. And finally, we have polar bears, the rarest of the bunch, found only in Alaska's Arctic regions. Unlike black bears and grizzlies, which can thrive in forests and mountains, polar bears are tied to sea ice, making climate change their biggest threat. With just 4,000 individuals in the US, they're a rare sight unless you venture far north to places like the Beaufort and Chukchi Seas. While bears are doing relatively well in some areas, they still face major threats. Habitat loss, human conflicts, and climate change are the biggest dangers. Black bears are increasingly being hit by cars, grizzlies struggle with habitat fragmentation, and polar bears are literally losing their homes as Arctic ice melts. But there's good news too. Conservation efforts have helped grizzlies recover from near extinction in the lower 48, and black bear populations have rebounded in places where they were once wiped out. Thanks to hunting regulations, habitat protection, and wildlife corridors, America's bears are still thriving in many regions. So, how many bears live in America? A lot more than most people think. Whether it's a black bear raiding a campsite, a grizzly fishing for salmon, or a polar bear wandering the tundra, these incredible animals are still a powerful symbol of the wild, and with the right conservation efforts, they'll be here for generations to come. Wolves attacking humans. It's the stuff of legends, fairy tales, and horror movies. But how much of it is fact, and how much is fueled by our collective fear of the big bad wolf? Here's the truth. Wolves rarely attack humans. In fact, it's so rare that you're more likely to be injured by a cow than a wolf. Yes, you read that right, a cow. But when wolves do attack, it's usually due to very specific circumstances, and those can teach us a lot about their behavior and how we coexist with them. Historically, one of the most infamous cases was the Beast of Gévaudan, a mysterious creature, likely a wolf or pack of wolves, that reportedly terrorized a region in France during the 18th century. Over 3 years, it was said to have attacked and killed dozens of people. While this tale has been sensationalized over the centuries, it highlights a time when humans and wolves were competing for the same resources, creating more opportunities for conflict. Wolves were seen not only as predators, but as symbols of fear and chaos, a reputation that has clung to them ever since. In modern times, wolf attacks are vanishingly rare, but they do happen under extraordinary conditions. One major factor is rabies. A rabid wolf loses its natural fear of humans, becoming unpredictable and aggressive. Thankfully, rabies outbreaks in wolf populations are incredibly uncommon today due to improved vaccination efforts for domestic animals, which act as a buffer. Another scenario is when wolves become habituated to humans. This happens when wolves start associating people with food, either because they've scavenged from human garbage or been deliberately fed. When wild animals lose their natural wariness of humans, dangerous encounters can occur. Imagine a wolf boldly walking up to a campsite, expecting a free meal, and things taking a turn when no food is offered. Or worse, when someone panics. Habituation blurs the line between wolf and human territory, increasing the chances of conflict. Wolves are also fiercely territorial and protective of their young. If a person unknowingly stumbles too close to a den or a fresh kill, wolves might perceive them as a threat. It's not an act of malice, it's survival instinct. In these rare cases, an attack is more about defending their pack than hunting humans. But here's the thing, wolves by nature are shy and elusive. They'd much rather avoid humans altogether. A wolf's diet consists mainly of deer, elk, and other animals they have to chase down at full speed. We humans, clumsy and slow as we are, aren't exactly appealing prey. Wolves know this. They've evolved over thousands of years to steer clear of us, not snack on us. So how do we prevent the already rare wolf attacks from happening? It starts with respect. Don't feed wildlife. Keep campsites clean and food securely stored. If you're hiking in wolf territory, make noise to announce your presence, so you don't startle them. And if you do encounter a wolf, don't run. That triggers their chase instinct. Instead, stand your ground, make yourself look bigger, and slowly back away. The reality is that wolves are vital to ecosystems, keeping prey populations in check and helping balance the natural world. They're not the villains fairy tales make them out to be. They're complex, intelligent creatures just trying to survive. Understanding their behavior and respecting their space is the key to peaceful coexistence. So, while the idea of wolves lurking in the shadows might send a shiver down your spine, remember, the chances of them attacking are slim to none. Let's focus on protecting their habitats and learning more about these fascinating animals. And if you're enjoying this dive into the wild side of nature, hit that subscribe button. Tigers, majestic, powerful, and the undisputed kings of the jungle. But every once in a while, the jungle fights back. The idea of tigers hunting humans might sound like a relic of ancient folklore, but in certain parts of the world, especially in India and Bangladesh, it's still a reality. So how often do tigers kill humans today? The answer isn't as simple as you might think. Let's start with the Sundarbans, the vast mangrove forest spanning India and Bangladesh, home to the infamous man-eating tigers. Here, tigers don't just occasionally attack humans, they actively hunt them. Over the years, locals have adapted, wearing masks on the backs of their heads because tigers prefer attacking from behind, or carrying electrified dummies to deter them. And yet, despite these creative defenses, tiger attacks still happen. Some years, the Sundarbans see up to 50 human deaths caused by tigers. Why? Part of the answer lies in the environment. The Sundarbans is a harsh, swampy landscape where prey is harder to find, so tigers, being the ultimate opportunists, sometimes turn to easier targets, us. But outside the Sundarbans, tiger attacks are much rarer. Most tigers avoid humans altogether, but when attacks do happen, they usually fall into a few categories. Some tigers, often older or injured, can no longer hunt their usual prey and start targeting slow-moving humans instead. Others become conflict tigers, meaning they're forced into human-dominated areas due to habitat destruction, shrinking territories, and dwindling prey. A desperate tiger is a dangerous tiger. Historically, tiger attacks were far more common. In the early 20th century, a single tiger known as the Champawat tiger killed over 400 people before being shot by the legendary hunter-turned-conservationist Jim Corbett. Tigers, like the infamous man-eaters of Kumaon, terrorized villages, forcing people to live in constant fear. But today, thanks to better conservation efforts, tiger attacks have declined dramatically in most areas. Modern statistics suggest that across India and Bangladesh, tigers kill between 50 and 100 people per year, a number that's far lower than in the past, but still significant, especially for communities living on the fringes of tiger territory. Compare that to the fact that around 100 tigers are killed by humans each year, and you start to see who the real apex predator is. Efforts to reduce human-tiger conflicts have had mixed success. Some places use compensation programs to prevent retaliatory killings. If a tiger kills livestock or even a person, the government provides financial aid so locals don't feel the need to hunt the tiger down. Conservationists have also worked to create buffer zones between human settlements and tiger reserves, using fences, trenches, and even loud firecrackers to scare tigers away. In some cases, problem tigers are captured and relocated, but this doesn't always work. Some return to their hunting grounds, while others struggle to survive in unfamiliar territory. So, should you be worried about getting eaten by a tiger? Unless you live in the Sundarbans or deep in the forests of India or Nepal, probably not. But for those who do share land with these striped assassins, the threat is real, and it's a constant balancing act between conservation, human safety, and respecting one of nature's most formidable predators. Tigers aren't out to get us, but when we take away their space, their food, and their peace, they sometimes remind us who's really in charge. A shadow moves through the jungle, nearly invisible in the dim light. It's not just any jaguar. It's a black jaguar, a living ghost of the rainforest. If you've never seen one in the wild, you're not alone. These mysterious big cats are incredibly rare, making up only 6 to 11% of the jaguar population. And yet, when they do appear, they look like something straight out of legend. That deep, dark coat isn't actually black. It's just packed with extra melanin, a genetic mutation known as melanism. Under the right lighting, you can still see their faint rosette markings hiding in the shadows of their fur. Unlike albinism, which is a disadvantage in the wild, melanism can actually be a superpower. In the dense rainforests of Central and South America, where sunlight barely reaches the forest floor, a black jaguar blends in like a stealth mode predator, perfect for stalking prey without being seen. But even with this advantage, spotting one is like winning the wildlife lottery. Most reports come from Brazil, Venezuela, and Colombia, deep in the Amazon and Pantanal. Scientists believe their numbers might be slightly higher in these regions because the dark coat works better in thick jungle than in open grasslands. If a jaguar is hunting in broad daylight, its usual golden yellow coat helps it blend with dappled sunlight and dry leaves. But in permanent darkness, black is the way to go. Despite their mystical appearance, black jaguars face the same threats as their golden counterparts: habitat loss, poaching, and human conflict. With the Amazon shrinking every year, these rare predators are being pushed closer to extinction. Even worse, their elusive nature means we barely know how many are left. Every new sighting feels like a glimpse into something ancient, something wild, something we might not see much longer if we don't protect their home. A golden jaguar is stunning. A black jaguar is legendary. And in a world where their forests are disappearing, they're becoming even rarer than they already are. The Arctic is a frozen battlefield, and at the top of it all, massive, powerful, and utterly relentless, stands the polar bear. No camouflage, no stealthy ambush tactics like other big predators. Just sheer size, patience, and one of the most finely tuned hunting strategies on Earth. Seals don't stand a chance. Beneath the ice, they think they're safe, but a polar bear can smell a breathing hole from a mile away. It waits, motionless for hours, its massive paws barely shifting in the snow. When a seal finally pokes its head up for air, bam! The bear's paw crashes down like a sledgehammer, yanking the struggling prey onto the ice. A single swipe from a polar bear's claw can break a seal's skull like it's cracking open a can of soda. Weighing up to 1,500 pounds, polar bears have no natural predators. Wolves wouldn't dare, and even walruses, armed with 3-foot tusks, are more likely to flee than fight if a polar bear is around. The only real threat to a polar bear is another polar bear. Males sometimes attack cubs, rival bears fight over food, and in extreme cases of starvation, they've even turned cannibalistic. But being the Arctic's top predator isn't just about brute force, it's about adaptation. That white fur, it's not actually white, it's translucent, trapping sunlight and helping with insulation. Their paws, built-in snowshoes that keep them from sinking into the ice. And their swimming skills, Olympic level. Polar bears can paddle for hundreds of miles in freezing water, using their thick fat layer to stay warm while they chase down whatever food they can find. Still, even an apex predator has limits. Climate change is rewriting the rules of the Arctic, and polar bears are the ones paying the price. Less ice means fewer hunting platforms, longer swims, and more bears starving. Some have started venturing into human settlements, rummaging through garbage, desperately looking for anything to eat. Others have been spotted attacking reindeer, something almost unheard of before their habitat started disappearing. The polar bear is an unstoppable predator until the ice disappears beneath its paws. It has ruled the Arctic for thousands of years, but the real battle isn't against seals, walruses, or rival bears anymore. It's against a changing world, and unlike a seal gasping for breath at a breathing hole, the polar bear can't just wait this one out. A tiger's roar once echoed across vast jungles, from the icy forests of Siberia to the dense mangroves of the Sundarbans. But today that roar is fading. A century ago there were over 100,000 tigers in the wild. Now, barely 4,500 remain. The world's most powerful cat is slipping away. And it's not because of natural predators, it's because of us. First, there's habitat loss, the silent killer. Tigers need space, a lot of space, but forests are vanishing at an alarming rate. In India, the heart of the world's remaining tiger population, over 80% of their original habitat is gone. Highways, farms, and cities now stand where tigers once ruled. With nowhere to go, they're forced into smaller patches of land, where they compete for food and clash with humans. And then there's poaching, a brutal trade driven by greed and superstition. Despite global bans, tiger skins, bones, and body parts still sell for thousands of dollars on the black market. In some cultures, tiger bones are believed to have medicinal properties, and their skins are a symbol of wealth. The result? A single poacher's bullet can wipe out an entire bloodline. Human-wildlife conflict only makes things worse. As tigers lose their natural prey, they turn to easier meals, like livestock. Villagers who depend on their cattle for survival see tigers as a threat, leading to deadly retaliation. Every year, dozens of tigers are killed simply for being too close to human settlements. And just when you think things couldn't get worse, climate change joins the fight. Rising sea levels threaten the Sundarbans, home to one of the last strongholds of Bengal tigers. If the mangroves disappear, so do the tigers. Meanwhile, unpredictable weather affects prey populations, forcing tigers into riskier hunts. But here's the twist. There's still hope. Conservation efforts in India, Nepal, and Russia have helped tiger populations recover in some areas. Sanctuaries, anti-poaching patrols, and breeding programs have proven that when we protect them, tigers thrive. India's Project Tiger has nearly doubled the country's tiger numbers since the 1970s. The question is, will it be enough? The tiger isn't just another animal. It's a symbol of strength, resilience, and wild beauty. But if we don't act fast, it could become just another ghost of the past. We saved them once. Can we do it again? Cheetahs are the undisputed speed champions of the animal kingdom, but they live in constant fear. Unlike lions, hyenas, or leopards, cheetahs are built for speed, not strength, making them one of the most vulnerable big cats. They avoid fights at all costs, and they lose nearly half of their kills to stronger predators. Their cubs are even more at risk. Up to 90% of cheetah cubs don't survive their first year, with lions, leopards, and hyenas being the main threats. But what if that changed? What if cheetahs had no natural enemies? What if lions, hyenas, and leopards didn't exist, leaving cheetahs to dominate the open plains? How would they adapt? Right now, male cheetahs sometimes form coalitions, small groups of brothers that stay together for life. They work together to defend territory and increase their chances of survival. However, females remain mostly solitary to protect their cubs, avoiding other cheetahs and staying hidden to reduce risks. But in a world without predators, cheetahs wouldn't need to hide. They could afford to live in larger groups, forming something similar to lion prides or wild dog packs. This would increase their hunting efficiency. Instead of relying on short, exhausting solo chases, they could hunt cooperatively, targeting larger prey like wildebeest or young zebras. Without lions, hyenas, or leopards hunting their cubs, cheetah survival rates would skyrocket. Cheetah mothers might even have more frequent litters, since their cubs would be much more likely to survive. Right now, most cheetahs only successfully raise 1 or 2 cubs per litter, but without threats, they could raise full litters of 4 to 6 cubs at a time. With fewer deaths and more successful births, cheetah populations would explode. More cheetahs would mean more competition for food, potentially leading to territorial battles among cheetahs themselves, something rarely seen today. Cheetahs are currently designed for survival in a hostile environment. They sacrifice strength for speed, because they have to outrun both their prey and their predators. However, if they no longer needed to run for their lives, would they remain so fragile? With no predators stealing their kills, cheetahs could afford to hunt differently. Right now, they kill quickly by suffocating their prey, then eat as fast as possible before a lion or hyena arrives. But in a world where they ruled the plains, cheetahs might develop stronger builds, relying less on speed and more on power. Over time, natural selection could favor heavier, more muscular cheetahs that could take down even larger prey, like adult zebras. Could cheetahs eventually evolve to become a blend of speed and strength, perhaps a new kind of super predator? Predators play an important role in controlling prey populations, and right now, lions and hyenas keep herbivores in check. Without these predators, cheetahs would take on a greater role as apex predators. However, since cheetahs are specialized hunters, their focus is usually on medium-sized animals like antelopes. This means that large herbivores like buffalo and giraffes might thrive, while smaller prey species could face overhunting. If cheetahs became the dominant predator, the entire ecosystem would have to adjust, possibly leading to new hunting strategies, changing migration patterns, and shifts in prey populations. Cheetahs are built for speed because they have to be. But if there were no predators to chase them away from food, would they stay as fast as they are now? Evolution is driven by necessity, and without constant competition, cheetahs might gradually lose some of their speed in favor of endurance and power. We might see the rise of a slower, stronger cheetah, capable of holding down its prey for longer and defending its food from other cheetahs, rather than running to escape danger. Over thousands of years, their bodies could shift to resemble something closer to a hybrid between cheetahs and leopards. Fast, but also strong. While a world without lions and hyenas might seem like a paradise for cheetahs, it could actually cause unexpected problems. Too many cheetahs could lead to food shortages, causing them to compete against each other in ways they never had to before. Instead of running from lions and hyenas, they'd be fighting each other for dominance, forcing them to evolve entirely new survival strategies. Would cheetahs form strict hierarchies like lions? Would they become more aggressive like leopards? Or would they stay fast, continuing to rely on their speed in new ways? One thing is certain, without natural enemies, cheetahs would change forever. Lions are the ultimate socialites of the big cat world. While tigers, leopards and jaguars prefer the lone wolf lifestyle, lions thrive in big, boisterous families called prides. And like any big family, things can get messy, competitive and downright dramatic. A typical lion pride consists of lionesses, their cubs, and a few dominant males who think they run the show. But in reality, it's the lionesses who hold everything together. The females are usually all related, forming a tight-knit sisterhood that works together to raise cubs, hunt, and defend territory. This communal living is what makes lions so unique. While other big cats rely solely on themselves to survive, lions have turned teamwork into an art form. When it comes to hunting, lionesses operate like a well-coordinated SWAT team. Some sneak around the flanks, others drive prey toward the ambush, and before their dinner even knows what's happening, boom, it's over. This cooperative strategy allows them to take down massive prey like zebras, buffaloes, and even giraffes. Meanwhile, the males, they mostly show up at the end, swagger in, and claim the first bite because, well, they're the kings, right? But pride life isn't all about teamwork. It's also about power struggles. Male lions don't get to rule forever. When a pride male gets older or weaker, younger, stronger males will challenge him for the throne. And if they win, the first order of business is brutal. They kill all the cubs fathered by the previous male, forcing the lionesses to go back into heat so they can start their own bloodline. It's harsh, but in the wild, only the strongest genes survive. Lionesses, however, have their own way of keeping the peace. When a pride gets too large or resources run low, the group might split into two, with some females branching off to form a new pride. On the rare occasion that two prides merge, it's like an episode of a reality show. There's tension, growling, dominance displays, and sometimes outright fights before they figure out how to coexist. Even though pride life gives lions a huge survival advantage, it's not without risks. Territorial battles with rival prides, injuries from hunts, and even human conflict like poaching and habitat loss all threaten their way of life. But as long as there's enough space, prey, and strong leadership, the social structure of a lion pride remains one of the most fascinating, high-stakes animal societies in the wild. So while other big cats stalk the night alone, lions stick together, hunting, raising cubs, and fighting for dominance in a world where family isn't just important, it's everything. Wolves don't do friendship like dogs. They don't wag their tails when they see you, they don't fetch sticks, and they definitely don't want belly rubs. Earning a wolf's trust is less like making a pet love you and more like convincing a highly intelligent, suspicious, and socially complex predator that you're not a complete waste of space. In captivity, whether in sanctuaries or rehabilitation centers, wolves may grow accustomed to human presence, but that doesn't mean they see you as one of their own. Bonding with a wolf is a slow, deliberate process built on respect, patience, and zero sudden movements. You don't just walk in and say, "Hey buddy," unless you want to be on the receiving end of a growl that translates to, "Who invited you?" The first rule of wolf bonding: let them come to you. Unlike dogs, who will bounce up to strangers with excitement, wolves are observant, cautious, and calculating. They'll study your body language, assess your energy, and decide for themselves if you're worth interacting with. If you walk straight up to them expecting affection, congratulations, you just made yourself the least interesting thing in their world. Food is a powerful tool, but don't think handing out snacks will turn you into their new best friend. It's not bribery, it's about associating yourself with something positive without being pushy. Wolves respect boundaries, and if they sense you trying too hard, they'll shut down or get defensive. The best approach? Act like you don't care. Sit down, exist in their space, let them watch you, and wait for curiosity to take over. Eventually, if you're patient, they might come sniffing, cautiously, skeptically, as if saying, "Fine, I'll investigate this strange, slow-moving human. Eye contact is tricky. Too much direct staring is a challenge. Too little and you look weak. It's a delicate dance. Glance at them, look away, give off, "I am not a threat, but I'm also not afraid" energy. Wolves respect confidence, but they also despise arrogance. Act too dominant, and they'll call your bluff. Act too submissive, and they'll ignore you. The goal is balance, like trying to impress a really judgmental boss who also happens to have fangs. And then there's trust. Wolves bond with consistency. If you're part of their routine, feeding them, spending time around them, moving in a way that's predictable and non-threatening, they start to accept you. If you make sudden moves, raise your voice, or break their trust, you're back to square one. Some wolves never bond with humans, no matter how much time you spend with them. Others choose specific people to tolerate, maybe even like. But even if a wolf trusts you, it will always be a wild animal. There's no domestication, no unconditional loyalty, no cuddly moments like you'd get with a dog. The closest thing to affection? A wolf might nuzzle you, lean against you, or give a soft chuff, but only on their terms, never yours. Building a bond with a wolf is like learning a secret language. It's about understanding their rules, earning their respect, and never forgetting that at the end of the day, they are not pets. They are apex predators, thinking, watching, deciding. And if you're lucky, really lucky, they might just decide you're okay. A world where tigers are no longer endangered, imagine that. No more desperate conservation efforts, no more dwindling numbers, no more last-ditch survival strategies. Instead, the forests would echo with the roars of thousands of tigers, ruling their domains as nature intended. But what would that world actually look like? For one, ecosystems would flourish. Tigers are keystone species, meaning their presence keeps everything in balance. More tigers mean fewer unchecked herbivores like deer and wild boar, which would otherwise overgraze forests and destroy plant life. Rivers would run clearer, vegetation would thrive, and prey species would evolve stronger survival instincts. The entire food chain would stabilize, creating a ripple effect that benefits everything from birds to insects to the trees themselves. Human-tiger coexistence would take on a new meaning. Right now, much of the conflict comes from tigers being pushed into small, shrinking patches of land. But in a world where tigers thrive, conservation would no longer be about crisis management. It would be about coexistence strategies. Rural communities might adapt by creating buffer zones, implementing better livestock protection, and using technology like drones to monitor tiger movements. Maybe tigers wouldn't be feared intruders, but respected neighbors, their presence signaling a balanced ecosystem rather than an imminent threat. And let's talk about tourism, because in a world where tigers thrive, wildlife tourism would explode. Imagine national parks teeming with big cats, offering safer and more frequent sightings. Countries like India, Nepal, and Russia, already home to some of the world's last wild tigers, would see a booming ecotourism industry, bringing in revenue that directly funds conservation and supports local communities. Tigers wouldn't just be surviving, they'd be an economic asset. But let's not get too dreamy. A booming tiger population wouldn't come without challenges. As numbers grow, so does the need for more space. Would we be willing to give up more land for them? Could we restore lost forests fast enough? Could we ensure that their expansion doesn't lead to more human-wildlife conflict? Because while a thriving tiger population is an ecological win, it also means adapting to a world where big cats roam freely once again. Right now, this vision is just that, a vision. Tigers are still endangered, still at risk, but their recovery isn't impossible. In India alone, tiger numbers have nearly doubled in the last 50 years. With the right protection, funding, and global commitment, maybe one day we'll no longer be counting how many tigers are left, but celebrating how many we've brought back. If you've ever wondered where to find alligators in the US, the answer is simple: anywhere warm, wet, and slightly terrifying. These prehistoric-looking reptiles dominate the swamps, rivers, and marshes of the southeastern states, with Florida and Louisiana being their ultimate VIP lounges. In fact, Louisiana alone has over 2 million alligators, which means you're more likely to run into one than a traffic-free road in New Orleans. Florida, of course, is alligator central. With its endless wetlands, lakes, and the Everglades, a giant alligator-infested paradise, it's basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for these reptiles. It's also the only place where gators and crocodiles coexist, which is like having Batman and Superman in the same city. Georgia, Alabama, and the Carolinas are also solid alligator hotspots, especially in their coastal marshes and slow-moving rivers. Even Texas has its fair share, because apparently everything really is bigger there, including the reptiles lurking in the bayous. But here's where it gets interesting. Alligators have been spotted in some unexpected places, even outside their usual range. Thanks to warmer climates and conservation efforts, their population has rebounded, and they've been seen in states like Arkansas and even Tennessee. Some have even taken a very wrong turn and ended up in people's swimming pools. Imagine going for a dip and realizing you've just been downgraded from pool owner to potential snack. These ancient predators thrive in freshwater environments, preferring slow-moving rivers, lakes, and marshes. The Everglades is probably the most famous alligator sanctuary, but they also love the Mississippi River Basin, coastal wetlands, and any place where they can sunbathe without being disturbed. Fun fact, alligators love golf courses. No one knows why, but if there's a water hazard, you can bet an alligator is in there, judging your terrible swings. Despite their fearsome reputation, alligators are crucial for their ecosystems. They create gator holes in wetlands, which serve as mini water reservoirs for other animals during dry seasons. They also help control fish and turtle populations, keeping nature balanced. However, human expansion has brought more of them into urban areas, leading to some very interesting encounters. Thankfully, conservation laws have helped protect alligator habitats, preventing overhunting and habitat destruction. So if you're ever exploring the swamps of Louisiana, kayaking in Florida, or just stepping outside in a state with suspiciously warm, murky water, keep an eye out. You might just meet a modern-day dinosaur who's been perfecting the art of lurking for millions of years. Just remember, if it looks like a floating log but has eyes, it's not a log. Imagine waking up, grabbing your morning coffee, stepping outside, and spotting a leopard casually lounging on your neighbor's car. Sounds insane, right? But what if leopards started living in cities just like pigeons, raccoons, and that one weird guy who never leaves the park? Leopards are already halfway there. In some parts of India, particularly in Mumbai, these stealthy big cats do slink through urban areas at night, snacking on stray dogs and rats like a natural pest control squad. If leopards fully adapted to city life, things would get wild. They'd be navigating traffic better than most drivers, sneaking through alleyways like furry ninjas, and possibly even claiming rooftops as personal hunting zones. For humans, this would be a mix of excitement and absolute chaos. On the plus side, city rat populations would take a serious hit. Goodbye, rodent infestations. Stray dogs? They'd be watching their backs real quick. But let's be real. Having an apex predator as a neighbor comes with complications. Jogging at night? Risky. Taking out the trash? Could turn into an unexpected game of who's watching who. And cat lovers would have a serious dilemma. How do you explain to your tiny house cat that their much, much bigger cousin just moved into the backyard? Cities would need serious conservation policies to manage leopard-human interactions. Would we create big cat crossing signs? Install motion detectors to alert people when a leopard is chilling near their favorite coffee shop. Urban planners might even have to redesign green spaces to include leopard zones, giving these big cats their own territory so they don't set up camp in someone's basement. Despite the risks, leopards could play an interesting role in urban ecosystems. By keeping prey populations in check, they could restore some balance to cities overwhelmed by pests. But human-wildlife conflict would skyrocket. It's one thing to have raccoons knocking over your trash bins. It's another when a 150-pound predator is doing it. If history is any indicator, humans would either learn to live alongside their new feline overlords, or we'd completely panic and overreact. In reality, leopards are highly adaptable, and in places where they already live near people, they often avoid direct confrontations. But if they fully embraced city life, well, let's just say Uber Eats drivers would need way more hazard pay. Hippos may look like giant, chubby water cows, but don't let the goofy grin fool you. They are absolute tanks with a serious attitude problem. In fact, they're responsible for more human deaths in Africa than lions, crocodiles, or any other large animal. If hippos had a motto, it would be, mess around and find out. First, let's talk size. A full-grown hippo can weigh up to 4,000 pounds, that's basically a car on legs, and can charge at 30 mph, faster than most humans can sprint. Now, imagine a vehicle-sized beast with the speed of a professional athlete, a short temper, and the bite force strong enough to snap a crocodile in half. Yeah, not exactly the cuddly water pig people imagine. Despite their semi-aquatic lifestyle, hippos are incredibly territorial. In the water, they act like mafia bosses, claiming entire rivers and lakes as their personal domain. If you so much as exist near their space, whether you're a boat, a crocodile, or an unlucky fisherman, they see it as an act of war. Many attacks happen because people underestimate how quickly a hippo can move through water. Unlike other heavy animals, they don't swim. They glide underwater like blubbery torpedoes, pushing off the riverbed with shocking agility. On land, they're just as terrifying. At night, hippos leave the water to graze, often wandering miles in search of food. This is when things get extra dangerous. If a person accidentally finds themselves between a hippo and its way back to the water, the hippo will not politely ask you to move. It will bulldoze straight through you like a living wrecking ball. And since they have zero chill, they won't stop until they're sure the threat is eliminated, which, spoiler alert, usually doesn't end well for the human. Their bite force, a staggering 1 to 800 psi. That's more than a lion or a tiger, and enough to crush bones like crackers. They use those comically large teeth not just for defense, but for brutal dominance battles with other hippos. And trust me, you do not want to be on the receiving end of a hippo tantrum. So why do people still think hippos are harmless? Maybe it's their pudgy, almost cartoonish appearance. Maybe it's because we see them yawning lazily in nature documentaries, which, by the way, is actually a threat display. But in reality, these animals are some of the most unpredictable and aggressive creatures on the planet. The bottom line? If you ever find yourself in hippo territory, keep your distance. They may not be hunting you, but if they think you're a problem, you'll quickly find out why these deceptively cute giants rule Africa's rivers with an iron jaw. Jaguars are like the stealthy ninjas of the jungle, but how do they see the world? Can they appreciate a sunset, or does everything look like an old black and white movie? The answer lies somewhere in between. While jaguars don't see the full spectrum of colors like humans, they aren't totally colorblind either. Their vision is tuned for survival, built for stalking prey in the dense rainforests and open grasslands they call home. Jaguars, like most big cats, have dichromatic vision, meaning they see fewer colors than we do. They lack red receptors, so their world likely looks like a mix of blues, yellows, and shades of gray. This actually works in their favor, because many of their prey, like deer, capybaras, and even caimans, are also red-green colorblind, making camouflage less effective against a jaguar's trained eyes. While a brightly colored parrot might stand out, the muted tones of fur and feathers that blend into the jungle are still fair game for a jaguar's sharp vision. But here's where things get really interesting. Jaguars are nocturnal and crepuscular hunters, meaning they do most of their hunting at night or during dawn and dusk. Their eyesight is specially adapted for these low-light conditions, with a structure called the tapetum lucidum, basically a built-in night vision upgrade. This reflective layer in their eyes bounces light back through the retina, giving them a second chance to detect movement, even in near-total darkness. Ever seen a cat's eyes glow in the dark? That's the tapetum lucidum at work, and jaguars have one of the most powerful versions of it in the big cat world. This means jaguars don't need perfect color vision to be terrifyingly efficient hunters. Instead of relying on bright, colorful details, they focus on movement, contrast, and shadows. The flicker of an ear, the rustle of leaves, the barely visible ripple of water as an unsuspecting prey takes a sip. Even in pitch-black jungle nights, their eyes turn the darkness into a hunting ground where they see what others can't. So while a jaguar probably wouldn't appreciate a red rose or a green jungle in the way humans do, it doesn't need to. Evolution has fine-tuned their eyesight for ambush tactics, allowing them to spot prey even when it thinks it's hidden. When a jaguar locks onto a target, it doesn't matter what color it is, because in a few silent steps, it's game over. Hyenas get a bad rap. Thanks to movies and myths, they're often seen as sneaky scavengers, lurking in the shadows, waiting to steal a lion's leftovers. But what if I told you they're actually some of the most efficient hunters in Africa, even outpacing lions in some cases? That's right. These so-called thieves are more like strategic warriors with teamwork that would put a military squad to shame. Let's start with the hunting versus scavenging debate. While hyenas do scavenge, they hunt up to 80% of their own food. Compare that to lions, which happily steal kills from hyenas and other predators whenever they get the chance. In fact, in certain regions, hyenas have been observed making more kills than lions do. They don't just wait around for scraps. They actively chase down and take down their own meals. Now let's talk strategy. Spotted hyenas are like highly coordinated pack hunters, capable of running their prey into exhaustion. Their endurance is legendary. They can chase an animal for several miles at speeds up to 37 km/h, 60 km/h, which is basically a marathon in the animal kingdom. When hunting in groups, they go full SWAT team mode, cutting off escape routes, separating weaker individuals from the herd, and overwhelming prey with sheer numbers. A lone hyena might struggle against a fully grown wildebeest, but when the clan moves as one, game over. And here's something you probably didn't expect. Hyenas have a bite force stronger than lions. Their jaws can crush bones with a pressure of 1,100 psi, pounds per square inch, meaning they can devour almost every part of their kill, from flesh to bone to marrow. That's not just efficient, it's the definition of zero-waste dining. But wait, what about scavenging? Sure, hyenas will happily steal a meal if the opportunity arises, but that's just smart survival. Why waste energy on a hunt when someone else did the work for you? And let's not forget, lions steal from hyenas just as often. The battle between these two predators is more of a two-way street than a one-sided mugging. So are hyenas just scavengers? Absolutely not. They are strategic, highly intelligent, and brutally effective hunters that play a crucial role in Africa's ecosystem. Whether they're taking down their own prey or taking advantage of an easy meal, one thing is certain: hyenas are not to be underestimated. Imagine a world where apex predators simply vanished. No wolves howling in the forests, no tigers prowling the jungles, no sharks patrolling the oceans. At first, it might sound like a relief for prey species, a never-ending buffet with no fear of becoming someone's dinner. But nature doesn't work like a Disney movie. When predators disappear, chaos follows. Without wolves keeping elk and deer populations in check, these herbivores feast on plants like there's no tomorrow. In Yellowstone National Park, when wolves were wiped out, elk populations exploded, stripping entire valleys of vegetation, wrecking riverbanks, and even driving away beavers who rely on trees for dam building. When wolves were reintroduced decades later, the ecosystem bounced back. The elk moved more cautiously, plants regrew, beavers returned, and the entire food chain snapped back into balance. Now let's talk oceans. Without sharks, mid-level predators like rays and smaller fish go wild, devouring everything in sight. In some areas where shark populations collapsed, sea turtles overran seagrass beds, turning once thriving ecosystems into underwater deserts. Coral reefs, already under stress, take another hit because they rely on a balanced food web to stay healthy. But it's not just about overeating. When predators disappear, disease spreads like wildfire. Weak, sickly animals that would have been culled by natural selection now survive and reproduce, passing on genetic weaknesses. In Africa, when lions and leopards declined, baboon populations exploded, leading to increased baboon-human conflicts, crop destruction, and even the spread of parasites to humans. The absence of predators can even change the behavior of prey animals. With no reason to stay on the move, deer, wild boars, and other herbivores become lazy, overgrazing the same areas, compacting the soil, and reducing plant diversity. Even insects and birds suffer when their habitats get trashed by unchecked prey populations. Of course, nature can sometimes correct itself, but not always in ways that are good for humans. In areas where large predators disappear, smaller, more adaptable carnivores like coyotes, jackals, and raccoons take over, leading to more human-wildlife conflicts as these opportunistic scavengers invade cities, farms, and backyards. The good news? Bringing predators back works. The return of wolves to Yellowstone is just one success story. In India, when tiger conservation efforts improved, entire forests benefited. In Africa, restoring cheetahs helped balance herbivore populations, preventing desertification. Even in marine ecosystems, shark protection programs have helped fish stocks recover. Predators are not villains. They are the architects of healthy ecosystems. Remove them and everything collapses. Let them thrive and nature rebuilds itself. Black bears might just be the ultimate escape artists and food thieves of the animal kingdom. These furry geniuses have been caught on camera unlocking car doors, opening bear-proof trash cans, and even memorizing human routines to maximize their snack-stealing opportunities. If you think your fancy lock, bungee cord, or so-called bear-proof container will stop them, think again. Black bears treat security measures like puzzles, and they're really good at solving them. Research shows that black bears have exceptional problem-solving skills, often rivaling those of primates. In controlled studies, they've figured out how to open latches, recognize patterns, and even learn by watching other bears. They don't just rely on brute force, they observe, adapt, and strategically outmaneuver human defenses. Some bears have even been known to return to the same homes year after year, learning which houses have food, and which ones aren't worth the effort. One legendary case involved a bear in Lake Tahoe dubbed Hank the Tank, a 500-pound criminal mastermind who broke into over 30 homes. No lock was safe, no cooler was secure, and no trash bin was left unraided. Authorities tried everything: reinforced doors, alarms, even paintball guns. But Hank always found a way in. Eventually, DNA tests revealed that Hank was actually several different bears using the same techniques, proving that black bears can learn from each other and spread their devious knowledge. Bear proofing has become an ongoing arms race between humans and black bears. In some areas, communities have switched to bear-resistant trash bins with intricate locking mechanisms, but bears have still managed to crack them open. Some people even resort to electrified doorknobs or motion-activated sprinklers, only to find that the bears quickly figure out how to avoid or disable these deterrents. So, can black bears outsmart humans? The answer is a resounding yes, and they're only getting better at it. Their intelligence, memory, and adaptability make them one of the most cunning problem solvers in the wild. If you ever go camping, just remember, you're not hiding food from a bear. You're competing in a high-stakes game of wits with a forest ninja who's probably 3 steps ahead of you. Kodiak bears aren't just big. They're the undisputed giants of the bear world. These Alaskan titans can tip the scales at over 1,500 pounds, 680 kilos, and stand over 10 feet, 3 meters tall when on their hind legs. To put that into perspective, that's like stacking 2 grizzly bears on top of each other. But what makes Kodiak bears so ridiculously massive? First, let's talk location. Kodiak bears are found exclusively on Kodiak Island, Alaska, where they've been isolated for over 12,000 years. With no competition from other large predators like wolves, they've had the freedom to grow bigger and dominate their habitat. Think of it like an all-you-can-eat buffet with 0 gym memberships. Except these guys actually turn all that food into pure muscle. Speaking of buffets, the diet plays a massive role. Kodiak bears live in one of the richest food environments on Earth. Thanks to insane salmon runs, they have access to a near-endless supply of protein. When salmon season is in full swing, these bears gorge themselves, packing on pounds for the winter hibernation. And unlike other bears that rely on smaller prey or scavenging, Kodiaks don't have to fight for food. They just wade into the river and start fishing like pros. Then there's genetics. Over generations, natural selection has favored larger, stronger bears, giving them an advantage in both survival and mating. Bigger bears are better at securing territory, finding food, and attracting mates, leading to an evolutionary cycle of size supremacy. Essentially, Kodiak bears are the result of thousands of years of genetic fine-tuning to become the ultimate heavyweight champions of the bear world. Compared to their closest relatives, grizzly bears, Kodiaks are significantly larger. While an average grizzly might weigh between 400 to 600 pounds, 118 to 270 keys, Kodiaks easily double or triple that size. The main difference: abundant food and a milder climate, allowing them to grow bigger without struggling through harsh winters like their inland cousins. So why are Kodiak bears so massive? It's a perfect storm of isolation, unlimited seafood, and genetics on steroids. They are living proof that if you remove competition, give an animal unlimited food, and let evolution do its thing, you get a bear that looks like it should be guarding the gates of Valhalla. What if pumas suddenly decided that humans weren't scary anymore? Imagine stepping outside for your morning coffee, only to see a 200-pound feline lounging on your car like it owns the place. No more hiding in the forests. Pumas would be strutting through neighborhoods, chilling in playgrounds, and staring through your window at dinner like an uninvited house guest. Sounds fun, right? Well, maybe not so much. Right now, pumas avoid humans like we avoid awkward small talk. They stick to remote areas, hunt deer, and do their best to stay out of our way. But if they lost that instinctual fear, we'd have a real problem. They'd start wandering into towns more often, and suddenly, your morning jog could turn into a sprint for survival. Pet owners would be on edge. Delivery drivers would have new occupational hazards, and backyard BBQs might come with unexpected and very large guests. On an ecological level, things would get even weirder. Pumas are apex predators, keeping deer, rodents, and other prey populations in check. If they started seeing humans as just another part of the landscape, their hunting habits could shift. Maybe they'd snack on easy urban prey, or maybe they'd become bolder scavengers, raiding trash cans like oversized raccoons. Either way, it wouldn't take long before we'd have to rethink how we coexist. Now there's one upside. Overpopulation of deer is a big issue in some areas. A few fearless pumas could help trim down those numbers, reducing car accidents and saving gardens from being munched into oblivion. But let's be real.
Most people wouldn't be thrilled about their new four-legged neighborhood patrol. Fearless pumas could lead to more confrontations, which means more relocations, lethal removals, and public freakouts. Imagine the headlines: "Local man wrestles puma over grilled steak, both lose." And what about conservation? Right now, wildlife corridors and protected zones are designed with the idea that pumas avoid humans. If they stop doing that, we'd have to rethink everything. Cities might need puma-proof zones, and people would have to learn how to coexist with a predator that isn't afraid to crash a picnic. At the end of the day, pumas having a healthy fear of humans is a good thing, for both them and us. It keeps them wild, keeps us safe, and prevents our front yards from turning into the Serengeti. So let's just appreciate them from a distance, shall we? Because the last thing anyone needs is a puma casually following them home, waiting for an invitation to move in. Lions, the kings of the jungle, are silently disappearing, and the world barely notices. While poaching and illegal hunting make headlines, the real threats to lions are creeping in quietly and persistently. Habitat destruction, human-wildlife conflict, and the growing illegal bone trade. Unlike elephant poaching, which leaves behind clear evidence, lions are vanishing in ways that don't always make the news. And that's exactly why this crisis is so dangerous. Over the last century, lion populations have plummeted by over 90%, yet there's no global outcry. One of the biggest killers? Habitat fragmentation. As cities, roads, and farms expand, lions lose the vast territories they need to survive. The once unbroken savannas that stretched across Africa have become a maze of human settlements, forcing lions into smaller, isolated patches. This leads to inbreeding, weaker populations, and inevitable decline. Then there's the bone trade, a lesser-known but growing crisis. With the decline of wild tigers, the demand for big cat bones, used in traditional medicine and luxury tonics, has shifted to lions. Poachers are now targeting lions specifically for their bones, fueling a black market industry that operates under the radar. Legal loopholes even allow lion breeding farms in South Africa to sell lion skeletons, further incentivizing this deadly trade. Human-wildlife conflict is another silent killer. As lions lose their natural hunting grounds, they turn to livestock, triggering retaliation from farmers. A single lion attack on cattle can mean death for an entire pride, as farmers poison, shoot, or trap lions to protect their livelihoods. Conservationists are working to mitigate these conflicts through lion-proof bomas, enclosures, and compensation programs. But in many areas, the damage is already done. Climate change adds another layer to this crisis. With shifting weather patterns, prey availability declines, forcing lions to work harder for food. More droughts mean fewer herbivores, leading to starvation, weaker cubs, and increased competition between prides. Despite these threats, lion conservation doesn't get the same urgency as elephants or rhinos. No dramatic poaching scenes, no tusks or horns to make international news, just a slow, quiet disappearance. But lions are just as critical to their ecosystems. As apex predators, they keep herbivore populations in check, ensuring the balance of Africa's grasslands. Without lions, the entire landscape changes. If we don't act now, the world could wake up to a future where wild lions exist only in history books. The silent extinction of lions is happening right before our eyes. It's time to make some noise before it's too late. In the wild, trust is a currency rarely spent on humans, yet some predators have been seen placing their most precious possessions, their cubs, right in our presence. Why would an apex predator, built for survival and suspicion, allow a mere two-legged outsider near their young? Are they miscalculating? Desperate? Or do they know something we don't? One of the most famous cases comes from Russia, where a wild fox started regularly dropping off her cubs near a photographer's cabin, seemingly trusting him to babysit while she hunted. In Alaska, a bear mother was observed leading her cubs across a highway, carefully waiting for traffic to stop, almost as if she understood that humans could be more predictable than nature itself. And in parts of India, where wolves are sometimes tolerated near villages, people have reported wolves leaving their pups near human settlements, possibly to shield them from rival predators. So what's behind this seemingly reckless parenting strategy? The most logical explanation is habituation. Animals that frequently encounter humans without experiencing harm may start seeing us as neutral entities rather than threats. If a predator has learned that humans aren't dangerous and might even scare away other threats, like rival predators or scavengers, it's possible they see us as a lesser evil compared to the alternatives. Another theory is that some predators recognize patterns in human behavior. Unlike unpredictable wild rivals, humans follow routines. We stay on trails, visit the same campsites, and have a strange habit of giving food to animals we like. A mother predator in a high-risk environment might pick up on these patterns and use them to her advantage. This big hairless creature won't eat my cubs, but that hungry male bear over there definitely will. It also matters which humans they trust. In sanctuaries and rehabilitation centers, caregivers often form bonds with wild predators, leading to rare instances where a mother might allow close interaction with her young. But even in the wild, certain people, like fishermen, rangers, or long-time observers, can unknowingly earn an animal's trust over time simply by being consistently non-threatening. However, trust is not universal. For every instance of a predator tolerating humans near its cubs, there are countless examples where getting too close results in teeth, claws, and a very bad day. Even when trust exists, it comes with risks. If animals become too comfortable around humans, they can become targets for poaching, human conflict, or dependency on human presence. So while it's fascinating to see a wild predator trusting a human with its young, it's also a delicate, unpredictable, and potentially dangerous phenomenon. As much as we want to believe it's some magical cross-species bond, it's more likely an animal's calculated decision in a world where survival means taking whatever advantage you can get, even if it means trusting a strange, upright primate. Predators are nature's ultimate survival machines, fine-tuned over millions of years to master one skill: getting food without becoming food. From the razor-sharp claws of big cats to the bone-crushing jaws of crocodiles, every predator is armed with a unique set of tools that make them the apex of their environment. But their role isn't just about hunting. It's about keeping ecosystems in balance, driving evolution, and shaping the very fabric of life on Earth. Some predators rely on brute force and teamwork, like lions, who hunt in coordinated groups to bring down massive prey that a single lion could never handle alone. Others, like the cheetah, trade strength for speed, relying on their explosive acceleration to catch the fastest animals on the planet. Then there are the ambush specialists, like jaguars and crocodiles, who rely on patience, stealth, and a single devastating attack to secure a meal. And let's not forget the strategists, like orcas, who use sophisticated hunting techniques, including wave-washing seals off ice floes or beaching themselves to grab prey before sliding back into the water. But predators aren't just nature's assassins, they are ecosystem architects. They don't just control prey populations, they shape how entire environments function. When wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone, they didn't just hunt deer, they forced them to move differently, which allowed forests to regenerate, leading to more birds, more beavers, and even healthier rivers. Similarly, sharks keep coral reef ecosystems in check by controlling mid-level predators, preventing overgrazing of algae that coral needs to thrive. Without predators, nature falls apart. When apex predators disappear, prey populations explode unchecked, leading to overgrazing, habitat destruction, and even disease outbreaks as weaker animals that would have been culled by predators continue to reproduce. This is called a trophic cascade, where the removal of one species sets off a chain reaction of destruction, altering entire ecosystems in ways that can take decades or even centuries to recover from. Predation is also the driving force of evolution. Every time a predator gets faster, stealthier, or smarter, its prey has to adapt to survive. Gazelles evolved lightning speed to outrun cheetahs. Octopuses developed mind-bending camouflage to escape lurking hunters. And even simple prey species like rabbits have sharpened their reflexes and zigzag running patterns to throw off predators. This never-ending arms race has given rise to some of the most fascinating adaptations in nature. But being a predator isn't all glory. It's a tough life. Most predators fail in 8 out of 10 hunts, meaning they spend more time hungry than full. They constantly risk injury, starvation, and competition from other hunters. A single mistake, a missed pounce, a mistimed attack, can mean the difference between survival and death. And in human-dominated landscapes, predators face an even greater challenge. Habitat loss, conflict with humans, and poaching threaten many of the world's top predators, from tigers and wolves to sharks and eagles. Predators are not villains of the animal kingdom, they are its caretakers, keeping populations balanced, ecosystems thriving, and evolution marching forward. Without them, nature would spiral into chaos, overrun by unchecked prey and suffering from environmental collapse.
Lions and humans have been neighbors for thousands of years, but lately, it's been a bit of a toxic relationship. As human populations grow and expand into traditional lion territories, the battle over space, resources, and survival intensifies. Can lions and humans actually live together without turning every encounter into a conflict? The answer isn't simple, but some conservationists, local communities, and wildlife experts are proving that peaceful coexistence might be possible with the right strategies. The biggest source of tension? Livestock attacks. When lions lose their natural prey due to habitat loss or overhunting, they often turn to an easier meal, cows and goats. But every time a lion snatches a farmer's cattle, the response is usually swift and deadly. Poisons, traps, and spears have wiped out entire prides in retaliation. In some areas, more lions are killed by humans than by any natural cause. So what's being done to change this? Lion-proof enclosures, also known as bomas, have become a game changer. These are strong, reinforced fences that keep livestock safe at night, removing the easy meal temptation for lions. In places like Kenya and Tanzania, community-led programs have helped farmers build thousands of these enclosures, significantly reducing lion attacks. The result? Fewer dead cattle, fewer dead lions, and fewer angry farmers. But fences alone aren't enough. Some communities have gone a step further, creating lion guardians. Trained locals who track lions, warn farmers about their movements, and even help recover lost cattle without resorting to violence. This approach has been particularly successful with the Maasai people, who once saw lion killing as a rite of passage, but now protect them as part of a new cultural and economic strategy. And speaking of economics, ecotourism has turned lions into a valuable asset. In areas where wildlife tourism thrives, local communities see lions not as threats, but as sources of income. Safari lodges, guided tours, and conservation jobs provide alternative ways for people to make a living, ones that don't involve hunting lions. When a living lion is worth more than a dead one, attitudes shift dramatically. Still, challenges remain. Human settlements continue to grow, climate change is shrinking water sources, and poaching for lion bones is on the rise. Coexistence isn't just about protecting lions, it's about finding a balance where both lions and humans can thrive. So, can lions and humans live together in peace? It's possible, but it requires effort from both sides. Through smart conservation, community involvement, and a bit of human ingenuity, we might just be able to rewrite the story. One where lions roam freely without fear, and humans no longer see them as the enemy. Human-wildlife conflict is an age-old struggle, but as human populations expand and natural habitats shrink, these encounters are becoming more frequent and more dangerous. From elephants trampling crops in Africa to leopards stalking livestock in India, the battle for space and resources is intensifying. For humans, it means economic losses, safety risks, and in some cases, deadly confrontations. For wildlife, it often means retaliation, habitat destruction, and even extinction. Some conflicts are driven by predators, like wolves or big cats, preying on farm animals, forcing ranchers to take lethal action. Others are caused by herbivores, such as deer, overgrazing farmlands, or wild boars raiding crops, leading to financial losses for local communities. Urban expansion is another major factor, pushing wildlife into human-dominated areas. Bears rummage through trash bins, monkeys invade cities, and birds of prey collide with buildings, each incident bringing animals and humans into conflict in ways that can have severe consequences. But the effects of these conflicts go beyond just direct encounters. When predators are eliminated from an area, prey populations can explode, leading to overgrazing and ecosystem collapse. When herbivores are driven away, forests may become overgrown, disrupting natural balance. The interconnectedness of nature means that every human action has ripple effects, altering landscapes in unpredictable ways. Yet solutions exist. Wildlife corridors, protected pathways that allow animals to move safely between habitats, help prevent dangerous encounters. Non-lethal deterrents like sound devices and guardian animals protect livestock without harming predators. Some communities have adopted ecotourism, turning local wildlife into an economic asset rather than a threat. Education plays a crucial role, teaching people how to coexist with wildlife rather than fear or eliminate it. The challenge is finding a balance where both humans and animals can thrive. Coexistence is not just about protecting wildlife, it's about ensuring the stability of entire ecosystems, the safety of local communities, and the future of biodiversity. The more we understand and respect the creatures we share the planet with, the better chance we have of creating a world where both can survive.
If nature had an awards ceremony for the most successful predator, the competition would be fierce. Who takes the crown? The lightning-fast cheetah? The stealthy jaguar? The brute-force crocodile? While all are elite killers, success in predation isn't just about raw power. It's about dominance, adaptability, and sheer impact on the world. And by those standards, the real contenders might surprise you. First up, the domestic cat. Yes, your fluffy, purring, furniture-scratching house cat might just be nature's most effective killer. With an estimated 600 million domestic and feral cats worldwide, they are responsible for the deaths of billions of birds and small mammals every year. Unlike other predators who have to fight for survival, cats have convinced humans to feed them, house them, and worship them, all while still hunting for fun. If that's not peak evolutionary success, what is?
Next, the orca killer whale.
The ocean's undisputed apex predator, orcas have no natural enemies and have adapted to hunt almost anything that moves, from fish to seals to even great white sharks. They use teamwork, intelligence, and customized hunting techniques depending on their region, making them one of the most adaptable killers in the wild.
Oh, and they play with their food, sometimes just for the fun of it.
And finally, the undefeated champion, humans. Let's be honest. No predator comes close to the level of control and destruction humans have exerted over the natural world. We've hunted megafauna into extinction, reshaped entire ecosystems, and even created machines that hunt for us. Unlike every other predator that relies on strength, speed, or venom, humans use technology, intelligence, and cooperation to dominate everything. Our hunting strategies now involve satellites, sonar, and supply chains. We don't just hunt prey, we manipulate entire food chains. So who's the real most successful predator? If we're talking efficiency, the domestic cat wins hands down. If it's hunting strategy and adaptability, the orca is a strong contender. But if we define success by global dominance, ecosystem control, and sheer impact on life itself, there's only one answer. Humans. We don't just survive, we reshape the rules of nature itself. But with great power comes great responsibility. Will we be the first apex predator smart enough to control its own destruction? Tiger conservation is a wild ride, full of victories, setbacks, and enough drama to rival a nature documentary narrated by Morgan Freeman. The good news? Tiger numbers are on the rise, clawing their way back from the brink. The bad news? They're still fighting an uphill battle against poaching, habitat destruction, and the occasional, "Oops, we built a city where your forest used to be." India is the undisputed champion of tiger conservation, home to about 3,265 wild tigers, roughly 70% of the world's population. Their secret, a massive network of tiger reserves, strict anti-poaching laws, and locals who have figured out that a living tiger brings in more tourism money than a dead one. Russia, meanwhile, is holding the Siberian fort with around 508 Amur tigers, thanks to hardcore anti-poaching patrols and conservationists willing to track tigers through blizzards. Nepal has pulled off a conservation miracle, nearly doubling its tiger numbers from 121 in 2009 to around 263 today. Turns out, when communities get involved in protecting tigers, everybody wins, except for poachers, who are finding it increasingly hard to operate in tiger-friendly zones. But then there's Indonesia, where the critically endangered Sumatran tiger is hanging on by a thread, with fewer than 350 left. Deforestation and illegal wildlife trade are relentless threats, making every conservation success feel like winning a battle in a never-ending war. And Southeast Asia? That's where the real heartbreak is. Malaysia is losing tigers faster than they can be protected, and in countries like Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, wild tigers are either functionally extinct or already gone. Conservationists are trying everything: protected areas, anti-poaching units, even international cooperation to keep these big cats connected across fragmented habitats. Back in 2010, the world set an ambitious goal: double the global tiger population by 2022. They didn't quite make it, but progress has been undeniable. The fight, however, is far from over. Habitat destruction, poaching for the illegal wildlife trade, and human-tiger conflict remain massive hurdles. Wolves, majestic, cunning, and often misunderstood, are far more than the villains of bedtime stories. They're social masterminds, ecological heroes, and downright fascinating creatures. Let's sink our teeth into the wild world of wolves and why they deserve way more love than they get. Picture this: a pack of grey wolves trekking through the snow, moving like a perfectly choreographed dance team.
Wolves aren't lone rangers, they thrive on teamwork. Every pack has its hierarchy, but forget the Hollywood alpha wolf nonsense. Leadership isn't just about snarling, it's about keeping the pack tight and efficient. Plus their howls, it's not just eerie, it's wolf Wi-Fi, keeping everyone connected over miles. Now about their dining habits. Wolves are like nature's cleanup crew, targeting weak or overpopulated animals. Sure, they'll take down a deer, but they're also happy to snack on smaller critters like rabbits or scavenged carcasses. Think of them as Mother Nature's balance experts, keeping ecosystems thriving by preventing prey populations from running amok. And yet wolves get a bad rap. Centuries of myths have painted them as bloodthirsty beasts, sneaking into villages to snack on livestock, or worse, humans. Here's the truth bomb. Attacks on humans are rarer than a unicorn sighting. Wolves avoid people like teenagers avoid doing chores. As for livestock, sure it happens. But non-lethal methods like guardian dogs and better fencing are proving to be game changers. Let's talk comeback stories. Wolves are nature's ultimate underdogs. Decimated in many regions by hunting and habitat loss, they're slowly reclaiming their territories, thanks to reintroduction efforts. Yellowstone's wolves, for instance, didn't just return, they rewrote the rules. Their presence reshaped the entire park's ecosystem, proving how vital they are to the balance of nature. But it's not all smooth howling. Habitat destruction, poaching, and human conflict are ongoing battles. Conservation groups are working tirelessly to secure safe spaces, educate communities, and challenge outdated laws. Fun fact, in some cultures, wolves are seen as protectors and wise spirits. Talk about a PR shift. Tigers are the undisputed kings of the jungle, or at least what's left of it. These striped assassins once roamed vast landscapes from Russia's freezing forests to the steamy jungles of Southeast Asia. But today, thanks to habitat destruction, poaching, and humans being, well, humans, many tiger subspecies are either critically endangered or completely wiped off the map. The Bengal tiger is the most famous of them all, India's national animal and the unofficial boss of the subcontinent's forests. With a population of around 3,000, they're the most numerous tigers left, but that doesn't mean they're safe. Poaching and shrinking forests are constant threats. Indo-Chinese tigers, their slightly darker and smaller cousins, prowl through Southeast Asia, but in far lower numbers. With fewer than 1,500 left, their forests are disappearing faster than a tourist's wallet in Bangkok. The Malayan tiger, once thought to be the same as the Indo-Chinese, is now its own VIP subspecies. But VIP status doesn't mean much when there are only a few hundred left in the wild. Meanwhile, the Siberian tiger, or Amur tiger, is the heavyweight champion of all tigers. Living in the snow-covered forests of Russia and China, these massive cats have thicker fur, larger paws, and enough patience to sit through a Moscow winter. Their population has been bouncing back, but they still face threats from illegal hunting and habitat loss. The South China tiger is so rare it might as well be a myth. Once roaming the Chinese wilderness, it's now considered extinct in the wild, surviving only in captivity. Meanwhile, the Sumatran tiger, the smallest of the bunch, is a stealthy island-dwelling ninja. Native to Sumatra, they've adapted to island life by being incredible swimmers, using webbed feet to chase prey through water. Then there are the ones we've lost. The Caspian tiger once ruled the Middle East and Central Asia, but the last of them vanished in the 1970s, wiped out by hunting and human expansion. The Javan tiger followed the same fate, last seen in the wild decades ago, now just a ghost of Java's forests. Every remaining tiger subspecies faces a battle for survival. Deforestation, poaching, and human expansion are pushing them to the brink. But conservationists aren't giving up. Protected areas, anti-poaching squads, breeding programs, and global efforts are working to keep these legendary predators alive. Tigers aren't just majestic, they're vital. As apex predators, they keep ecosystems balanced, preventing prey populations from exploding and causing environmental chaos. Losing them would be like pulling the plug on an entire ecosystem. America's wildlands are home to some of the most terrifying, awe-inspiring, and downright badass predators on the planet. These creatures are built for one thing: absolute domination of their environments. But which ones are truly the deadliest? And more importantly, how do we avoid becoming an afternoon snack? Let's start with the walking muscle tanks of the animal kingdom. Bears. Grizzly bears are basically nature's version of an 800-pound linebacker, only faster and with knives for fingers. They can outrun a racehorse, decapitate a moose with one swipe, and smell a single potato chip in your backpack from miles away. Black bears? They might look less intimidating,
but they're the real culprits when it comes to bear attacks. Mostly because they have zero fear of raiding human trash cans like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. And then there's the polar bear, the one bear that sees humans and thinks, that looks delicious. If you ever lock eyes with a polar bear in the wild, well, let's just say, start writing your will. Moving on to big cats, because no list of terrifying killers would be complete without a silent, four-legged assassin. The mountain lion or cougar is the ghost of the forest. You won't see it coming. You won't hear it coming. By the time you realize you're in its territory, it's already watching you from a tree, deciding if you're worth the effort. When they do attack, they go straight for the neck like a horror movie villain. The good news: they usually avoid humans. The bad news, usually. And now, let's talk about prehistoric reptiles that are still out here reminding us why Florida is the Australia of America. The American alligator is a 1,000-pound armored torpedo with a bite force strong enough to crush bones like potato chips. They lurk in murky water, waiting for something dumb enough to get close. Then, bam! You're in a death roll and it's game over. Crocodiles are even meaner, but lucky for us they prefer Florida's southernmost swamps, where they compete with Florida Man for dominance. But let's not forget the venomous snakes, the silent, bitey little nightmares that send thousands of people to the ER every year. Rattlesnakes, copperheads, and cottonmouths all have one thing in common. They don't want to deal with you, but if you step too close, they will absolutely ruin your week. Most bites happen because people think they can get a little closer for a cool photo. Spoiler alert, it's never a cool photo when it ends with a hospital trip. The real danger, though, isn't the animals. It's us. We keep expanding into their habitats, building neighborhoods where predators used to roam freely. We leave food out, ignore warning signs, and try to pet things we really shouldn't. And then we act surprised when nature claps back. But here's the thing. These predators aren't villains. They're nature's cleanup crew, keeping ecosystems in check and making sure we don't get overrun by deer, rodents, and reckless tourists. Conservationists are working hard to protect both these animals and us, and the key to coexistence is simple. Respect the wild. Don't feed the bears, don't try to hug a cougar, and for the love of all that is holy, don't stick your hand in an alligator's mouth just to see what happens. Bears might look like big fuzzy carnivores with an attitude, but their diet is a lot more complicated than just meat or plants. These powerhouse omnivores eat whatever they can find, whenever they can find it. From fresh salmon to straight-up garbage, a bear's menu is one of the most versatile in the animal kingdom. Not all bears eat the same way. Polar bears? They're hardcore carnivores, living on a strict all-seal diet, occasionally spicing things up with a helpless seabird. Grizzlies and brown bears? These guys are gourmet chefs, mixing it up with berries, nuts, fish, and even small mammals. If it's edible, a grizzly has probably tried to eat it. Black bears? They lean more plant-based, chowing down on fruits, insects, and even the occasional picnic basket. And yes, panda bears are out here completely ignoring the carnivore rulebook, munching bamboo 24/7 like they're in an all-you-can-eat salad bar. Bears aren't just scavengers, they've got skills. Grizzlies? They'll wade into a rushing river, snatching leaping salmon like it's a fishing competition. Black bears? They're expert tree climbers, swiping fruits and nuts before you even realize they're in your backyard. Polar bears? They'll stalk seals across the ice using patience, stealth, and one powerful pounce. And when there's no fresh food around, bears get creative. They'll dig for roots, rip apart logs for insects, and even destroy entire bee colonies for that sweet, sweet honey. Yes, Winnie the Pooh was onto something. When fall rolls around, bears enter hyperphagia, which is just a fancy way of saying, eat everything in sight. They need to pack on fat for hibernation, so they'll devour tens of thousands of calories a day. Berries, nuts, fish, carrion. If it's got energy, it's going into the belly. Imagine a bear pulling up to an all-you-can-eat buffet and never leaving. That's basically autumn in the bear world. Here's where things get messy. With human expansion into bear habitats, these opportunistic eaters have discovered an entirely new food source. Us. Not eating us, usually, but our trash, leftovers, and improperly stored snacks. Bears that get used to human food lose their natural fear, which leads to dangerous encounters and, sadly, bears being relocated or put down. The saying, a fed bear is a dead bear, exists for a reason. The more they rely on human food, the worse it gets for everyone. Understanding what a bear eats isn't just about curiosity, it's key to conservation. Protecting natural food sources, ensuring healthy ecosystems, and preventing human-bear conflicts all start with knowing what's on the menu. A well-fed bear in the wild is a bear that stays in the wild, doing its job as an ecosystem engineer, spreading seeds, regulating prey populations, and keeping nature in balance. Lions, the iconic kings of the animal kingdom, are facing challenges that threaten their reign. With wild populations estimated between 20,000 and 25,000, understanding their current status is crucial for their survival. Let's break down where these majestic creatures call home. Tanzania reigns supreme, hosting approximately 14,500 lions, the largest population in Africa. Iconic landscapes like the Serengeti and Selous Game Reserve provide vast protected habitats that support thriving prides. South Africa follows with around 3,500 lions, many in reserves managed for conservation and tourism. Some reserves also raise lions for controversial activities like trophy hunting, sparking global debates about their role in conservation. Botswana boasts around 3,000 lions, thriving in biodiversity hotspots like the Okavango Delta, where lions showcase incredible adaptability to their watery environment. Zimbabwe holds an estimated 2,500 lions, with key populations in Hwanga National Park, an area known for its dedication to lion conservation despite challenges like human-wildlife conflict. Kenya, with approximately 2,000 lions, shines with iconic habitats like the Masai Mara. Community-led initiatives have been pivotal in protecting lions while promoting coexistence with local people. Mozambique shelters about 1,500 lions, with Niassa Special Reserve hosting one of the largest populations. Conservation efforts here focus on balancing lion protection with sustainable land use. Zambia is home to around 1,000 lions, with Kafue National Park as a critical stronghold. These lions face challenges from habitat encroachment, but focused initiatives aim to stabilize numbers. Namibia, with roughly 800 lions, showcases unique desert-adapted lions thriving in the northwest. These resilient predators have adapted to harsh desert environments, making them a marvel of evolution. India stands out as the only non-African nation with wild lions. The Asiatic lions of Gir Forest National Park in Gujarat number about 674. Their recovery from near extinction is a testament to dedicated conservation efforts. Smaller populations exist in countries like Uganda, Ethiopia, and Senegal. In Senegal, for instance, lion numbers in Nyokolo-Koba National Park are doubling thanks to international partnerships and conservation measures. Despite these efforts, lions face numerous threats. Habitat loss from human expansion, poaching for the illegal wildlife trade, and retaliatory killings due to livestock predation are constant pressures. Trophy hunting remains a controversial topic, with arguments about its impact on conservation efforts. The future of lions depends on expanding protected habitats, engaging local communities, and increasing global support. Success stories from Kenya and Senegal prove that with collaboration and dedication, lion populations can recover. In the vast blue wilderness of the ocean, who holds the crown as the ultimate predator? Picture this: a creature the size of a school bus, with teeth as big as bananas diving to depths where sunlight is just a rumor. That's the sperm whale, a true titan of the deep. These colossal mammals can grow up to 67 feet long and dive over a mile underwater, hunting their favorite snack, the elusive giant squid. It's a showdown worthy of a sci-fi blockbuster fought in total darkness. But let's not forget the blue whale, the reigning champion of size in the animal kingdom. At nearly 100 feet long and weighing up to 200 tons, this gentle giant isn't your typical predator. Instead of chomping down on prey, it filters krill by the millions with every mouthful. Sure, it's a bit of a pacifist compared to others on this list, but its sheer dominance in the marine ecosystem can't be ignored. Now meet the orca, the ocean's ultimate tactician. What they lack in size, they more than make up for in brains and teamwork. Orcas can take down almost anything, from seals to sharks to whales much larger than themselves. Watching a pod of orcas hunt is like witnessing an underwater heist, coordinated, ruthless, and incredibly efficient. They've even been known to flip great white sharks upside down to induce tonic immobility, a fancy way of saying, "Shark, you're taking a nap now." Speaking of great white sharks, they've been Hollywood's favorite villain for decades. Growing up to 20 feet long and equipped with rows of serrated teeth, these apex predators are built for ambush attacks. But the truth is, they're not the man-eating monsters pop culture makes them out to be. In fact, they're more like the janitors of the ocean, keeping populations of sick and weak marine animals in check. And then there's the mysterious giant squid, the stuff of legends and sailor nightmares. With eyes the size of dinner plates and tentacles that stretch up to 43 feet, this deep-sea enigma might be one of the largest active predators.
We know little about their lives, but the scars on sperm whales suggest their battles are epic.
Each of these ocean giants plays a crucial role in maintaining balance in the marine ecosystem.
Whether they're hunting, scavenging, or simply existing at the top of the food chain, they influence everything around them, from plankton blooms to fish migrations. But their survival is increasingly threatened by humans. Overfishing, pollution, and climate change are rewriting the rules of the ocean. So, who's the biggest predator in the ocean? The answer depends on how you measure biggest. Is it size, like the blue whale? Intelligence and strategy, like the orca? Or sheer predatory prowess, like the great white shark? In truth, the ocean's top predators are all champions in their own right, each deserving of our awe and protection.